Chapter 15:26. Power bestowal was an ability I had read about that high-level heroes could do. A standard hero tended to have strengths built around two purposes. The first purpose was working in a party. The second purpose was self-sacrifice. Many of the abilities could give a great deal of power, but it usually involved injuring or giving something of oneself in the process. It stood to reason that harem power bestowal would work in the same way toward your harem. In short, I could weaken my own body to gift strength to my harem. This was on top of all the other various benefits they were already receiving thanks to being slaves and harem members. However, it stood to reason that as a harem master himself, Roth was similarly providing his girls benefits simply for their connection to each other. However, usually, those benefits were symbiotic, where this required a sacrifice of my strength. I had already been weakened by cutting off a piece of my soul a few days ago, so as soon as the skill took effect, a feeling of exhaustion ripped through me. At the same time, all of the girls suddenly seemed to be strengthened. In a way, it worked a lot like Calypso's blessing. There. The dungeon points I gained were distributed to the others in my party at the time. Rather than dungeon points, though, it took away my stats and divided them up among the girls. They were able to move faster and fight better. Whether they understood that the strength was coming from me or not, I didn't know. But they all immediately took advantage of the strength I was giving them. In that respect, the battle that had been overwhelming at first ended up breaking even once again. As long as I could lend them my power, we still had a chance. I couldn't give up now. We had come so far. At that point, I saw a woman walking through the crowd. It was the lioness queen. She had started to casually move forward. As my girls went to block her, her lioness is immediately moved to prevent them. With every movement locked down, I could only watch as she casually slipped through the crowd. Her tail whipped back and forth, and she looked every bit like a lion slowly moving on a weakened prey. Knowing that I was the prey gave me a complicated feeling. She had somehow anticipated it and had been waiting for this moment. As she drew closer, a small smile formed on her face. Poor Deke Deekson. I've said it before, but you are a failure. Your harem is supposed to be your strength. But they can't even lift a finger to protect you. Look at you here, giving everything you have to them, and still, they failed you. Her words were loud enough that they could be heard by everyone. My girls started to fight harder. But even with my strength, the others were able to block their movements every time. An occasional attack was made, but the queen easily blocked them, and the attacker was awarded for their inattentiveness with a strike to the back. I wasn't able to heal them in my current state, so they were quickly accumulating wounds. You think? What you have can even be called a harem, I responded through clenched teeth. Do you even love King Roth? Does he even love you? Does he even respect you? You kill and step on each other? In a state of constant battle and fear, all for the affection of a man that couldn't care less. You wouldn't understand. She scoffed, but her eyes looked uncertain for just a moment. This is just a perversion of a harem. In the same way that dungeons corrupt the lore, this harem lore has also become corrupted. Are you Din? Her eyes flashed angrily. Not yet. I pulled out my last card. Alicia, are you ready? I'll do my best. Soul Merge. Chapter 1527. In the deep, Twilight had given me information on soul crafting. While I didn't particularly trust her, the soulsmith job was real. The more I had pondered it, the more I saw the potential in it. It was essentially a power to manipulate and construct lore. I had already done things like this several times, such as when I changed Fena's fate in The Maid's Lament. It was only a matter of time before my affinity matched with such an ability. If I could master this ability, then I could unlock my true potential or something like that. I would be able to draw my blessings into my soul world, and rather than be ancillary skills, they would become a part of my strength. Among the same vein was my relationship with Alicia. Our souls were intricately bonded. Her soul had been crafting to capture a god soul upon deflowering, and it was my god soul she had snatched. In time, our souls underwent fire and blood together, and the result was that the two of us were linked by a bond that transcended a slave bond. I wouldn't say the bond was undefeatable. After all, Carr's blessing was supposed to make slave bonds permanent. I had eventually reasoned that the blessing worked by placing a protective layer of magic over the bond between me and my slaves, but it wasn't as permanent as it claimed. After all, it had been brutally severed by the Sword Delusory realm. The prince had also managed to work out several ways to strip the magic protection so that the bond could be severed. However, as difficult as it was to sever those bonds, this bond was even more intricate. And it might not even be possible without losing a piece of our souls in the process. In the past, I had practiced moving my soul closer and closer to the women around me. It was easiest to do during sex, but that didn't mean it couldn't be done at other times. Soul Merge was an ability that forced the merging. Bind two souls together. I was giving my strength out to the girls, so I would use Alicia's strength to substitute my own. Oh. What is this? The lioness rose an eyebrow as she looked down at my arm. My eyes followed hers. And there my arm had been partially turned into a sword. My body had bonded with Alicia's sword form. I could also feel a surge of strength. My shaking legs stood up straight, and I faced her directly. My girls give me strength. And I give them strength, I responded. This is the proper way a harem should be. King Roth is a parasite. He feasts on you and the other women. He takes from you and tricks you into thinking you are gaining something from him. He doesn't deserve the title of harem master. I will show you what a real harem means. In the past, we had been evenly matched. Although I had taken a soul wound and was made weaker by using power bestowal with Alicia bonded to me, I was probably about equal to my previous self. We could still win this. The lioness's eyes flashed with light, I look forward to proving you wrong. She lunged forward with her sword drawn, and I rose to meet her. Chapter 15, 28. My blade arm met the lioness's sword, sparks rising as we exchanged several blows. With my strength back, I was able to more than keep my own. I still suffered from some of the problems I had always suffered from, though. I had always learned to fight with quick and vicious attacks, while Alicia typically delivered slow and brutal attacks. Alicia and I had fought alongside each other for a bit now, and we were slowly learning to match each other's fighting style. I had thought that soul merging would close the gap between these differences, but rather it seemed to only magnify them. While soul bonded, I possessed the knowledge of her fighting forms and skills. This wasn't like just the general advantage of my status combined with hers, but something entirely different. It was a blending of ourselves, creating something new. Unfortunately, what she had didn't quite match my style, and I frequently found them at ends with what I wanted to do. When I tried to pull one, I didn't feel quite like I grasped it. It was like I could read the words, but I was dyslexic and kept mixing them up. As a result, I felt somewhat stiff with my movements. It was only for this reason that I wasn't able to defeat the lioness quickly. I was shocked by my power increase joining with Alicia. It was clear that we were more than the sum of the parts. By blending, our power created an additive effect that pushed the lioness back again and again. Where was Alicia's consciousness? It seemed to have gone dormant. Or perhaps it was better to say it was intricately interwoven throughout my thoughts. That was some of the reason I was stiff. As her thoughts would try to move my body in ways I wasn't used to moving. However, I understood the clear power and strength of soul bonding. I launched several attacks at the lioness queen, and she found herself being pushed back again and again. It was near to the point where I was fighting with the girls on the front line. Seeing their master doing well, there was a sudden surge of confidence, and the other girls fought harder as well, driving back the enemy. Even though they outnumbered us, it only proved that while King Roth had more women, mine were superior. First, was I wrong for trusting in you? King Roth's voice seemed to cut through the battlefield. An ugly expression crossed over the lioness queen's face. I charged at her with an X backslash, but she leapt back. At that moment, her body exploded with power, and her face began to grow more feline in appearance. Long claws formed from her hands, and her hair grew a bit on her face. She had gone into the beast form. This was her last option. All I needed to do was survive this, and then I would be able to defeat her. Once she fell, the other girls would fall just as quickly. I put all of my power into my attack. I needed to use everything I had in this one. I compounded powers from both Alicia and myself. I felt a strange feeling for a moment, a kind of pulling feeling. I ignored it. I was going to use my extreme speed to counter and then attack. The disorder grew. The lioness was preparing for her attack at the same time. The two of us began to charge each other. I felt a pulling at my soul. causing pain. I struck out, but the slugginess hit me like a meteorite. Before I could even realize what was happening, I was flying back. I slammed into the ground a fair distance away, nearly returning to where I had started. "Master!" I heard one of the girls cry, but they all became too consumed to do anything more. I heard the clatter of a sword, and I looked to the side to see my sword arm land a distance away. It wasn't just my sword arm. It was my sword. She had cut off my arm, and Elysia along with it. Chapter 15:29. Ha 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 ha! A laugh bellowed out as I painfully grabbed the stump that was now bleeding profusely. "Well done, Deke. Well done." My attempt to power bestowal had shut off, but that didn't mean I regained my strength. I had been emptying all of myself into the girls for far too long, and now I barely had enough strength to get to my knees. I downed a water of life just so I could cure myself. That meant that all of the girls were suddenly weakened, and their fight that had started advanced had turned just as quickly. They were now being overwhelmed and pushed back. The blade arm a distance from me turned into Elysia, as well as my severed arm lying next to her. She was on the ground, coughing up blood. She looked nearly as bad as I felt. "I am sorry, Master," she croaked, barely able to lift her head. It's okay." I tried to reassure her. "It looks like we're out of options." "A soulbind? How quaint." King Roth's mocking voice broke out. "Someone should have warned you that such a skill is impossible to accomplish. You might be able to bind fragments of the soul to yourself, but to bind an entire living soul is impossible. Everyone had a will of their own, and any such attempt always quickly led to disaster. To do a successful soulbind, two people would need to be completely in tune. Their wills, desires, and minds would need to become as one. Such a thing is impossible. I've tried it. Even going so far as to groom a child from birth to think and act completely submissive to my will, and yet it still failed. What hope did you ever think you had?" His words hit me with a bitter feeling. I didn't have room to argue. I had known that every time I had attempted to move my soul toward another, there had been some kind of repulsive force at the last second. I had tried to force it with a skill, and when I had needed it most, it had failed. That's why everything had felt off and awkward. Elysia and I had been two wills fighting against each other as much as we fought the lioness. You forced me to bring out my beast form for the second time. I have to say, it has been interesting seeing you struggle." She responded casually as she began to approach me once again with that predatory stride. "I hope you understand now that your methods are insufficient. You don't have the right to call yourself a harem master. I never pretended I was anything that I am not." I spat out as I held my missing arm, barely having the strength to move. "I am not a harem master or a slave master. I am not a hero or dungeon master. I am just a man. And I will die to protect my women. Selena, now." "Master?" she squawked. Selena flew into the lioness from the side. She had been in hiding and waiting. My code word had been, "It looks like we're out of options." And so she pulled out the orb and tossed it to me before attacking the lioness. I lifted the orb in my only good hand. It started to glow as I began to cast the spell. "All of you, escape! Master! No!" The girls gave stunned looks as the fighting seemed to slow. I couldn't let them die with me. I would eject them from the dungeon at the last minute. That wouldn't guarantee their survival, but they had a chance. As for me, my soul would burn and King Roth would die. No. For the first time, King Roth looked startled. "Slave order! Get that orb away from him." The lioness queen let out a scream as if she was in pain, but then she went wild, kicking Selena away as she was still flapping around trying to block her. She threw a knife at me. I tried to dodge, but it struck my hand and the orb went flying away. My spell was broken just like that. I had just needed another 20 seconds. But King Roth's brutal decisiveness had caused the lioness queen to act somewhat rashly. The speed she had acted had put some kind of backlash, and her beast form disappeared, and she ended up coughing blood up. But a moment later, she shot me an insolent glare. The orb had rolled somewhere in the brush. But I had used the last of my mana trying to ignite my soul, and I no longer had an ounce of energy left. "You are right about one thing, Deek, son," she snarled. "You will die." She lunged at me, raising her blade and sending it down. As the blade descended, I realized the end had finally come. Perhaps I did fail. Boom! Something slammed between the lioness and me with a massive force. Lightning struck down, and the lioness was forced to abort her attack and jump back, narrowly avoiding being struck. She stumbled slightly back in surprise. As the dust cleared, I looked to see a long spear embedded into the ground. A cloaked form was balanced on the very end of the spear, facing the lioness. That's when I saw a long striped tail wag across my vision, just managing to tickle my nose. "I am sorry I am late, Master." That voice was unmistakable. Lydia? Chapter 1530. For the first time. A look of fear appeared on King Roth's face. A tigerkin Lydia peeled back her hood and then grabbed the spear. Swing around it until she was back on the ground level. Lydia wasn't the black cat I had seen in the underground fighting ring. This was the proper Lydia. If them was anything different, she somehow seemed even more radiant and beautiful than I remembered. Her hair was also more vibrant. The streaks of black were much darker now, and the orange was brighter too. Lydia. It's Lydia. About time. All of the girls excitedly spoke, and the fighting had seemingly paused for a moment. I recognize you." The lioness frowned. "Aren't you that cat girl of doom?" "Ah!" Lydia put her hands on her cheeks. "Don't say that name. It's super embarrassing. A tigress." King Roth let out a chuckle. "You almost worried me. Such an enemy won't change anything. You may have scared me trying to destroy your dungeon like that, Deke, but you forget. I've seen my demise, and it won't be by you. No, I've passed my demise. I've overcome the lore that binds. You talk too much. Lydia cut him off. If you are going to stay in the back, you might as well be quiet. The lionesses' mouths almost fell open. Lydia had casually insulted King Roth, something none of the other girls had dared to ever do. He wore a frightening grin on his face, his eyes bulging. I see. First, deal with this woman. Bring her to me so I can put her in her proper place. Humph. I was very disappointed I didn't get the chance to defeat you in the ring. I am pleased to know I'll still be able to put you under my foot. Who are you? She blinked. Why, you... In 2 sentences, she had managed to piss off both the Lioness Queen and King Roth. One could be forgiven for thinking this was a talent of hers. I don't understand. King Roth assassinated you. I finally spoke. A failed assassination. A voice spoke just right of me. I turned in shock to see the underground kingpin standing there casually. How long had he been there, you? King Roth roared. I should have known that if my assassins failed, you were somehow involved. Are you planning on getting involved? Dearage, not at all. The man raised his hands. As a member of the Dungeon Master Council, getting in a dispute between 2 rival dungeon masters is against the rules. However, my disciple here insisted on coming to be by her master, despite my protests. She has chosen this method. And I swear by my dungeon that whatever befalls her because of this choice is her own to reap. I won't regret anything, Sensei. Lydia puffed out her cheeks and shot back. King Roth gave a nod, but I was still desperately trying to follow the situation. The dungeon master's name was Dearage. He was part of the Dungeon Master Council. He was Lydia's sensei. What's going on? I asked. Oh, that's right, Lydia declared. Master, remember I said I went out to find a proper teacher? I found one. This is Sensei Dearage. Dearage! Like the city and the great labyrinth, well, they were named after me, Dearage said casually. I was having trouble processing all of this so suddenly. But that was when a thought came to me. You told me the Lydia I knew was dead? I lied. You? I ran into your slave as the assassins were upon her. I helped her dispatch of them on a whim. When she saw my talent, she begged me to help her become stronger for her master. So I started to train her. However, your bond had broken, and it caused her significant distraction. In the end, I decided to cut her soul in 2. Why would you do that? I demanded. Several reasons. First off, I was able to create a version of her distraction, free. One worked on her skills and techniques by fighting non-stop. The other worked on her stamina and mental strength. Of course, you met the version of her who had been infected with miasma. Why infect half of her with miasm? Oh. I figured it out before I finished the question. What? Why did he do that? Celeste couldn't help but ask. A god's soul, I responded. To give her a god's soul. Chapter 1531. I shook my head. I still don't understand. She was dying. The man named D-Ridge made a sour expression. Yes, I was in the process of converting her soul into a karmic soul. This is a dangerous process, one that most people who attempt it fail. She insisted on taking the risk, though. Lydia blushed as she glanced at me. I didn't want Master to leave me behind. Since Master has a god soul, then I needed to work hard to deserve to stay by Master. Lydia? I reached out, and her hand gently took mine. To learn the techniques, I wanted to teach her. She had to have a god's soul. I was careful, though. I cut her soul so that her dark half didn't have any memory of you. First off, attachments would have distracted her and led to weaknesses. This increased her chance. Besides, if it failed, only half of her soul would have died, but the half that contained her relationship with you would have survived. She'd never fight again, but your woman would have still existed in some form. I see. My hand tightened on Lydia's as he described just how dangerous what he had done had been. But why did she almost die? Because of you, he sniffed. You attempted to interfere with her miasma. However, when you attempted to use your mana to probe her soul, something happened that I didn't expect. Her soul recognized your mana. No. It's more accurate to say her soul was inescapably drawn to you. It caused her to fall into complete disorder. You could have warned me, he shrugged. I was curious about this, so called Master she kept speaking about. Of course. She wasn't in danger. I could have fixed her problem on my own, but I was curious to see what you would do. In reality, you did surprise me. This conversion process was supposed to take another month, yet you had catalyzed a nearly perfect karmic conversion. Her light soul was able to combine with her dark soul remarkably easily. And once her light side remembered her dark side encountering you, I could barely get her to rest a day before she marched over here to be with you. It's rather irritating. Sensei, he was in trouble. I told you I had a bad feeling. He waved his hand dismissively. And as I said, this will end the agreement between us. I am no longer your sensei, and we do not owe each other anything else. I will not raise a hand to protect you, no matter what. As for following the way of the spear, you are on your own from now on. Spear? I blinked when I noticed that she was holding on to a rather fine-looking spear. What happened to find a swordmaster? Lydia is far more suited for a spear, Dyridge growled. To think you'd waste her talent with a sword? I took the pleasure of decoupling her sword lore and supplanting it with spearmanship lore. What, you can do that, I blinked. He rolled his eyes. You are new to this. Huh, you will learn all kinds of things in time. Well, if you survive. I'll tell you what, if you survive this, come see me in Dyridge Great Labyrinth before the next Dungeon Council meeting. I have a few things I'll share with you. With that, he shimmered away. I could feel he left the dungeon completely. He didn't even use portal, and he didn't have a blessing that allowed him to cross dimensional barriers. He was a mystery. Enough! Stop wasting my time! The lioness queen was getting agitated over being ignored and pointed her sword at Lydia. It seems like you belong to this man too. It doesn't matter if there is one more of you. You'll still all die. Prepare yourself. I will. Lydia pulled her hand away and picked up her spear. I'll do my best to protect my master. Oh, time out. Time out. The lioness was once again shocked as Lydia turned her back on her. Just 1 second. Lydia shot the other woman a look before turning to me. Master, there is something I want from you. I am not complete. Can you? Take me, I smiled. Reaching out with my hand and grabbing the end of her spear, which was still close enough for me to grab. You bet your butt I will. I pulled the spear. And Lydia let out a girlish cry as she fell into my grasp, and I planted a kiss on her. At the same time, I began enslavement, claiming her soul as mine. Chapter 1532. Lydia licked her lips. Master's kisses have gotten better. Really, Emma? She smiled, and then finally turned to survey the situation. Her eyes seemed to take in the entire battlefield in a single glance before she looked at first. So, you are the one who hurt Master, little girl. You've come far too late. First responded mockingly. The rest of his harem has already failed. They are all miserably losers, as undeserving of a master as the master is of them. I will gladly claim them all for King Roth, and they can learn what it's like to have a real master. Hey! Faina shot back. We're not failures, Xiao complained. Yes, you are. The voice that came out was Lydia's, causing all of the girls to jerk with shock. Her original smile slipped off her face, and a stern look suddenly appeared. Lydia looked at each other girls. Lydia? We've all been through a lot. Miki tried to explain. We're a lot stronger. You may have learned a few new tricks, but how are any of yours stronger? Lydia asked, her voice cutting through all protest. The reason I allowed him to cut my soul, even though I knew how long it might take, was that I believed the rest of you would be there to protect Master. You say that you love him? I do love him. Tara cried out. We all do. Girl, Ilaya added. Then why is he the one on the ground missing an arm? Lydia shouted. Why is he the one who almost died? Ilaya blinked, seemingly taken aback. Lydia, we tried. Show began. Did any of you try? Lydia gave them all a stern look, her cat-like eyes seeming to pierce through all of them. As soon as Master suffered trouble in the Ost Republic, you all immediately took off. You all got into trouble. And it was Master who had to bail you out? Correct. Her words immediately struck every girl's heart. They had all been a mess thinking they had lost Deke. And even the ones who didn't truly believe he was gone still had stood by and done nothing. Lydia. It's fine. I started to say, No, Master, it's not, Lydia snapped, and as she looked back for a moment, I saw tears running down her face. You've all grown complacent. You've grown so used to Master always fixing things that you've come to expect it. That's why you've been acting so flippant. There was a time each one of you would have been ground to paste rather than see a single hair perturbed on Master's head. Yet here you all are, pretending you tried your best, while Master was the one giving everything. He granted you his power, not just by being your master, by loving you, but also through sacrifice. He's the one that supported you and healed you. And you all took advantage of that. I gave up my body, Tara protested. And did you ever think for a second you'd lose your life, Lydia demanded? Or did you assume Master would eventually fix everything? Can any of the rest of you say you've risked anything? As Lydia's predatory gaze met Tara's eyes, she finally looked away. Lydia met every eye there, and every girl looked down, shame painting across their faces. Alea, Astria! Bernice, Tara, Celeste, Miki, and even Selena could no longer raise their eyes. First clapped her hands. Wonderful. Your looks truly please me. You shut up! I'll deal with you in a minute, Lydia declared, causing First to once again have a small indignant fit as she was disregarded again. You all have a choice. A man had come wanting to take you all away from Master. This is the time you can show what you have. This is the moment you need to give it all. If you've ever cared about Master, then you must live every moment for him. There was a long pause of silence. F for him. Miki was shaking, an expression of rage on her face. I didn't do everything I could. I held back. I almost let him die. I won't. I won't do it again? Her eyes started to darken, and a strange miasma started to flow from her body. It gave off a feeling of death. The grass all around her feet darkened to brown, creating a circle of death around her. Her tails began to light up, creating a rainbow cacophony behind her. Xiao's eyes seemed to contain fervent insanity. What would I do without Master Despair? Her fingernails turned to claws, horns came out the top of her head, and a tail came out the back. Her body took on a dark, demonic appearance. Master. The air started to swirl around Celeste. Her body started to fade, becoming one with the wind. A moving cyclone of death. Each woman suddenly began to glow with their respective power. The atmosphere seemed to change. And the women who had just been battling them glanced at each other, flummoxed by the sudden dangerous pressure they were feeling. Thursday, they're becoming monsters, one woman cried out. Well, except that golem. She was already a monster, said another. If Tara's current form had tear ducts, she would have wept. Chapter 1533. What are you waiting for? The lioness had finally reached the end of her patience. Attack them! The fighting, which had slowed to nothing, suddenly surged back up again. But rather than being overwhelmed, My girls fought extremely viciously, summoning all of their power. I didn't have anything left to heal them or protect them. I was currently pulling from the dungeon to repair myself, but that wouldn't reattach my arm or repair the damage to my soul. At least, not in the short term. I had already sucked all of the life out of my soul world just to heal enough to keep me up. Perhaps I needed to put more life into my soul world, thus giving me a reserve of life to pull from in desperate times. I considered this, but it wasn't something that was going to help me at the moment. Currently, I didn't even know what contained a lot of life versus a little. A mammal had a bigger soul and more life than an insect. But that wouldn't help me at that moment. Thus, I could only watch as my girls fought for the first time without any of my support. The last two to meet were Lydia and First, who walked in a circle around each other 3 times as if probing each other for weaknesses. It was only after about a minute that First gave a snort and then launched an attack at Lydia. She met the attack and then delivered one of her own. Her spear came out in an attack and a spark of lightning shot out. First had to pull back as the lightning struck her blade. Did she learn lightning too? I didn't realize I had asked out loud until Celeste responded with slave communication. No. Master. Lydia never learned magic. Remember, the lightning is appearing because her strikes are ionizing the local atmosphere. In short, her attacks are so swift that she's causing lightning to form. As their battle grew, these sparks and shocks grew as well, making the display of their fighting a lighted show. Both women were incredibly fast and deadly. First used a sword built like a dough blade. Lydia's spear met every attack, no matter how swift. They seemed to dance around each other, spinning and dodging. Lydia knew quite a bit of dance, and her fighting style was every bit as elegant, causing the scene to feel almost breathtaking if it wasn't so dangerous. First! One of the lionesses cried as Xiao managed to get a hit on her, using two shadow doubles to fool them and give her room to strike. First's attention flickered for just a second, but it was enough. Lydia managed a strike, causing the other woman to jump back to avoid further injury. She just managed to get back, but then she felt her stomach, which had nearly been cut open by Lydia's blade. First gave Lydia an ugly look. I'll admit, you are stronger than I expected, but that doesn't mean that you are anything. King Roth is the only true harem master. It sounds to me like you are very desperate to believe that. Lydia shrugged. Are you having doubts? First nearly spat the word. I would never doubt my lord. He will live forever. And he will grant all of us immortality by his side? I don't care about that, Lydia responded. You don't care about being by your master's side for eternity. That is the ultimate dream of every harem. You misunderstand. Every moment I am by master's side, it is an eternity of happiness. I don't know if I'll be by his side for eternity, because I am already satisfied by every second I can be with him. Master is my everything. First didn't have an answer, so she instead let out a roar and attacked once again like she had something to prove. Chapter 15:34. As the two women battled, Lydia's spear meeting First's blade. There was also fighting going on all around them. "Tara, you are in the way again," Bernice snapped, trying to get a shot. "I was going to get that one," Xiao complained as her strike missed thanks to a fly-by spell pushing the enemy away. Elia shrugged dismissively. As the battle continued, more and more mishaps occurred. First put on a mocking smile as she glanced at Lyda. "You truly call this a harem? Look at them bicker." "They're about to fall apart," she chuckled. Lydia's brow furrowed, but rather than respond, she shouted, "Tara!" "Ah, Lydia, I know you are large now, but shoving through a crowd like a bull was never your strength," Lydia declared. "You need to do what you do best. You need to protect everyone. You have dominion over the ground. Control the earth and turn it to our advantage. Defend everyone. Why, yes, Celeste. I know you are fast, but you can't be everywhere at once." Rather than trying to suppress the entire field, concentrate on a few people. "Okay," Celeste replied. "Xiao." Every hit doesn't need to be fatal. Stop trying to get a perfect assassination. Instead, try to weaken your enemies and make them susceptible. Work with the others to weaken them down and hit them when they least suspect it. "I will! Miki!" "You should be in the front lines. Get behind Tara and make it easier for her to redirect traffic. Astria." "Take advantage of this grouping." "Yes. Bernice, you need to support Faina. She's not used to battle. So you need to keep them from taking advantage of her inexperience." "Right. Alea, focus on weakening the enemy. Any distraction or damage you can do won't matter if they are strong enough to withstand it. Whittle them down, just like we do in a dungeon. If you insist." In moments, Lydia shouted out orders to every girl, and the entire atmosphere of the fight seemed to shift. Tara created walls, segregating off groups of girls and forcing them to line upon her. Astria began to bombard them. Her spells that had once spread out over the entire battlefield were now concentrated on a space a tenth the original size. At the same time, Mickey's death aura struck them, making it difficult for them to block those spells. Faina began to attack more freely with her broom, anytime an enemy tried to get around her. Bernice would send them back with a bullet or two. Xiao's attacks always came right after a friend, causing the enemy to unbalance and get even more damage. The battle that had been equal had suddenly shifted into a one-sided slaughter, and the reason for it was none other than Lydia. She had seemingly changed the course of the battle. This wasn't because she was a great leader or some skilled strategician. It merely came from her intimate understanding of every woman present. She knew their strengths and their weaknesses, and she was able to call out the best in them all. While this was happening, she was still fervently fighting First, who grew increasingly frustrated as she saw her girls being pushed back more and more. Some of them started to retreat or fall. "Third, help Fourth," she tried to call out. "Flyers, go after those damn fairies." even though she was barking out orders too. Her people continued to fight in a disordered fashion that seemed to become more disorderly the more they were pushed back. They seemed to ignore her completely. "They're not listening to you anymore," Lydia observed calmly. "What do you know of it?" First spat. "When people grow panic and afraid, when they are overwhelmed, it takes respect, trust, and love to listen. The girls listen to me because it isn't just Master they love each other too. That's why they bicker, because deep down, we're family." Chapter 1535. First took a hit, forcing her to flip back. When she hit the ground, she saw several of the other girls on her side were similarly being defeated. A look of rage crossed her face and she jumped back to her feet. "Family," she sneered. "What family?" with a roar. First's body started to revert into her beast form. She dropped her weapon and then lunged out, attacking Lydia in full force using her claws instead of her sword. "Do you think that will change the outcome of this fight?" Lydia asked as she blocked the other woman's rapid strikes by spinning her spear. "You think you'll win this?" First snarled. "Do you have any idea what I've been through? What I've had to give up? I've done everything for my lord, and in return, I will be his side forever." As one of those, Lydia cocked her eye at the puppet-like women still standing behind a frowning Lord Roth. "What do you know of it?" She snapped back, her claws moving faster and faster. "You are just a dumb prostitute who never grasped her proper place." "I know my place," she responded calmly. "My place is wherever Master is. As long as I am by Master's side, I am happy. That's why I work so hard. That's why I fight so hard. It's also that I can continue to be with Master, so I am worthy of being with Master. He makes me want to be a better person." "That's nonsense," she growled. "You just want something from him. Admit it." Her attacks were growing more and more frantic, and each strike caused blood to run from her fingertips. Her body was covered in sweat, and the fury inside her seemed to be growing more and more. But the more aggressive she became, the calmer Lydia became. "I admit it." Lydia smiled, and then her spear glowed as she activated a skill. There was a strike of lightning as her spear struck out, but she hit with the back of the spear instead of the front. First could only look on in horror as her body flew back, slamming into the ground 100 meters away. She immediately tried to get up, but her body didn't respond to her. She collapsed back down as the beast form dissipated. Lydia pulled back her spear and began walking toward First. She didn't have the same predatory movements as the other woman, but a gentle smile on her face and a calm, confident stride. "Street, stay away!" First screamed, trying desperately to back away. But Lydia only grew closer and closer. Who are you? I want everything from Master, and I will give everything to Master. It's because I love him, and only him and no one else in this world will ever do. He gives me all of my strength, and he asks for little in return. I honestly wish Master would ask for more, but I came to realize something. Master only asks for what I can give, so if I want Master to depend on me, then I must be able to handle it. I am Masters. Nothing less, nothing more. I can't lose, First cried out. My lord. He's watching. Do you know what would happen if I lost? Lydia asked. Master would hold me and comfort me and love me. His love for me isn't contingent on anything. Wouldn't you also rather have unconditional love? You keep asking if you are worth King Roth's time. Did you ever wonder if he's worth yours? Why, you... Lydia stopped over First, putting her spear against the woman and pushing her to the ground. But that doesn't mean it's over. Lydia held out her hand. You don't have to be the best there is, just the best you that you can be. First hesitated for a second, confusion painted on her face. Then her hand slowly started to reach out toward Lydia. Lydia! I shouted as King Roth suddenly moved, appearing right behind her. His blade slammed into Lydia's back and erupted out the front, impaling her. Chapter 1536. Lydia? No. First watched with wide eyes as the surprised Lydia was lifted into the air with the blade still in her, and then with a roar, she was thrown away like discarded trash. A trail of blood came behind her body as she was tossed across the battlefield, landing about where they started their fight. She rolled several times before coming to a stop. He had her spear in one hand and the blade in the other. Casually, he lifted the spear and then broke it in two before tossing it aside. Get up! King Roth roared at First. She got up to her feet as quickly as she could, stumbling slightly in the process. King Roth didn't offer her a hand, instead, looking over the battlefield with scorn. Over half of the remaining women had fallen. The remaining few were beaten and tired, and they had already been pushed back nearly to the point that King Roth was standing. My lord. First spoke, blood leaking out of her lips. Go finish off that tigress. She can never be in my harem. Even if she's not Tiger Kun, she could birth a Tiger Kun, and I won't risk it. Master? But she's been defeated. First's words slipped a bit as she realized that it hadn't been her who had defeated the tigress, but the other way around. A backhand slapped her across the face, and she collapsed back to the ground. Stupid wench! Who do you think you are to disobey my order? You should be glad I even gave you a chance after such a pathetic display. As he cursed her out, he kicked First several more times. She let out cries, trying to cover herself. The other lionesses looked back worriedly, and in their distraction were pushed back any more. It turned out that while most of the other women hated First, the other lioness respected and loved her as their queen. That didn't help them at that moment. Leave her alone, I cried out. I had been crawling across the ground to Lydia. I was almost to her, but I had frozen when I had seen what he was doing to First. It seemed overly cruel. And I couldn't keep my mouth shut. King Roth finally stopped kicking her, turning to me with a hateful look on his face. First looked my way too with her dirty, bruised face, her eyes filled with tears. If you want it done, it's best to do it yourself, King Roth snarled, gripping his blade menacingly. I have seen my death, Deek son. And it won't be at your hands. You are nothing to me. Look at you lying there on the ground so miserable. Your harem is supposed to be your strength, yet it seems like they've only become your weakness. You've given them everything. And still, you will here. That's laughable. You only use them as tools. You are unfit to be a harem master. I snapped back angrily as I reached Lydia's side. I grabbed her head and using the little bit of mana I had, I tried to heal her. It nearly caused me to fall unconscious, but her eyes began to flutter open. Hey! King Roth laughed. Let's see how high and mighty you are when I taste all of your women in front of you. Harem, attack! He threw his arm forward, and suddenly the door burst with hundreds of women. He had finally sent the horde out. As they started to flood past first, her eyes finally looked away, a bit of sadness on them. Chapter 1537. More and more puppet harem flooded into the boss room, racing forward without fear or reluctance. Hold your ground, Tara cried out, attempted to force the women to run toward her. Astria began to send out a torrent of spells, and although dozens of them fell at a time, there were always more to replace them. Laughter could be heard as King Roth roared in delight. Their girls desperately fought but soon they were in a sea of women who didn't feel pain and didn't fear death. They did whatever King Roth ordered. And he ordered them to attack without restraint. As the room quickly grew dense with enemies, my girls fought them back, keeping them from reaching Lydia and me. However, just like before, a single hole seemed to open up. This time, it didn't allow first through, but King Roth. With his sword gripped in his hand, he walked forward with a steady pace, a malevolent, cruel grin on his face. Ultimately, you never had a chance, Deke. You should have known that from the beginning. The reason I had to do things this way, though, is because I didn't want you going and blowing up the dungeon. That would be inconvenient. Yet, we reached this end all the same. I'll admit, you gave me a few surprises there, but in the end, I am the better harem master. You think what you have is better, I spat. They're all over. Ah! Help! The girls were being overrun. A dozen of the women were crawling on Tara and climbing past her. Faina was the first to fall. Getting overwhelmed. They weren't attacking her at all. They were holding her down and tearing at her. It took me a horrified second to realize they were stripping her. They were tearing off her clothes. The same scene was playing out all over. Miki was grabbed and forced down as well. Her clothing was also ripped off. Even Elaya was unable to keep back the horde. Celeste was having better luck since she could make parts of her body disappear. But every time she tried to help, she was similarly snatched. A sudden bubble came up and then wrapped around her, and she fell from the air into a crowd of women. Astria was similarly caught. The girls were dragged together and held down. They had been lined up along King Roth's walking path, as if their naked bodies were being put on display. He ignored them. His eyes locked on Lydia and me. After I have your tigress right in front of you and kill her, I'll let you watch as I defile every other woman in your harem. Then you will know who is truly the harem king. You can die once I see the light leave your eyes. Or maybe I'll capture your lore and make you a monster in my dungeon. Would you like to be the cucked monster of Diashin once your women have been reconditioned? I'll have them come down and tell you all about the fun we have, one at a time. He laughed. Lydia coughed painfully. Looking over at me, I am sorry, Master. I messed up. I shouldn't have let my guard down. Number. I shook my head. You didn't do anything wrong? It was supposed to be a fight between harems. He cheated. I said those words, but they didn't make me feel any better. Master. I know I told everyone we needed to stop depending on you to save us. But you wouldn't have any last trick up your sleeve, would you? She asked weakly. I thought about her words for a second. King Roth was near us. That's when a thought came into my head. Lydia? Do you trust me? With everything? She responded. You can have my everything. Then I will. I leaned in to kiss her, and as I did, I whispered to last words. Soul Merge, Chapter 1538. As soon as I triggered the skill, I felt a sudden jolt. A bright light flashed before me, and much like when Astria evolved, I felt my body become impossibly light and float into the area. I looked into Lydia's eyes as she dissolved in front of me. However, there was no fear, but a feeling of extreme peace. The exhaustion inside me seemed to dissipate like it wasn't even there. My body felt like it was reforming from scratch. It felt like it was becoming different. My mind started to change too. I had new thoughts, new ideas. The ideas began to merge with my own until they became interchangeable. The entire process was probably only seconds. But it felt like it had been hours. When I landed back down, I braced myself with both hands. My hand and arm had regrown themselves. My body felt incredibly light. I felt good, better than I had ever felt. King Roth had frozen, his grin had slipped, and his stead walk toward me had stopped. The look on his face was less like a predator, and more like a deer in front of headlights. Is that Master? Celeste asked. Why does Master have kitty ears? He has a tail. Master has a tail, Miki pointed out. What is everyone seeing? I can't see. Tara was the only one who hadn't been dragged over, instead just being held down where she fell. That's not possible. King Roth took a step back. How would someone cheap like you know what is and isn't possible? I found myself asking. My mind wasn't the same. Rather, I felt my mind was being shared. I wasn't me. I was too. Although my appearance had only gained a tail and ears, but otherwise looked the same, on the inside, I was two souls united. This was what a true soul merge was. I didn't know if it was because of Lydia having a god soul, Because Lydia was more submissive than Alicia, or because I had put a piece of my soul into Lydia. It could have been a combination of everything, but in the end, we were one person. Kill him? That's an order. Kill him! King Roth screeched, turning and running. 1,000 puppet girls charged at me. The surviving lionesses were part of that crowd too, but regardless of their feelings. They either had to charge or risk getting trampled under the horde. As they raced toward me, I didn't feel any fear though. Instead, I felt warmness, strength, and love. I reached out my hand. Alicia. Alicia cried out as her body disappeared and then flew toward me. When the light struck my hand, it immediately turned into a long, powerful-looking spear. Aha, I am a spear. It's fine, Alicia, I declared. I am familiar with the spear for the moment. I am not. Just bring your soul toward me, and you will understand too. Why do I feel like this is becoming a threesome? Alicia wept, but as her soul came closer, her form stabilized and she grew calm as well. Attack! I shouted and lunged forward. She managed to finish solidifying just in time as the first wave of enemies reached us. I attacked with a long arc, striking nearly a dozen women at once. I used a powerful skill that had appeared in my mind, and a massive wave flew out from the blade's arc, striking out some distance, hitting nearly all the women charging me. It stopped them all dead in their tracks, but not a single one looked to be hit. Even the ones the blade passed through were unharmed. I stared at the women in confusion. They stared at themselves and each other. Just then, their clothing exploded. The outfit of every woman in front of me became nothing but confetti. Alicia. It's Lydia's influence, she cried out. Let's try this again. Chapter 1539. I struck with the spear again in another arc. This time not activating my strongest skill. The women were struck and went flying. Even naked, they began to renew their charge. My spear swung around in long arcing strikes, and each one sent woman after woman flying. The sky was quickly filled with naked women crying out, "A dream of mine! It's raining women!" Elia exclaimed excitedly as she broke her way out of the handful of distracted women who had remained holding her. As the other girls saw her escaping, they also started to break free and start attacking. There is pussy everywhere. Astria clapped. Can we all work on our wording? Miki cried out. But they are flying kitties, Sho pointed out. Even so. I was still moving forward, knocking more and more women flying. Alea had started to snatch them out of the air with her magic, casually tossing them into the pond. To my surprise, when the zombified women struck the water, the miasma began to boil. And they didn't even let out screams as they melted. I could feel their lore being added to my dungeon, and at the same time, my dungeon started to regain its strength. I had never realized it, but the miasmic pool was a giant life absorption pool. Seeing what Elia was doing, the other girls began to help, throwing puppet girl after puppet girl and feeding the dungeon at a spectacular rate. My strength as connected to the dungeon surged as well. Celeste used her wind, dividing and pushing, while Tara would just grab women flying over her head and chuck them. I noticed that my girls would occasionally snag and throw some women in another direction. They'd land in a pile on the grass. I realized this was Roth's surviving harem members, who were mostly either rendered unconscious or too afraid to move. As the harem began to thin out, King Roth, who was still backing away, looked on in horror. His eyes had taken on a hunted look, and he wore pure terror on his face. "Impossible! Impossible!" he screamed. With all of the girls free and the remaining puppets being fed to the miasmic pool, I pointed my spear at King Roth. "Your turn." He gave an ugly expression. "You think this is done? I still have an entire dungeon. My life won't end here. I am immortal." With that, he spun around and began to run away. First and the other lioness is all stared as their beloved king fled with his tail between his legs, abandoning them. When I had been weakened to nothing, I had crawled toward my harem, unwilling to leave them. Meanwhile, King Roth had abandoned them the second his life was in danger. The betrayed look in their eyes was clear to see. "Celeste, block him. If he gets out of our dungeon, it'll be hell bringing down his own," Astria cried out. That was true. Once he crossed the threshold into his dungeon, he'd still have all of his traps and other mobs to protect him. He could even potentially end the dungeon battle and cut off our connection. I didn't know if that was possible. But I didn't want to risk it. At the moment, his dungeon lore and he were both in my dungeon where they were weakest. However, King Roth wasted no effort fleeing, and Celeste just wasn't fast enough. He had already shown himself to be quick, and apparently, he was a fast runner too. That's when a thought struck me, and I leaped forward. There was a cracked feeling, and then I appeared in front of him. King Roth skidded to a stop as I appeared right in his way. "How did Master move that fast?" Astria cried out. "He didn't." Celeste spoke, a bit of awe in her voice. I could see it. "He didn't move. He teleported." "That's not teleportation," Alea spoke up. "That's a skill only seen in the greatest combat specialists alive. He slid between spaces." She was essentially right. After the wind-based Celeste, Lydia was the fastest girl on my team. Combined with my many skills and the ever-sharp Elysia, we had superseded speed by cutting through space itself. Chapter 1540. Soul bonding. King Roth roared. "Cheating! You are cheating! You are one to talk!" I shot back, rushing at him with my spear. He pulled a blade from nowhere. And our weapons struck. I could feel his enormous speed and power. I did not doubt that King Roth was strong. In fact, in my current situation, if judging just by our strength, I wasn't confident I'd be able to beat him on my own. Even with him being in my seat of power and at the greatest disadvantage, we still came out about even. At least, That was the feeling I got after a few exchanges. However, two things seemed to change the entire course of the battle. The first was that he was shaken upon seeing the tiger's tail and ears. It had caused him to start to panic, while I was completely controlled. The second reason was far more surprising, but started to make sense the more I fought. He considered his harem his power. In some ways, his harem was his power, especially after feeding them to his dungeon. That philosophy of his had led him to send women to always do the work. He might have grown powerful, and perhaps once he had been a powerful warrior in his youth, but he was much older now. He hadn't done any fighting on his own. And even if he had the power, the levels, and the experience, he had grown rusty. While Lydia and I had spent the last 6 months fighting for our lives, living every day like it might be our last, King Roth had sat on a comfy throne and allowed his women to do everything for him. This resulted in his movements being sluggish, which was exemplified by his apparent panic. I made sure to take advantage of such things immediately. I made sure to wound him, striking him in his legs, his arms, and his body. I wanted to weaken him immediately, even though our connection was strong. I didn't know how long my soul bond would last, so I worked as efficiently as possible. Of course, giving him damage required me to receive damage too. I wasn't just a mere spearman, though. Gained from my lore temporarily merging with Lydia, I was also a white mage. I was able to heal nearly as fast as he damaged me. But he was unable to say the same. His damage accumulated, and I used skill after skill until he was backed up to nearly where Lydia and I had first transformed. He was spitting up blood, and his expression was looking uglier and uglier. As for me, the feeling of being one with Lydia was strange. My thoughts and her thoughts were the same. There was no distinction. It was like Lydia's soul had become an open book, and every instinct, ability, and skill she had and knew was just as much mine as it was hers. Why, you wish to call yourself a beastkin? He asked unsteadily as he jumped back, only taking a small cut across the chest. I am what I am, I responded. He snorted and then threw his sword to the ground. I raised an eyebrow as he slowly raised his fists. If you think you can take me, why don't you give up the soul weapon, master? Don't let him bait you, Elysia warned. Don't worry, I smiled, sticking the spear form of Elysia into the ground. Just watch Master for a bit. Was this decision to fight this way my decision or Lydia's? It was both, and it was neither. We had decided on one. We were one. We were confident. And we knew we absolutely wouldn't mess up because the pair of us were together. Once he saw me step away from the spear, King Roth's body began to change. His entire body became covered in fur, and his face morphed too. Unlike what I had seen from Lydia and First, his transformation was far more complete. He looked more like a lion on 2 legs rather than a human anymore. He fell to all fours, and with an earth-shattering roar, he charged me. Chapter 15:41. Master! The girls all cried out in worry as the massive lion charged me. His roar had been the same roar he had used previously. It had stunned the girls for a brief moment and caused most enchantments, spells, and illusions to collapse. It was a potent ability, and I wondered if it was attached to him specifically, or if it was some kind of trait of his kind. I didn't waste time, and my own body began to transform as well. I also went into the beast form. My body became slick with striped fur, and I probably looked every bit as tiger. Like as he appeared to be a lion, I began to charge him as well. And after 2 leaps, we slammed into each other, our claws slashing. This fighting no longer had the elegance of before. There wasn't so much skill, but raw battle and pure strikes. I understood why King Roth had wanted to fight this way when the previous way had failed. This took advantage of all of his strengths and gave him the advantage. He attempted to tear my flesh, his teeth trying to bite at my neck. It was a visceral battle between 2 giant cats, every hit coming with the impact of flesh and blood. Perhaps the Lion King might have won this exchange in other situations. But when it came to pain, I could handle it, and when it came to willpower, he had to overcome both of us together. Our hands ended up on our feet once again, striking each other with our claws. But just as we went for another exchange, I dropped my body. He had been so focused on getting another drop of blood from the wounds opening on my body. He wasn't prepared as I changed my movements. This kind of fighting wasn't completely devoid of skill. You just needed to know how to take advantage of it. And for the agile Lydia, this was her specialty. Twisting in a way that only we could, my legs locked into place, and then my fist went up, striking the lion in the jaw with enough power that it created a sonic boom. King Roth flew up into the air, even higher than his girls had gone flying when I hit them with the spear earlier. I leaped, my claws slashing through space until I appeared right where he reached the top of his arc. I struck him again with my claw and then used the momentum to cut through space again, appearing where he was about to fall. My body jumped from left to right, striking him across the sky like a ping-pong ball. As King Roth flew helplessly, he didn't say a single word. I finally ended the last strike with a powerful kick, shoving him directly down and into the miasmic pond below. He slammed into the water with a resounding explosion. A giant splash rose a dozen feet into the air before dropping down like rain. The surviving lioness who had witnessed countless others melt in that water winced instinctively. But the water was nowhere near them. I landed back on the ground, and the tiger beast form disappeared. The attack had used a lot of myself. I fell to my knee, and for the first time, the bond I shared with Lydia trembled slightly. "Did you get him?" Tara asked. "Why'd you ask such a cursed question?" Miki complained. She had been right. As a moment later, the water parted and a form began to walk out of the pond. It was a furious-looking King Roth. Chapter 1542. It would have been too much to hope that the miasmic water would have sucked the soul right out of King Roth and killed him in an instant. He survived, but his body was badly beaten and bruised. Blood gushed from dozens of open wounds. He was still in his beast form, but he looked exactly like a drowned cat, miserable and pathetic. The form seemed to melt away as if the humiliation of the appearance was too much. Or maybe he no longer had the energy to power it. As he reached the shore, he stumbled a bit, landing on one knee. He looked up, but not at me. His eyes instead went to the naked women who had been tossed aside earlier. "Help me escape." His words that had once been filled with fierceness and aggression now sounded weak and pathetic. The girls had huddled together, partially hiding their nudity and partially just waiting to see the result of the match. Although they had heard him, they didn't respond. They just watched him, their feline eyes seemingly seeing everything. "What reason have you given them to help you?" I asked. "You've done nothing but use and abuse them." "They accepted it because they believed that you were infallible. However, you are not." He gave a weak chuckle. "You calling me infallible? That's rich. You've made all kinds of mistakes." "I have?" I nodded. "I've not given the women beside me the love they deserve. I've lost them. I've lost myself. However, they are still beside me. They are still with me. Our relationship isn't a one-way street. I love them, and they love me. You say a harem should be your power, but I disagree. They don't hold the power, and neither do you. You are their power. And they are your power, and together you are powerful. That is what the harem heroes of the past never understood." He looked up distantly, not showing any indication he had even heard me. After a second, he summoned all of his strength and roared again. His roar was weaker this time, but still seemed to echo the defiance and strength he once had. I said, "Get me out of here." "That's an order," he roared, and as they still didn't move, he added, "The person who gets me back to my dungeon will be my first for all eternity. I will put no other ahead of you." After a moment, First stood up. She was the only girl who could still walk who hadn't been stripped naked. This was because after King Roth had struck her, she hadn't gotten back up again until that moment. I watched, but something inside me said not to interfere. She walked across the battlefield, approaching her lord. When he saw her approaching, he sighed relief. "I knew you wouldn't abandon me." He gave a toothy grin. "You always were my first, I just didn't see it. Bring me out of here. Once we get to my dungeon, we will plot out revenge." "You will be my queen for sure." "Queen?" she asked. He nodded eagerly. "Yes, that's right. I will marry you. It will be official." "You'll be the official queen of Dia Shin." She leaned down, and he raised his hands to embrace her. Just as it looked like they would hug, she spoke. "I am already a queen." She kicked him. And King Roth went flying back into the pond. Chapter 1543. After kicking King Roth, First spun around, her tail lashing as she walked away, not saying another word. Slowly, King Roth got back up. This time, He crawled back to the shore on his hands and knees, his face stony and thunderous. You will all pay. For this insolence, he snarled. I wonder about that. I lifted an orb in my hands. As his eyes fell on it, he went white and grabbed for his robes. I had managed to grab his dungeon lore before. On the other hand, I pulled out another dungeon lore. That I had finally recovered. His lore was a little more substantial than mine, it seemed. My hand began to tighten on the lore. A cracking sound started to fill the air. No, he shouted. Raising out his hand, I used all of my strength, and the lore shattered. The pieces didn't fall to the ground, though. I began to absorb them the moment I crushed the lore. They began to float in place, but they started to give off a white light. But as soon as it was emitted, it was sucked into my dungeon lore. He let out a scream, grabbing his chest like he was in pain. Meanwhile, the pieces of his dungeon began to evaporate, being eaten by my dungeon. The process started slowly, but I increased the speed of absorption, and increasingly more lore was released and consumed. This had been my plan from the beginning. Although things hadn't gone as smoothly as I had hoped, it turned out in the end. Compared to the girls that my dungeon had absorbed earlier, this was far more mana. I could feel the energy of the dungeon quickly growing. And I had a feeling like my dungeon was reaching another sudden growth period. After this, the dungeon would become a much deeper dungeon, perhaps 30 to 40 levels rather than 20. The process took about 15 minutes, and King Roth shouted and writhed as his energy and his link to his dungeon was slowly drained to nothing. He was powerless to prevent it. To think, had he just left his dungeon lore in the dungeon under proper protection, he might have still had a chance. At the very least, when he died, the dungeon lore would have recreated a corrupted version of himself. Given his nature, he was sure to eventually break free of the dungeon and return to life. Lore could be a problem like that. This was exactly why I drained the lore before dealing with King Roth. I didn't want to end up having to kill him again as I did with Aberis. There was no saying there weren't other dungeons out there that had an imprint of King Roth in them, or Aberis for that matter. The more of their lore you destroyed, though, the less of their story could be passed on. At some point, they wouldn't even be the same person anymore, like what I had feared happened with Lydia when I saw half her soul destroyed. A copy of a future copy of King Roth might not even see themselves as a king or a harem master, or a lionkun for that matter. There was just no telling with these things. The last of the dungeon wisped away to dust, and my dungeon lore had seemingly grown several centimeters larger. Roth's dungeon has been absorbed. The dungeon battle has been concluded. Chapter 1544. Roth's dungeon was gone. I had been hoping for some kind of reward, but I didn't absorb the dungeon myself. The lore neither dispersed nor became a blessing that attached itself to my soul. The benefit instead came in the growth my dungeon would experience as it took in the rogue lore from Roth. As for the man himself, he remained there on his knees. He had gone from almost certain victory to defeat. It was bound to weigh him down. At this moment, I felt a separation, and Lydia and I separated. At one moment, we were together, and at the next moment, we were two people again. I felt extremely exhausted, but I was able to remain standing. My arm was still attached, and most of my wounds were healed. The massive amount of energy pumped into the dungeon had seemingly given me strength too. Lydia still held me like she didn't want to let go, and I held her back. After a long moment of silence, Roth raised his head. His once regal appearance had become haggard and filthy. His clothing was in shreds and covered in filth. His hair was matted and clumped. His face suddenly showed an age several decades greater than how he had looked before. He was a feeble old man who had been holding on to life desperately. And now he finally looked on the outside as the man on the inside. "You've taken everything from me," he spoke slowly, his voice sounding as old as he now appeared. "It appears that I cannot escape my fate after all," I sneered. "You are no hero." "Roth, I think that the entire notion of heroes is flawed. There is nothing I've seen from the many heroes that have fated them to be good people, or to even perform a positive influence on the world. Heroes are just another form of dungeon." That's ultimately what I had concluded. Dungeons came in many different forms, but the source of them was always the same. A lore that ran contrary to the nature of the world came to a bad end, and then became cursed. That lore was revised, relived, and revived until the lore became a jumbled mishmash of the true story. It desperately wanted to complete the story. To change a sad ending into a happy one. This was the case where the dungeon was a physical place, a soul world, or even an attachment. In a way, heroes were merely an externalized dungeon, reenacting the legend of a certain character type out every generation. "Then I was cursed," he responded. "A man who dies in a dungeon and is remade a monster cannot be held responsible." I bit my lip and shook my head. I had thought that might be the case once. I had thought that being attached to the mantle of a hero was a curse on people. They were fated to reach a bad end. That's what I thought. That's when I saw Faina's story. Faina blinked as I turned to her and smiled. It's ultimately a person's choices that make them the person they are. The hero lore is no different than the job lore. It finds someone already suited to accept this lore, and then it clings to them. The harem lore didn't turn you into the man that you are. The harem lore attached to you because of the man that you are. WH, what are you trying to say? Curses are neither good nor evil. They exist because they hope to fix what is broken. The hero lore is no different. It finds a path on a path to self-destruction, and it gives them the strength to overcome it. You could have changed your ending. You could have become a better man. You could have had a harem that stayed by your side, but you were so afraid of your fate that you caused your fate. That is the ultimate failing of the hero's mantle. It isn't the hero mantle that's the problem, but the failing of the people it selects. This is why I'll say it again. You are unsuited to be the harem hero. Chapter 1545. I see. So I am a failure. King Roth chuckled, his eyes turning to Astria. Oh. And look at you. Astria, Astria, Astria. It was so fun tearing off your wings. I see you've grown new ones. The old ones are hanging above my fireplace. Astria stiffened, making a disgusted face. Your filthy lips don't deserve to speak my name. It was so easy to poison Carr. He was so trusting. I also convinced him to have all of those affairs. I used to regale him with so many fanciful stories of harems. He desperately wanted to be just like me. Convincing him to tell me where he found that fairy water was easy, and even at the end. He never suspected it was me. I even altered his diary and manipulated his lore. I thought you'd run away from him. Then I could capture you and you'd make my fairy spring. I never thought you'd turn into Carr's soul into a dungeon. At the time, I believed your corrupted form would never be able to build a spring, so I left. I had never guessed such a thing could be done as a miasmic spring. Still, you were so easy. So stupid. Her eyes flashed. And then a moment she sniffed. I am not so foolish anymore. I won't be the one to kill you. His eyes flashed and then looked at Miki. You, Death Girl. I subjugated your entire people. I experimented on countless foxskin. You included. I am the one who spread the rumors that foxskin were connected to ghosts and inherently cursed. Only by forcing you all together was I able to concentrate your line and strengthen the spiritual tail trait. I couldn't have you breeding outside your species and diluting it. How could I? I wonder how many foxskin children died because of my actions. Miki raised her chin humph. I won't be the one to bring you death. He bared his teeth before shooting his gaze at Lydia. You should be dead. I hunted all of your variant species, wiped them out. To think some parent would go so far as to sell you into prostitution to keep you from me. I wonder how much money they paid the slave traders to label you as a catkin rather than a tiger-kun. You are fate as a slave. It was my fault. If I was never a slave, then I never would have met Master. Lydia smiled. By that reason, I should thank you. He let out a snarl, throwing his gaze at all of them. Kill me! I would have killed you! End my life! First. Second. Lionesses. I never loved you. I never cared about you. You never meant anything to me. Doesn't that infuriate you? Kill me! Each girl looked away, unwilling to match his eyes. They know what you are trying to do, I responded with a shrug. You want to die in my dungeon? Because if you die, your lore will be absorbed, and in some way, you'll still be an immortal. Even if it's in pieces, and even if it's just as a boss, you'll exist. Who knows? Maybe in time. you'd be able to overthrow me as the dungeon master and take control of the dungeon yourself. You do fear the end, King Roth. I lifted my hand, and the spear in the ground turned to light and flew toward me. When it reached my hand, it became a sword once again. Once again, King Roth's face became full of fear. And no, I am sorry. But your story ends here. I moved with an explosive speed, using Elysia not to strike his body, but to destroy his soul. The blade slashed through him in a flurry. I struck once, twice, and then a dozen times, cutting him over and over again. When I was finally finished, I pulled my sword back. His body didn't have a single piece of damage, but his expression had become white. He opened his lips, his last words coming out as a whisper. I was supposed to live forever. He collapsed to the ground, but he was dead before he hit it. Chapter 1546. As King Roth died, his body slowly turned to ash. There was a somber silence in the boss room. The place had been turned into a beautiful and lush environment that was as deadly as it was alluring. But all of that had been reduced to rubble at this point. Fortunately, unlike the battlefield outside, a dungeon could restore this kind of damage in a few hours. Master! Lydia threw her arms around me once again and kissed my cheek. I love you, I laughed. I love you too, Lydia. I love you too, Xiao declared, appearing right next to me. Oh, of course. I love you, I responded. And me? Miki appeared in front of me, her cheeks puffed. You too. I patted her head. Master, receive my love. I winced, holding up my hands. I am not strong enough to receive Celeste's love at the moment. That didn't stop two melons from landing on my face. Daughter! Don't think you should leave some room for Mommy? I felt another pair of breasts against the back of my head. Humph. Young women are so presumptuous, Shin snorted. They still need to learn not to smother Master like that. Shin is so wise. Ayla yappered. No one likes to be touched when they aren't in the mood. Then, can you stop fondling me? I refuse. There is nothing so great about being in that boob orgy anyway. Bernice sniffed. I agree. Sapphire nodded. Although she looked somewhat uncertain, I want to be there. Tara ran forward with her arms out, her feet causing thuds with every step. Wait! Ah! My spine! Tara picked up the entire group of other women around me and picked us all up. I am surprised you are not joining them. Fena! Oh. I am his maid. I wouldn't dare. Master! Selena dived in from the top. Damn big brain! Get lost! These C-class women should know their place, Xiao shouted. Girls, enough with the classes! I shouted, causing all of the girls clinging to me to look up in surprise. I know how every single one of you feels about me, and I love every single one of you. I will never have a first or a second. I don't accept B classes or A classes. I want to spend time with all of you, and no matter how long it takes, I will be there for all of you. Do you understand? Shell lowered her head. I understand. Faina, Bernice, Sapphire, Alea, Shin, all of you, get over here. Why, yes. Faina nodded. If you insist, Shin responded, her cheeks blushing. Shin's cute side is showing. Ilaya slapped her butt and followed. WH, who says I want to, Bernice crossed her arms. But she still found herself walking forward. Okay. Sapphire walked over as well. I hugged and kissed each of the girls in turn, and when I finished, I smiled at them. Maybe being immortal is the right idea. You agree with King Roth, Lydia gave a noise of disbelief. Well, I don't want to be immortal for myself, I responded. I want to be immortal, so I have the time to be with all of you. As much time as you want. As I said those words, I started to feel an itch on my leg. At that moment, I noticed that the spot where King Roth died had a small glowing orb. It wasn't the size of a dungeon orb, but it was still substantial. What is that? My eyes widened, causing the girls to part and turn to the orb. It suddenly flew at my leg, slamming into it. Kar's blessing has evolved into the Harem heroic mark. Harem Master has increased by 10 levels. True Hero has increased by 10 levels. Nearby Harem members will now gain extra dungeon points. For satisfying the Harem lore, you have gained 20 dungeon points. Lydia has gained 10 dungeon points. Astria has gained 10 dungeon points. Miki has gained 10 dungeon points. Celeste has gained 10 dungeon points. Tara has gained 10 dungeon points. Xiao has gained 10 dungeon points. Alea has gained 10 dungeon points. Shin has gained 10 dungeon points. Faina has gained 10 dungeon points. Bernice has gained 10 dungeon points. Sapphire has gained 10 dungeon points. Selena has gained 10 dungeon points. Well, that happened. I dusted myself off, taking the new lore much easier than I did in the past. So, as you all can see, you are all mine. And I will give you all my love. Ah, Master. What about these girls? Celeste asked, pointing behind her. There were another 30, some evolved fairies, all looking at me hungrily. Oh, get him! One of the girls shouted and pointed. I turned and ran, but I didn't make it far before I was dog-piled by my girls. Chapter 1547. I was saved at the last minute by Elia, who announced that the dungeon needed to close up for another evolution. As a result, we were all teleported out to the entrance to the dungeon. What is going on here? I heard a shrill voice cry out. I crawled out of the mob of fairy girls to see Ruby standing there next to an open-mouthed guild master. My eyes turned to the women around me. Most of them were naked. The girls who had been on my team were stripped by rival Harem as King Roth was nearing victory. And the girls on their team were stripped by Elysium, while I was wildly swinging the sword. The result was a group of 100 some beautiful naked women suddenly appeared just outside of Chom. We won. I just managed to get out. And what had an orgy Ruby put her hands on her hips angrily. This is... the guildmaster began as he stared at the scene in front of him. No looking! Ruby suddenly lashed out at him. Ah, my eyes! Ruby's blinding attack was brutal and final. If any other men are curious to get any closer. You two will lose your eyesight! She shouted. A group of soldiers that were marching out of Chom stopped, and then turned around and went back. It seemed like even the military was afraid of Ruby. I noticed that she didn't make any attempt to blind my vision. Wasn't I also a man, speaking of which? I checked out my soul world. While my soul world had become a lifeless husk of its former self, thanks to overdrawing my mana from it. That didn't affect the items stored within it. I had entire wardrobes in there for the women. I had tried giving every girl an inventory ring, but they kept being destroyed, along with all of the contents within. It hurt too much having to replace everything over and over again. Since my soul world was so substantial. The small cottage, which contained a replica of my bedroom, also contained a large walk-in closet and wardrobe for my girls. It was mostly filled with clothing from my world. Xiao had done some substantial shopping while we were there. And clothing had been purchased not just for Xiao, but all of the girls. Only Tara currently didn't fit in anything I had bought in. With the swish of my hand, I brought all of the girls present into my soul world, thus sparing them from roving eyes and the guildmaster from getting a second blinding. Ruby blinked when the entire crowd suddenly disappeared. I decided to toss her into my world as well. Xiao. Can you make sure everyone gets dressed? I send a message into my world? Yes. My world became somewhat active for a bit. I could see everything in my soul world. I could understand every physical part of a person in my world. I couldn't see into their souls unless I tried to merge with them, but I could determine their sizes, their weight, and many other things most women would rather not share. The exposure went the other way too. People in my soul world would get a sense of my emotions. If they damaged any part of the soul world, they would simultaneously damage my soul. That meant I couldn't just toss anyone into my world. Perhaps I shouldn't have thrown the rival harem girls in there, but I believed with their lord down, they also wouldn't cause any trouble. The same might not be said about their army, though. Although I had won against King Roth, it didn't mean everything was over just yet. Chapter 1548. What is the status on the enemy army? I asked. Spies reported there was some kind of fighting, but right now they're quiet. The guildmaster explained as I brought him back to my mansion. I had formed a small meeting with the relevant parties who weren't present in the boss room during the battle and informed them of the results. The mayor, Draven Nova, and Sapphire's mom were all present. Meanwhile, the girls were seemingly trying out clothing and acting quite relaxed. The bickering that had persisted the last few weeks had disappeared like smoke thanks to Lydia. I didn't know how she did it. But her very presence seemed to cause all of the other girls to look at her. The girls who weren't part of my harem were still given clothing, healed with potions, and patched up. I used mass resurrection in my soul world and brought back the other girls who had perished in my dungeon. Seeing the others they had stepped on, kicked away, or abandoned suddenly in front of them caused the surviving girls to have complicated looks. When it was finally revealed they had all lost and that their lord was dead, not a single girl cried. Rather, they just stared off into the distance, as if wondering what they would do next. I wasn't foolish enough to assume that every girl there would act properly in my soul world. I had my girls make a cell first, and they were resurrected inside that. The girls finished by tying them all up until every harem girl was tied up. It's possible that they aren't aware of what happened to King Roth, I finally answered. Should we send an envoy with the results? He asked. I think it'd be better to send the harem back. The beastkin will accept the word of other beastkin more readily. I am sorry, but is that wise? The mayor asked. According to you, those women were all very powerful. Most of their power was granted to them by his harem master Job. Plus, they were dependent on their lord's orders. Without him pushing them to work together, I believe most of the girls will leave. First and her lionesses are still a force to worry about, but given what happened in the end, I don't think they will cause any more trouble. I had already made my decision, so after a few words, they could only nod and accept it. I went out onto the lawn, and after I was confident everything was proper, I brought all of the girls back out again. I reached out and handed first a letter I had written with the help of the others. She looked at my hand for a moment, but didn't take it right away. It's a letter to whoever is in charge at the moment. I am releasing all of you. In exchange, I want peace. We will ride out to meet them tomorrow to discuss the end of this battle. I can't guarantee the catkin will just step aside. She spoke quietly. I nodded. Then convince them. Her eyes widened. But then she took the letter, and I had some of the girls escort them to the edge of town outside the wall before removing their restraints. Once the army of defeated women had marched away, I felt like going to my bed and resting for 1,000,000 years. As I said farewell to everyone and re-entered the mansion, I realized that there was one girl still by my side. Lydia, what is it? Is Master going to bed? Lydia asked. Yeah, with her cheeks reddened. Do I have to say it? I grinned. Reached over and picked her up, causing her to squeal. Not at all. Ah! Master! I kissed her roughly and then carried her the rest of the way to the bedroom. I was tired, but I wouldn't waste a second where I could be with the ones I loved. Chapter 1549. I couldn't return to my official bedroom, because that was in the dungeon which was currently undergoing a growth period. From the moment I had decided to put my dungeon there, we had known that this would be a problem. Which is why I had a second bedroom in the mansion itself. although it existed in the same interconnecting passage as Alea's bedroom. This naturally had prompted the rest of the girls to want their bedrooms down there as well. And now the entire underground passage feeding into the dungeon had become filled with bedrooms for each of the girls. It kind of made it feel like we were vampires or something, but magic lighting kept it bright enough. And being as it was underground, I didn't have to worry about it getting too hot or too cold. If anything, it's at just a bit colder, which turned out to be just the right temperature to motivate the girls to climb into my bed at night. It also was the safest place in the city, should some disaster strike us and the mansion was blown away. Such a predicament might have seemed ridiculous to me a few months prior, but after seeing how powerful my enemies could become, I realized there was a real risk. Once we had dealt with the lingering threat from Dioshan, I would discuss upgrading our defenses. The church had once surrounded Chom with a spiritual barrier that restricted the dungeon's growth and kept the spirits from leaving and causing trouble on the border of Abaris. I believed that there had to be some kind of way to create a similar barrier around Chom that would protect it from magical attacks and armies. Terra's city wall was good for simple monsters, but I always wanted to power a defensive barrier that could withstand the igniting of a dungeon core master. And none of that was particularly important as I stood there at that moment with Lydia in my arms. I gently laid her down in my bed, and then I reached out and stroked her hair. She looked up at me, her eyes lacking any hesitation or nervousness. I thought back to the first time we had ever been together. It was right after we defeated Mina's dungeon. We were tired, scared, and alone. It was just the two of us against an insurmountable world. Back then, our love was new and childish. We were like teenagers, easily giving our hearts because we had no experience. We had only known each other for a week, and it was hard to say if our love was genuine or rushed and foolish. She had given herself to me out of fear that she would never have another chance, and I had taken her out of naivety. There were likely plenty of relationships that had fallen apart right there. And even our relationship had been brutally pulled apart, just as it bloomed due to the pettiness of Otto Tybolt. Yet, I had bought her back, and even if I gypped myself and took on a bit more risk, I had never regretted my decision. The pair of us were no longer like that young and naive couple. It may have only been half a year or so later, but the both of us had experienced so much, together and apart, and it had matured us to far beyond that inexperienced couple. We both looked different. Lydia had matured and aged a little, her body becoming toned and slick. Her facial features more mature and less childish. Her hair had deepened in color, the light black stripes had darkened, and the orange becoming richer. I had changed as well. I was no longer the chubby little boy who lacked confidence. Our changes weren't skin deep. We had also matured mentally as well. We both understood loss and understood what love truly meant. Our love had deepened to a point where we both knew we'd be together forever, and there was nothing that would ever change that. I understood Lydia, and she understood me. Our souls were irrevocably linked. With a touch, I brought her clothing and my own into my soul world, stripping us naked instantly. With that, we fell into the bed together. Chapter 1550. Lydia spread her legs excitedly, exposing her small pink slit and the black and orange stripes of her pubic hair. I leaned forward on top of her, my hands stroking the smooth skin of her inner thigh. She let out a gentle moan, her hands moving down and spreading herself openly, as if to show me that it was all for me. The first time we had made love, she had sucked on my cock to get me ready. This time, I'd be the one to make her ready. The pleasure was all mine. I licked my lips, feeling like, at this point, it was all mine, and I could do anything to it that I wanted. I wrapped my arms around her legs, grabbing onto them rightly, and then pulled her body to my face. I buried my face between her legs, smelling the sweet scent of her lust. My lips began to suckle on her clit and lips, my tongue occasionally slipping out to diss her before sucking again. Her pussy quickly became wet with lust, and I slurped down her juices without restraint. Ah, 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 master! Her body quivered at the feel of being touched down there once again after such a long time. As much as the girls denied it, they all had quite a strong sexual appetite, and my sweet little tigress was perhaps the hungriest of all of them. She often spent so much time worrying about the sexual satisfaction and sexual health of everyone else. But this was a day where I decided she needed to be spoiled instead. I began to suck harder and harder, using my tongue more strategically to target all of her erogenous zones. No, master. If you lick me there, on. I am coming! My tongue darted back and forth. Lydia was so tasty, I couldn't help myself. Even Lydia couldn't prepare herself for the intense orgasm. When we first met, Lydia might have been the sexually educated one, but I had gotten a lot of experience since then. More than that, our souls had united. And I had learned about every aspect of Lydia, inside and outside. That included her sexual weaknesses. I knew exactly how to drive her crazy. Lydia back-arched wildly as she came. But I knew my little tigress wasn't the kind of girl who came and then needed a break. Rather, how could I let her break when she was so tasty I sucked her more and more, bringing her labia into my lips and lashing my tongue out in circles. Ah, on, ah. Please. Ah. I was sucking her so hard, and her pussy was so juicy that loud slurping noises filled the air. They were only broken by the sounds of Lydia screaming powerful moans. She remained in a state with her back perpetually arched for several minutes, and it was hard to say where one orgasm ended and the next began. It was a continual stream of pleasure that lasted for an eternity. Please. Master. I need you inside me. I want Master's dick, she moaned lewdly. It had only been a few minutes. But she had already reached a point where she couldn't stand it anymore. Her hands had grabbed my shoulders, and she was desperately trying to pull me up onto her so that it was a better position for penetration. I could have resisted. She didn't have the strength, especially under the onslaught of my continued suckling, but I allowed her to be willful. This moment was all about my Lydia, and I would let her have what she wanted. I let her pull me up onto her. As soon as she got me eye level, her legs wrapped around me, even as her body continued to twitch and shake. She immediately kissed me, a sloppy and desperate kiss that lacked the usual skill. She had truly lost control of herself for a moment, falling into lust and lacking the professionalism of her former training. She started to lick my chin and lips, even as she moaned and shivered, tasting herself on me. Her hands had also grabbed onto my back, scratching it as she recovered. She only just started to get her breath when I decided it was time to keep going. I reached down and positioned my cock against her pussy. The head of my dick rested between her pussy lips, and with a single push, I'd have my tigress once again. Just as I was about to do it, Lydia reached down and grabbed my dick, stopping me from thrusting into her. "What's wrong?" I asked, a bit confused. "Master, I think. After touching souls like that, and the current state of my body, if we do this, I'll get pregnant." I hadn't thought of it before, but she was probably right. I had never worried too much. Harem master and pervert included skills that reduced the chances of pregnancy. And Anam-Malkin and human couplings were already less likely to produce a child. My dungeon skills had also opened up a few sexual skills, including protections against STS and pregnancy. In short, I wouldn't have a baby unless I was ready, but I didn't tell the girls that. Oh. That? I hesitated a second before smiling. I am okay with that. I went to push into her, but she blocked again. A helpless look on her face. I want to have Master's baby, but I don't believe now is a good time. I was hoping to have some fun teasing her with the possibility of pregnancy, but she had such a serious look. I guessed I was going to have to be honest. "Lydia, that's why I want Master to put it in my butt. My butt. You can come in it, and I won't get pregnant." Lydia nodded, a proud look on her face like she had come up with a solution. Anal sex. My voice rose slightly. Leave it to Lydia to discover another first. Of all my experiences, I had never done that with a girl. I knew it existed from porn back home, but as a young naive kid, it always came off as a bit gross. A few of the women, particularly Alea, had implied it was on the table from time to time. But I had never had the guts to request it. Since the girls had never brought it up, then it just never happened. As I was struggling to decide whether I should tell Lydia the truth or go for the butt, she put her hand gently on my face. "I want this, Master. I want Master to fill all of my holes." "Oh, okay." I didn't know how else to respond. I pulled away slightly, and then Lydia scooted down. Rather than turning around, she lifted her butt, raising her legs until they were almost over her head. Looking down, I could see more than her pink pussy, but also that tight little hole. I gulped, but just before putting my head down there, I recalled that it still needed some lube. I stuck a finger into her pussy and then scooped out her love juices before smearing them around her other hole. She had come so hard earlier that a lot had already leaked down there, but I wanted to make extra sure. My finger slid inside her. "Ah," she gasped. Are you okay?" I asked worriedly. "Master is fine." "Keep going," she responded eagerly. I continued to use her pussy fluids to lube up her butthole. I occasionally let my finger slid inside and feel around inside there. It wasn't as fleshy as her pussy, and the hole was somewhat tight. I wasn't confident my dick would fit. But it wasn't like I had never seen such a thing in the manga. I knew that it was possible. Thus, I lined my cock up with her ass and then started to apply pressure. Her hole began to wide, stretching out as I forced my way in. Her teeth clenched, but when I hesitated, she only gave me a reassuring nod. I pushed my way deeper, and the hole stretched around the head and then swallowed it completely. Master is so big," she panted. I carefully started to ease it the rest of the way in, taking her little by little. When I finally had it all the way in, she was breathing hard, her hand pushing against the headboard like she was afraid she'd be pushed off the top of the bed. It was extremely tight and warm, a feeling that was completely unlike anything else. I began to push in and out of her, moving slowly and gently. "Ah! Yes! Yes! Keep going," she moaned. I put one of my hands on her pelvis and then held onto it tightly, resting my thumb on her clit. As I continued to thrust into her, my finger began to rub her clit. This stimulation, along with the thrusting in her butt, seemed to cause her intense pleasure. She stopped clenching her teeth, and her mouth opened as she let out low moans with just a hint of a feline meow in them. "Faster." "Master, I want it faster." She just managed to get out. I did as she wanted, thrusting faster and faster. The feeling was incredible and unique, and it was something we were doing because we had grown comfortable with each other. I leaned down and kissed Lydia, my shoulders pressing down against her legs, putting her in a position where she was nearly folded in half. "Ah, master. I am going to come." "Me too," I admitted. Moving faster and faster. I was taking her, but at nearly the speed that I'd normally do her vagina. Meanwhile, my thumb blurred over her clit, stimulating it to the max. I could feel her pussy contract, clenching on nothing while she was being filled by the rear end. I could still feel the twitching on my dick. And it was just enough that it stimulated me as well. I started to orgasm, shooting white stuff deep inside her. As this happened, My soul and her soul seemed to grow closer together. I finished alongside Lydia. The pair of us fell to the side, holding each other, her backside to me, as we drifted off to sleep just like that. Chapter 15:51. When I woke up after spending time with Lydia, I realized that I was alone. My tail beaten happily against the bed. Wait! I had a tail again, at some point, while we were sleeping. Our souls must have snapped back together again? I thought this would be a difficult thing that could only be done in a rare circumstance. But I had merged again. Well, we did just have sex, but it wasn't even normal sex. So was that okay? It seemed we could merge from the front and the back. Well, it was fine. It wasn't like Lydia was gone. She was inside me. I could feel the signature of her soul wrapped around my own. Our combining had seemingly healed all of the damage to my soul, and also repaired my lost arm. With just this much rest, I felt like I was back to my full ability, and if another King Roth appeared, I'd be able to fight him too. That was good because we still had the army to deal with. Before I had any longer to dwell on it, I heard a knock at the door. Yes, the door opened a crack and Faina poked her head inside. Master! I've been told to instruct you that the Daishin army is on the move. I understand. I had shut down my slave communication while spending time with Lydia, so this was the easiest way to contact me. Elia and some of the others knew ways to bypass that and connect through other communication skills that acted exactly like slave communication. But they were respectful of my privacy. I got up and dressed quickly. There wasn't a place for the tail, so I made do the best I could and ripped a hole in it. I could always use repair later to fix it. I headed to the entrance to the mansion, where everyone else was already waiting for me. If things went bad today, then rather than an end to the battle, we could be in a fight for our lives. I didn't feel as worried as I once had, though. I knew that there was still reason to worry, but I felt at peace. All of my girls were back at my side, and the enemy had lost their strongest person. The group of us left the mansion and then met with the army. We had managed to recall most of the army pretty quickly with portals last night. The idea was to show our strongest presence. If we met them with just a handful of us, they wouldn't respect us. That's what Elia had said. This was a formal show of force and negotiation. It was similar to what Abaris and the Ost Republic had been doing when I had returned from the illusory sword dungeon. The idea had been to discuss peace, and only if peace failed would the battle begin. In this case, peace was dependent on Eliana's marriage, but even then, Lord Abaris had always intended to backstab them. Hopefully. Things went a bit smoother this time. It wasn't long before our entire force was lined up just outside of Chom. Meanwhile, their forces began to emerge from the forested area. If the Osterians hadn't been clearing out the wilderness and pushing it back the last few months, we wouldn't have even had room to line up both armies. They would have been on our doorsteps. At that point, the girls and I began to ride out into the center spot between the two armies. They began to come out too, riding on those strange cat creatures. When I saw the man in the front, I couldn't help but let out a noise of surprise. Lord Duran, Chapter 1552. To my surprise, it was the Wolfkin faction leader, Lord Duran, who was riding in the front of their entourage. There were many others alongside him, including the Rabbitkin, Foxkin, and Murinikin. It was pretty easy to guess what happened. As soon as he reached earshot, I spoke up. Akuduran smiled. Stroking his smoothly shaved chin, I had only seen glimpses of him before while under King Roth's care. And he had looked rather haggard and beaten. He had managed to heal himself and clean up pretty nicely. You weren't the only person I sent messengers to when I saw things going south, Lord Duran explained. The Rabbitkin and Murinikin had negotiated a ceasefire. But after I revealed to them the true story of what happened with the experimentation, as well as Lady Death, they were all too willing to move while his back was turned. The other tribes had already taken one of the worst losses of their lives fighting you. And once I leaked King Roth's true motives, the completely demoralized. Their true motives? I asked, suddenly feeling a bit anxious. That this was all a pissing contest. That he was jealous another man was called a better harem master than him. He responded, a small twinkle in his eye. I didn't know if he knew more than he was letting on, but that didn't matter. On the surface, pulling his army back and fighting harem to harem truly did make it seem like this was just King Roth's big ego. I didn't think we had done much damage, I responded. Unlike the Murinikin and the Rabbitkin, whose ability to breed is similar to humans, most beastkin have reduced breeding. When it comes to the bearkin and beastkin, they can barely breed fast enough to maintain a steady population. They aren't prepared to throw their lives away needlessly. So every death was a blow to them. Even if those people are resurrected, the damage they sustain can affect future breeding. The tribes are not particularly united by a strong bond, and when a tribe's livelihood is damaged, it doesn't take a lot for them to turn. So, Roth had already lost his throne before we even fought, I responded, feeling a bit bitter over how hard we had to fight. Well, it was true that they were demoralized. But it was only when the remains of his harem returned with the announcement that he was dead that the official surrender occurred. A few loyalists tried to cause trouble last night, but they were quickly subdued. And they made joking, "No, not at all. I am only leading because I am the one who knows you personally." He let out a laugh and leaned closer. If I am being honest, the other tribes are kind of frightened of you now. You defeated King Roth one-on-one. His former gave a free account of everything that happened, and it was enough that they wanted me to sue for peace. His words were picked up by some of those behind him, who gave frowns, unhappy with his words, but didn't choose to argue against them. Sue for peace. I contemplated. Doesn't that mean we get to discuss the terms? He smirked, showing his canine teeth. Why, yes. We do. Chapter 1553. Since it was the Animalkin pushing for peace, then I was in a place where I could make requests. I crossed my arms and smiled. Perhaps I was overdoing it. As the Animalkins from the rodent family looked like they were about to pass out, it was remarkable they managed to rally themselves to go against King Roth in the first place. Then again, they had been depending on me weakening Roth enough and destabilizing the army enough. I was sure if he came back victorious, they would have quickly bowed down. For freeing them from their tyranny, I felt a little entitled to something. All right. I have 3 demands for peace, I spoke frankly. Those behind him tensed, but he nodded as if he expected this. Speak. First, the entirety of the wilderness will be recognized as my territory by Daeshin. Not Aberus is territory. Mine. It wasn't that I didn't trust Prince Edward, but I felt like having Daeshin uniquely acknowledge my ownership of the land ahead of Aberus would put me in a safer position. There was a time where I never would have considered such things, so I felt a bit proud of myself for that one. It wasn't something I had been told by Elia, but had come up with on my own. That sounds reasonable. He responded with a short nod. Second, I want a passageway of safe travel through Daeshin to Jespain. For any merchant or trader coming out of Cham. Those words caused the men in the back to let out cries of surprise. Outrageous! We can't! This was a unique time where I had all of the tribes gathered at once. They could work out some safe paths that people could travel. A trade route to Jespain where none existed before would be a major game changer for the eastern continent. Duran lifted his hand to silence their bickering. We'll do it. The others looked uncomfortable. But once again they shut their mouths. The third option is the easiest, I responded. I want your alliance. Our alliance, a promise. From all 12 tribes, there will be a time when trouble will come. And the world will be in danger. I want all of you to ride with me and to defend our world. He frowned, not sure how to respond. Do you know of some threat? We can speak on it later. For now, I just need a promise that when I call, you'll fight. I believe I can convince them, but it won't be for some political reason. When the time comes, you'll know. I knew this last one was vague, but I knew Twilight would be coming. When she did, perhaps they would help either way, as they wouldn't have a choice. But I imagined all 12 tribes fighting separately. If we were going to survive what was to come, then we needed to fight alongside each other. That's why I made such an agreement. Then, I accept all 3 terms on behalf of the Animalkin of Daeshin. Duran put out his hand. I reached out and shook it. And upon that the other lords and ladies watching seemed to relax considerably. That was until a group of armed women suddenly barged past them. My girls tensed as the lioness queen and a group of about 20 lionesses walked up around Duran. He frowned as he turned to them. What is the meaning of this? He demanded. First ignored him, instead of falling to her knees. My lord, I've finished my task and return for further orders. Ha! I blinked. All of the other lioness is suddenly prostrated in front of me as well. My lord, I am not your lord. She looked up and then bit her lip. I see. Then you'd rather we be slaves. Very well. Then I will call you master. Hey now. Yes, master. All 20 girls said in unison. I have a feeling I am not involved with this. Duran suddenly patted himself and gestured for the animalkin to turn around and leave. Have a good day, Deke. Why? Where are you going? Take them with you. We follow the strongest, First declared. My lord is the strongest. You are also a catkin, so it's only right that we follow you and become your mates. Mate! I jumped back. Hey! I am not a catkin. This tale. It's just situational. It doesn't matter. You, Lydia. You and her, you are one. Our loyalty to the both of you will be undying. You mean until you find someone stronger? And no? Her cheeks turned pink. Pressing her fingers together. We happen to know Master is very kind to his women, so we too do not want to be thrown away. That's why. Whether you are a man or a woman or anything else, we'll keep Master happy. I've been wondering that too. Miki suddenly spoke up. Master and Lydia have bonded again. What about it? Tara asked. Does that mean? That Master is a foot all the girls froze, and many eyes suddenly fell on my crotch. I felt a sudden intense predatory instinct. Like a gazelle, I began to run. Get him! I only made it a few steps before the girls were on top of me. They pulled down the pants and... Master is a woman, a vagina. They looked up to see breasts and then a blushing girl. You can be rough. If you want. Ah. It's just Lydia. They split up again. The naughty Lydia was into the play. While I wasn't, so our souls parted once again. I ended up phase, shifting away just in time. In the future, I'd have to be careful about when and where I soul bonded. With a sigh, I got and bushed myself before returning to Chom. There he is! As I walked back to Chom, I was followed by 20 lionesses. It seemed like my life was only getting more complicated. Chapter 1554. Master, you must take a bath. Master. Bath with me. Master, I am dirty. Clean me. Stupid, you are supposed to clean Master. Instead of waking up in the arms of several beautiful women, I woke up with several little girls on top of me. Each one of them had exotic colored hair, not unlike the Fae. However, they weren't that mysterious race from overseas that had once preceded humans as the dominant species on this planet. These were little girls that Astria had once experimented with, attempting to turn human beings into fairies. She had eventually explained to me her logic. In Gaia's world, Mana was a substance that connected the world with the people in it. It needed to be continuously consumed to keep the world working. Mana allowed people to level and earn jobs and cast spells. It was responsible for the vague concept of experience, which was why killing monsters netted you so much. Fairies were the native species of such a world, and while base fairies were closer to an insect, with a queen bee that controlled all of the drones, they were also capable of growing and evolving into other beings by accumulating mana and molding it into new forms. These evolutions affected how the fairies could create mana. A sylph could create mana with wind, while a dryad extracted it from trees. It wasn't clear to me exactly how they did this, and they weren't even able to describe it. It'd be like me explaining how I breathed. I also didn't understand how the new fairy was made. It had something to do with fairy dust, which seemed to be like catnip for fairies. Ultimately, Astria's goal had been to create more fairies like Celeste, who was a half-human, half-fairy. She thought that if she could make such powerful fairies like her daughter, she'd be able to take back the mana stream and rescue her daughter from it, unlawfully taken from Royal Road. This story should be reported if seen on Amazon. However, then I appeared and put a stop to her experiment. The little girls were healed and returned to their homes, only for them to turn out abnormal. First, their hair turned different colors. Then, they started exuding strange abilities, ranging from about 8 to 13. Their parents didn't know how to handle the little girls, and they somehow ended up being hired by Faina, who was training them to be maids. They are neither fairies nor humans. They are different from the evolved fairies. Another product of her experiments, but I didn't use them in my battle for obvious reasons. Now, about a half-dozen little girls in maid outfits were crawling all over me. I probably did stink a bit. I had been resting while the dungeon was growing and things were settling down. I was alone in bed because now that most of the girls were all back, they agreed they couldn't do anything until Tara got her body back. It'd be pitiful if she had to watch the other girls have fun while she couldn't even get in the bed with me. Well, that didn't stop the girls from sneaking into my bed for a romp, but that was a secret. Xiao was a master of sneaking in the darkness, and Celeste could literally become any size and even become invisible. Mickey could alter people's minds and walk by any guard who wouldn't remember her passing. As for Lydia, she also had her ways. Fine, let's go bath. Yay. Chapter 1555. It's not like I am a pervert. Despite what a certain job that had just recently reached level 40, despite me avoiding equipping it said, rather, I bathed with the little maids because Faina would often get too enthusiastic bathing me and then make a mess. It was better with the little girls exactly because I didn't get excited. Rather, it felt a bit like I was preparing my mind and heart for the birth of my children. Of course, I still hadn't found Raisa. And Eliana was busy in another country, stabilizing it after I inadvertently stripped them of half their infrastructure. So, every morning, I'd bathe with the little girls. I'd make bubbles to hide anything indecent, and they would bounce and play. Incidentally, they started looking forward to it and started demanding daily baths. The thing was, as partial fairies, they didn't get dirty very easily, so there was no reason. I was usually the dirty one, and that had more to do with the dirty things I did with the girls. The maids had started calling aunties. I got up, making sure to keep my unmentionables from the prying eyes of the girls. They were extremely curious, so I had to be extra careful. As I opened the door, another headache appeared, saluting to me. "My Lord Master," the lioness queen declared. "I am not your master," I said for the 100th time. "Another bath, master. We can bath you." "Master! I hate water!" The other lionesses shot a deathly look at the descender, who blushed. But if it's master." "It's okay. The maids will handle it," I responded, trying to edge my way around the lionesses. "Master!" "I've come to understand that you have a particular taste for little girls," the lioness queen declared. "That's not the conclusion I want you to understand. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. That's why I've prepared a proper lion con for my lord." She pushed a girl out in front of her. It was a little girl around 8, but she was a lionkin dressed in a bathing suit. "What is this?" I cried out. One of the lionesses poked the little girl, staring at me with wide eyes. "Sister, say the line." My lord, I am mentally prepared to give myself in service of you." She spoke the rehearsed line nervously. "I am not interested. My lord, you agreed to allow us to be your bodyguards." "Correct. That's certainly what Elia and Lydia convinced me to do," I muttered. "There could be assassins in the pool." "If you won't allow us to bath with you, we must have at least one guard on the inside." "A guard." I raised my eyebrow. "I've trained her personally. In just another 10 years, she was going to join the rest of the lionesses for that former man. She has talents in every area." The lioness queen spoke proudly. "Go on, sister, show him." Another cat girl, I think she was third, poked her once again. Sister wasn't a title that the lioncun called each other either. By their similar appearance, I was pretty sure that was her sister. "I am fierce." The girl made a pose, her nails coming out as she let out a cat roar. Roar, compared to the roar the queen could deliver on her own, which was ear-splitting. There was mostly a squeak. I looked away, my face turning wooden. It was extremely adorable. I started to shake my head when her sister leaned forward. "Switch to plan B." The little girl looked up at me tearfully. "Am I not wanted?" My cheek twitched. Fine. I'll take her." The lionesses cheered excitedly. I wasn't a pervert. I just had a weakness for little girls. Wait. That's not what I meant. Chapter 1556. Ah. My lord. "Are you okay? You are doing it wrong?" One of the maid girls scoffed, You shouldn't use your claws to clean his back. I nodded. Perhaps it wasn't so bad. The maid girls could help train the lioness girl. Maybe she'd end up growing up sweeter and more gentle than the other lionesses. Although they were bodyguards, they got pretty forceful at times and didn't like to be told no, as much as King Roth talked crap about my harem. His girls could also be willful. Lydia had given me some insight into that too. They were testing me out and learning their limits. I had to give them a firm hand, or they might start walking all over me. I felt like I was a new pet owner who just brought a cat home from the pound. The problem was that there were 20 of them, and they wouldn't hesitate to use any means to get what they wanted. Despite all that, Lydia could get them to behave instantly. They never acted up around her. I wished she wasn't busy. Her god soul had only just been put together before she raced to me. It wasn't stabilized yet, and her master had seemingly taken off after she chose to leave on her own. Our soul merging had helped stabilize it for a time, but she still had a lot of work and healing. Other than rest and drinking fairy water, Miki was also helping her to halves become truly united again. This meant that they were out. All of the girls had found things to spend their time doing. They all had found hobbies. Most of the things needed doing, so I couldn't complain, but I seemed to be the only one who didn't have anything to do. It had been nearly a week since King Roth was defeated, and I was starting to feel antsy just sitting around. That's why I decided I was going to go to the capital today. I could find out where Carmen was and see if they had any information about Raisa or Cilicia. I could also find out how Eliana was doing. Unauthorized reproduction. This story has been taken without approval. Report sightings. I am sorry. How are you supposed to do it? The Lion-kun girl asked. Naturally, you use your chest. I felt skin press against my back, and I straightened slightly. Really, like this, I felt more skin press against my back. You have to use a lot of soap, and then you go up and down like this. My expression started to wither. Are you sure it's working? This is Mistress Fena's top-level technique. She naturally taught it to me. She says I am promising, the maid girl behind me declared. Fena's top-level technique was one I was also familiar with. However, these girls were lacking the assets that made it work so well. Fena could even scrub both of my shoulders at once. That wasn't the problem here. What was the head maid teaching her students Thursday then? I'll defeat you. Ho ho. It's on. Even the youth seemed to have some healthy rivalry. I just wished the competition didn't involve cleaning me. Chapter 1557. I wanted to swing by the capital of Aberys to see how things were going. But I definitely didn't want to take a retinue of 10 lionesses with me. That was how many protected my door and followed me around the mansion. The one time I went outside, that number blew up to 20. Bodyguards. Bodyguards. In the past, you were just an adventurer and a small Time Lord for a little city in the middle of nowhere. However, once Daishen opens up, Chom will become a major trading hub between the West and the East. It wouldn't be wrong to say that this city will become the center of all commerce in the southern part of the continent. Elia explained. As seriously, you have a close relationship to the king, even impregnating his sister, who now happens to be seemingly running the Ost Republic. You are also close allies with the Wolfkin tribe and even have made all of Daoshin. Every tribe owe you a personal favor. You've gained the loyalty of the Osterians, the Deep Dwarves, and even the Foxkin. There's not that many Foxkin. There weren't until the experiments got out. I just received news that the entire Foxkin tribe has decided to relocate. Where she lowered her eyes at me, and I blushed slightly. Yeah. They will be moving to Ninetails. Ninetails? That's the city the Foxkin built. They built a city. Have you been paying attention at all? She demanded in an exasperated voice. I hadn't been paying attention close enough. It seemed like every time I looked, something new was happening. Did the Osterians name the location they were staying as well? The Osterians didn't remain as distant from Chom as the Foxskins, since they were trying to push the boundary to the west? The Foxkin had positioned themselves safely to the south of Chom and southwest of Chom's crossing. That meant I had officially founded 4 cities. If I include Dalarith, which Bernice had returned to, that was 5 cities in the west. Well, only Alarith and Chom were of sufficient size. Then again, depending on how many Foxkin migrated to this Ninetails, it might end up being a fairly large city too. Were the 2 cities to close, they might merge into 1 city eventually. That's what would probably end up happening to Chom's crossing. It'd one day become a suburb of Chom. Especially since my palace was between the 2. If you stumble upon this tale on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. Alea sighed as she saw me deep in thought and continued. As the Lord? It's not just likely you'll be promoted to Duke, but your power might be on the same level as King Aberys. You are exaggerating. I am not, Elia sniffed. You are just going to have to come to accept it. You are a person of interest. If the Imperial Cloud Metho wasn't looking for you before, they certainly are now. With notice come dangers. Dangers like assassinations and plots. You experienced on in the Ost Republic? Had you had bodyguards? Just a thing wouldn't have happened as you dying on the illusory sword dungeon and your soul bonds being cut. I can call my party. They are all busy now, working on tasks to help you, Master. They can't be available around the clock to watch after you. That's why you need a small, organized team to protect you. For that, the Lionesses are your best bet. They are powerful, organized, and loyal. That was ultimately how they were assigned as my bodyguards. However, compared to being around the women I loved, the Lionesses were more of an irritation. Thus, after my bath, I opened up a portal in the changing room. That was the one place I wasn't being watched by lionesses or maids. Of course, my girls were always a slave communication and a portal away, but the lionesses could cool it. I stepped through the portal and closed it. With a sigh of relief, I opened the door from my master bedroom in Chom, only to find a girl with purple hair right in front of me. She looked to only be about 13. The girl immediately gave a curtsy. "Master has arrived. Capital Head made at your service." "We're in the capital." A small voice came from behind me. I jumped and turned around to see the little Lionkin girl. She had somehow followed me through the portal. It wasn't easy being a lord. Chapter 1558. "I am going to the church," I said stiffly. "I will go with you." The little Lionkin girl declared, "I will as well." The 13-year-old fairy girl added. "Why do you need to go?" I cried out toward the maid girl. "Neither of you need to come." "My lord," first said a lioness, "must guard you at all times." "You left everyone else behind? I must guard my lord?" The Lionkin girl squeaked. "Master, Mistress Faina said that when Master is in the capital, I must attend to him at all times," the maid cried. "She only just let me on my own to watch this household. She only just gave me enough trust to watch this property yesterday. I wasn't expecting Master so soon, but I'll do my best." "Okay." I looked at her consideringly. The young woman seemed to turn red under my gaze. It seemed like Faina had been impatient to get both properties watched. And so she sent one of her oldest students to clean the seemingly abandoned property as a test run. It certainly needed cleaning after months of abandonment. There were signs she had only just started cleaning recently. The maid noticed the dubious look on my face and grew frantic. "Master, I have experience with house cleaning." When I raised an eyebrow, she continued, "My parents died when I was young, and no one paid their resurrection fee, so I was sent to the orphanage. I lived in the capital's orphanage to fund it. The old which there would send us to clean the properties of rich merchants and lords. A perverted lord took a liking to me. And the next thing I knew, I was being sold." Why is your story so sympathetic? This text was taken from Royal Road. Help the author by reading the original version there. No, it's okay. She forced a smile on her face. Just before I was sold, all of the slaves were suddenly purchased by Master. We were taken to Chalm's Crossing and freed. Of course, I had nowhere to go and no one needed cleaning. Thankfully, before I starved to death, Mother Fairy came and rescued us. Mother Fairy. Mother Fairy must have been what they called Astria. But her story was still really sad. Even though she was saved from some noble, her story still led her to be an experiment. After that, Mistress Faina found us and offered us all jobs in Master's mansion. She finished before pointing her thumb at her chest. That's why I must work hard so that I am never thrown away again. My heart hurt. I looked over at the Lionkin. Please say your story was less depressing. Of course. the Lion-Kun girl declared confidently, crossing her arms. I lived a very happy life. That's good. My sister and I were forcefully taken from our parents at a young age. I was put into a program where I had to make my first kill by 5. Lionesses must compete for being the top. It's cutthroat. And death is common. I lived with my life on the edge, allowing me to reach level 30, even though I am only 9. I only experienced death twice. Ha, of course. I was also trained in the sexual arts. It's all in preparation, so when I came of age and was given to King Roth, if I didn't work myself to death, then there was a real risk I would have also been thrown away, which is why I'll do my bodyguard duty properly. That was how I ended up walking through the capital adjoined with two lowly, young children. Chapter 1559. Deke, it's a pleasure to see you again. A man appeared at the entrance to the church. Oh, hi. You... The guy sighed. You don't remember me, do you? Yeah. I know. You are... that guy. Carl. Carl. Right, the one who likes big breasts. That's right? He laughed, but then eyed the two girls behind me. I see you didn't offer the church any honors today. Be nice, they're children. I coughed. Humph. That's for those lolicons in the south. Church of the Daughter Pa. The way they treat children sickens me. He went to spit. But seeing the girls looking frightened, he stopped and tried to smile at them. It's okay. Our church still sees children as innocent. Hey, you girls wouldn't be interested in boob enlargements? Would you boob, the Lion-Kun girl asked. Enlargements, the maid finished. Yes, I've been working on the spell right here. Carl! I stopped him from looking in his pocket and possibly doing things that might bring experience to my pervert job unexpectedly. I am here to find Carmen. Carmen? Ah, that's right. She did come back here a few months ago. Ah. But she left shortly after that. You'd need to talk to Mar. There was a loud thump, and then Carl collapsed on the ground motionless. Behind him was Mary, wearing a priestess robe that showed her fantastic attributes. Hello, Deke. It has been a long time since I've seen you. However, there have been so many rumors about you. These last few months, I feel like you've been near. She spoke in a sultry voice, leaning toward me flirtatiously. This novel is published on a different platform. Support the original author by finding the official source. Ah. Is that so? I couldn't help but blush. Mary had a way about her. It was like she could brighten up a room with her headlights just by walking into it. I meant, when she talked excitedly, you could see the jiggle of her excitement. That's not right either. She was adorably enchanting. She was one of a pair. Oh, forget it! However, I guess I am not the one you came to visit. She stood back up, her breasts bouncing as she put on a pouty face. You are looking for Carmen, right? I am, I admitted, strangely feeling a bit regretful that I hadn't been there for Mary. Well, it's true that she came. She wanted to challenge herself and grow stronger and thought we might be able to give her a challenge. That's why I sent her to the Tearfall Isles. The Tearfall Isles, I blinked. Yes. It's an archipelago of islands just south of the Ost Republic. You used to have to go through Esmore to get there. But I heard the borders between Oberies and the Ost Republic have been opened recently. That was right. I had seen those islands on a map before, but I had always thought they were just a part of the Ost Republic. I didn't realize they were their entity. So, Carmen went there. But why would you send her there for a challenge, I asked. It's rather simple. She shrugged. The Tearfall Isles is a special place. They are a place where people challenge themselves and can grow stronger quickly. Why is that? I blinked. Isn't it obvious? She smirked. It's because the Tearfall Isles is a dungeon. Chapter 1560. Another dungeon. I couldn't bring myself to be that excited. I had encountered so many dungeons already. Why not an island? No. Not just an island, an archipelago. We had relocated to her chambers, where we both sat down comfortably and drank tea. Neither the lowly guard nor the maid were willing to sit, even though I offered. If this is a dungeon, isn't it dangerous? I asked. That's the special thing about the Tearfall Isles, Mary explained. They do not inhibit people from being resurrected. Really, she nodded. There are 10 islands in all. The first island is free of monsters. There is an entire village built on this island, which is where visitors are free to challenge the other islands. Each subsequent island is more difficult than the last. The 9th island has never been beaten. Beaten. What does that mean? Well, every island is a thick tropical forest filled with monsters for leveling. If you are able to fight to the center, you'll reach a shrine. Each shrine contains a safe room and teleportation array, and past that is a boss room. If you defeat the boss, you gain a mark. A mark, I think you are familiar with the marks. It's 1/9 of a complete blessing. Once you collect all the 9th of March Ks, you complete the blessing. Of course. No one had defeated the dungeon master, so no one has claimed the blessing. Blessings are usually more complicated. Yeah. Well, this dungeon formed allegedly from the death of an undefeated hero. He was very clear that he desired to pass on his strength to another. So the dungeon only exists to test a person and make sure they are powerful enough. Each mark will grant someone a power boost. But if it isn't complete, they fade after a month. Some people will go challenge the blessings, but then leave and use the temporary status boosts to help them out in other combat situations. This dungeon is at least part of the reason the Austerians had such a fighting spirit. They claim the undefeated hero was an Austerian, although no one knows if that is true. This tale has been unlawfully obtained from Royal Road. If you discover it on Amazon, kindly report it. Couldn't they tell by seeing the dungeon master, The dungeon master resides in the final dungeon. But unlike with every other challenge, you can only battle him once. Death is permanent. It still seems surprising that a group couldn't defeat him. That's just it, the way the dungeon is built. Only one person can challenge him at a time. You can use normal boss tactics to wear him down and defeat him. The only way is for someone confident in their abilities to go challenge him. Many Osirians were lost challenging him. And it was eventually declared unwinnable. And you sent Carmen there? Well, the final battle is a bit much, but it's a great location for earning experience. There are a lot of monsters, and you can start at any difficulty. Of course, you need all the 8th of March case to challenge the final boss, but otherwise, you can earn them in any order. In other words, the Tearfall Isles were a massive wetting stone where you had to defeat 8 bosses within a month to earn the right to face the final boss. Only by defeating him would you gain the blessing. The temptation to get a true hero must have been great. Few dungeons had a clear path toward completing them. Traditionally, a dungeon diver would destroy the dungeon rather than complete it. I had been strangely lucky with my ability to complete the lore, but I knew my case was a rarity. To have such a clear directive felt nice, but I had no intention of risking my life fighting another boss. I'd leave this blessing for someone else. Chapter 1561. How is Ruby, or is it Garnet now? Mary asked. She goes by Sapphire now, I responded. Oh, so. She's found another piece of her soul, then. You could say that. I began and then looked up. You know about her condition. I thought the church was against anything to do with dungeons. Sapphire was a deep dwarf. At some point, she had fled to the surface with the rest of the deep dwarves and died. Part of her soul was captured by a dungeon and birthed into a miasmic being. She had a strong desire to put herself back together, and eventually escaped the bonds of her dungeon and went searching for other pieces of her soul. Whenever she found one, she'd change her name to reflect her new self. Mary had been the one who had encouraged me to rescue her back in Alareth. At the time, she had secretly been searching for a missing part of her soul. She had thought it was in Widow's dungeon, but it turned out it was in the Twilight Dungeon. Officially, yes. She gave a sad smile. She was captured and was going to be put to death. By all accounts, whether it's her chest or her miasmic nature, she's truly a blasphemy for the church. Really? Then why did you save her? She took a sip of her tea, sitting back as if she was considering my question carefully. It was just a selfish desire of mine. The founder of our church had once had her soul broken. That ultimately created the schism in the church that has existed for hundreds of years. To see someone so frantically trying to put their lives back together, it gave me hope that one day I might be able to reunite our church as well. If you spot this tale on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. Is that so? I straightened a bit under her words. That was right. I was supposed to have talks with the church does in the Ost Republic. I had run into them a couple of times, and my opinion of them was that they were a bit prickly. Technically, all Mary had asked me to do was continuing to have a harem filled with girls of various sizes. But part of me felt like I could have done more to reconcile the situation. Other things just always took precedence. Of course. The main reason I did it was that she reminded me of my sister. You have a sister? Yes, I believe you've likely met her. I have. She's the leader of the Church of the Daughter. You are related. I had met the woman I believed to be the leader. She was the one who had put the bond between Eliana and me. She was the person who presided over the weddings, too. I didn't mean for it to sound so disbelieving, but the sisters were so different. Mary was warm and inviting, while the other girl was a bit cold and angry. Also, Mary had some large assets, and her sister was quite flat. Yes. I was the first daughter. My parents used to dote on me because of that, and as a result, she held a lot of jealousy for me. Are you sure being the first daughter was why she was jealous? Why else would she be? Mary cocked her head. And never mind. It probably wasn't a good idea to get in between sisters. Chapter 1562. Mary and I were still chatting when she suddenly made a noise and reached over for a stone that was sitting on her desk. Like most of her movements, it seemed almost scandalous. She touched what appeared to be a stone used for communication, but I didn't seem to be able to hear what the other side said. It appeared this one was designed in a way that only the person touching it could hear. For me, I used slave communication most of the time, so I had never really looked into communication devices from this world. The range wasn't very good, so the person sending the message was likely in this city. Oh, is that so? I understand? She spoke with another side before letting go and turning back to me with a smile. It appears you are wanted in the palace. The prince? I asked. She nodded. He has gotten word that you were in town and had visited me. So he asked if you would come to him as soon as possible. That works for me. I plan to go there after speaking with you. I responded. I didn't expect word to spread so quickly. Leaders like us must have an extensive and thorough information network, Mary responded. Her answer was light-hearted, but it hit me harder than it should. I had often found myself clueless to the going. Ons in Chom. I seemed to learn about everything after the fact, such as the mass exodus of the Foxskin tribe. Ilea seemed to have some kind of network, and I was certain Astria did as well. Although it was clear Astria's came from the fairies, whose information was less focused on people and more focused on spiritual things like monsters and mana disturbances. Although I could ask either of them whenever I felt like it, maybe I should build my information network as well. I'd never had even considered something like that when Chom first started. But I really should have someone reporting from the capital, someone reporting from Chom, Daoshin, and even the Ost Republic. I'd need to create an entire spy network. Perhaps I should start to look for a spy master. I could make one of the girls my spy master, but that would fill up her time. maybe Celeste would work. She was strangely observant at times. Love this novel. Read it on Royal Road to ensure the author gets credit. I shook my head. That was something I needed to consider for later. At the moment, it seemed like I should make my way to the castle. If the prince called for me, then he probably needed something in a hurry. I'll be on my way then, I declared. Thank you for coming. She stood up and bowed, her chest swaying as she did. Please come back more often. Sure. She escorted me back out of the palace. And then I prepared to head for the palace to see Prince Edward. It was as we were walking down the street that a thought came to me. Headmaid. Master may call me Cece. Headmaid Cece. You lived in the capital for some time at the orphanage, right? Do you know the capital well? Yes. This is why Mistress Faina thought I would do well in maintaining the property. She agreed. Do you still have connections to other orphans? She cocked her head as she thought about it. Yes, I know quite a few. What does Master have in mind? You said the children often clean in the manners of merchants and lords of the capital. People ignore children, but children speak. I responded thoughtfully. Perhaps you could be the one to listen. A spy network might not be so hard after all. Chapter 1563. So that's what's been going on. I had met with Prince Edward, and naturally, there was a lot to discuss. The last time I had spoken to him, I had left in a rush on the battlefield between the Ost Republic and Aberys to return to Cham. They had been moments from starting a war that likely would have ended with one of the country's destruction. But I had upended that ending only to disappear without a word of explanation. Not only did Prince Edward not know where I had been the previous 2 months, and how I had seemingly escaped death, but Cham had also become a mystery spot. Quite a bit of time had passed since then. Cham had reopened as if nothing had happened. The Osterians had seemingly managed to cross Aberys and ended up on the eastern side, abandoning the country of the Ost Republic that they had helped form. Then, there was the rumbling of some kind of major issue in Daishin, which ultimately ended with them waging an attack on the west. Then, just as those rumors had reached the capital, I had overended the result. Taken over the west, finally bring Alarith under the heel, created an unprecedented trade agreement with Daishin, and solidified my control. Even for the normally casual Prince Edward, each rumor sounded as unbelievable as the last. And when I finally was there to explain how everything had happened, and the result, he still found it hard to believe. Well, that's about everything. I had finished talking for what felt like an hour and took a drink of water. I knew before I took the throne, I'd need to plant many seeds which would grow into a stable foundation. But I never expected such a seed would grow so much that I would end up in its shadow. He spoke with a small smile on his face. Unauthorized use of content. If you find this story on Amazon, report the violation. That's not my intention, I waved my hands. I am not trying to overthrow you or anything. He let out a chuckle. It's fine. I am not someone so prideful or childish to get jealous over the accomplishments of another man, especially a friend. What you've managed to build in only half a year is incredible. You've gained the loyalty of several unique races, and you've done things that will stabilize Chom for years to come. I must warn you, though, everything isn't necessarily set. What do you mean? Many of the lords to the east are less than thrilled about your meteoric rise. First off, while Chom is a diverse city, most of the country is majority human. Many lords aren't happy with your affiliation and use of other races. The Austerians, the Daishin, and the Deep Dwarves are all people we considered our enemies at one point. Some feel that you are just an outsider who is taken away from our country. They consider you an enemy. Seriously, he nodded. I wouldn't be surprised if someone sent assassins after you, or tried to make things difficult for you in other means. You are not the first to say that, I responded bitterly. The lionkin who was standing nearby, I had eventually asked her name was Chance, shifted slightly as if she was ready to take on such assassins on her own. Perhaps I was being a bit ridiculous running away from the lionkin who only wanted to protect me. This conversation was starting to make me feel a bit paranoid, like an assassin might be around every corner. Well, if that makes you uncomfortable, then this next part will be even more difficult. What is it, Deke? I want you to be my opponent. Chapter 1564. An opponent, I asked, furrowing my brow. You may have heard rumors that under the castle in the capital is a dungeon. Prince Edward spoke slowly. This is a partial truth. What we have is an artifact in our treasury under the castle. This object opens up periodically. Anyone who touches it during this period is brought to another world. I believe you have a familiarity with something like this. A soul dungeon, I responded, leaning forward. He nodded. Yes. I believe I heard Father call it that once. Your soul is separated from your body, and you are put into a series of challenges. We've traditionally used these challenges to help train knights. However, it has another purpose as well. This artifact has existed for a long time, since before the Demon Lord, back when the country was known as Austeria. It is because the Ost Republic does not have this artifact that the humans formed a council rather than selected a king. This is because this soul dungeon has traditionally been a means of selecting the king. Every 5 years, the artifact begins the period known as the king selection. You need the king selection to be king, not exactly. He scratched his head. My father had naturally completed the selection several times during his reign. In theory, had he not abdicated the throne, the idea was as he got old and his soul weakened, there would be a time that he would eventually be outperformed by someone else. Since he left, he put me in charge. And so I was the king, elect. I could have taken the throne then, but for various reasons, I put it off. First, I wanted to wait until my dad was found again, and then there was the ongoing issue with Alarith. And then the wedding and the mess with the Ostrepublik. I had been putting off the ceremony so long that the lords have decided that my ability to take the throne is now dependent on succeeding with the dungeon. Stolen story. Please report. I frowned. Didn't you have to succeed anyway? Originally, once I was on the throne, winning the king's selection would have been more of a technicality. The dungeon rates people. Only one of them is the victor, and they are given the right to rule. Usually, the opponent would be a friend of the king, someone who could hold their own, but would make the king look good. That's what you want from me. He shook his head. Things are different now. As I said, many of the lords are not happy with how Aberys is going these days. The fact the country almost went to war because of your actions has made my support of you slightly stressful. That? I didn't know how to respond, but I did realize I had caused a lot of issues then. Relax. He lifted his hand. You've done more than your share of good for this country. Whether it was stopping the battle, stopping the demon lord in the capital, destroying dungeons in the west, claiming territory, or fixing the issues with Alarith. I don't regret being on your side in the least. That said, some lords are stirring up trouble, stating that perhaps a new family should become the royal family. They want me to verse a true challenger in the dungeon. Where do I come in then? I asked hesitantly. Just before the king's selection, the lords will present their most promising family member. It'll be a preliminary to decide who will fight against me in the king's selection. I want you to compete. So, what you are saying is you want me to beat all of the others, join you in the competition, and then lose to you on purpose. Number. He shook his head. I want you to beat the others, join me in the competition, and then I want you as my true opponent, whether I win or you win. The victor will be King of Oberys. Chapter 1565. I opened my mouth, finding his declaration to be difficult to swallow. He wanted me to become King of Oberys. Well, I mean, it wasn't guaranteed. However, given my experience with dungeons, it was pretty likely I would win. Perhaps I was being a bit full of myself. I didn't even know how strong Edward truly was. He was defeated by Shao in her demon lord form once, but those had been strange circumstances. If he had power equal to his father, I couldn't just merge with Lydia before jumping in. I was pretty sure that would be cheating. King. That was the only word I could manage to get out. You've already done enough for Chom to make you a duke. Even if you lose, I will promote you to duke anyway. The other families are hoping to use this to snake their way into a leadership position. But I want to use their greed against them by bringing you into it. Since this entire competition was their idea, they won't be able to refuse your right to compete if you win it under their conditions. I can follow that part. But what are you saying about me becoming king? He chuckled. You are so confident you'll win. Huh, I don't mean it like that. It's fine. I am a man who believes in fate. If you win, then it was simply not my fate to be king. What you've done in the West has already been the equivalent of forming a country. You've all but brought Daeshin and the Ost Republic to their knees as well. If you become the king of Chom, I don't believe it will be a bad thing. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Please report it. I'd hardly say brought them to their knees. I tried to pull back my accomplishments. He crossed his arms and sat back. Well, whatever you say. I still believe you are the best person to be my opponent. I must say that the king's selection isn't purely one of bronze, but intelligence and willpower. My father has always taught me that I was destined to be king. He has prepared me well for that day, but I have always wondered deep inside if I truly deserved the position. That was part of the reason I had hesitated and pushed things back to this point. Now, I've realized that if I want to feel like I've earned it, I'm going to need an opponent that makes me feel like I've earned it. I know no one more of a man's man than you, Deek son. That's why I wish for you to become my opponent. All right? You don't have to decide now. There is still time before the king's selection is underway. I would like you to seriously consider it, though. It is not easy, and not something for someone weak in will. I understand. I'll think about it first and let you know. I still wasn't sure how I felt about it. But since I didn't need to decide that moment, then I'd at least have a chance to talk to everyone about it. He let out a sigh and sat back. Good. In that case, there was one other thing I wanted to talk to you about. What's that? I believe Eliana is in grave danger. I need you to go the Ost Republic immediately. Chapter 1566. Why didn't you start with that I sat up as soon as Prince Edward mentioned Eliana? He raised his hands, chuckling lightly. It's not as bad as it sounds. You said Eliana is in danger. I said that I believe she is in danger, he responded. She believes that she is safe. I frowned, glaring at him. Perhaps I should explain myself. You may be aware of this, but now that the Austrians left the Ost Republic, there is a bit of a power vacuum down there. The humans of the Ost Republic existed alongside, or perhaps even subservient to the Austrians. When the majority of them up and left, the humans were at a bit of a loss how this country was to continue. It was built on the premise of coexistence between all races. Although the population is mostly human and Austrian, there are also some demons down there, dwarves, as well as a species you may not have heard of named the Phi. I perked up a bit. The Phi-O, so you have heard of them well. Most of their population lives in the south of that region, and only the humans and Austrians officially created a government. Rather, the Austrians seem to act as a protective barrier that kept the other races in the south separated and safe. Safe from Oberys, I responded. He gave a helpless shrug. I don't necessarily agree with the policies my father had before me, but we have inherited them. My sister has always been against slavery and the poor treatment of non-humans. What you have done in the West has also begun to shift sentiment, which is why I've warned you that there will be resistance. The southwest has bordered the peaceful Esmore and the Daishin slavers. However, the east has only known war with Osterians to the south and the xenophobic ways of the imperial Cloud Metho in the north. This content has been misappropriated from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. I shook my head. What does this have to do with Eliana? Eliana is in a strange position in the Ost Republic. She's gained the respect and love of the humans, and her voice currently holds nearly equal sway to the council. However, the other races fear that in the absence of the Osterians, the humans will start to suppress them. So tensions are starting to rise. I suppose that it was too easy for the Ost Republic to just reunite with Aberis. I had always known the Ost Republic as the less xenophobic cousin to Abaris, but now I understood why. It seemed like all of the species that were rejected or attempted to be wiped out eventually found themselves down there. I wouldn't be surprised if there were pockets of deep dwarves down there at this point. And there has currently been ongoing trouble on the coast, he responded. Ships have been getting attacked at an alarming rate. This is why I couldn't send you aid. My forces have been sent east to help protect our borders. However, with the loss of the Osterians, the Ost Republic no longer can reinforce the coast. Get on with it. He seemed to be dragging it out quite a bit. Eliana has agreed to preside over a peace summit. She wants to unite the Ost Republic. The other groups in the Ost Republic would only agree to meet if it was in a neutral location outside of the Ost Republic. I narrowed my eyes. What neutral location? The Tearfall Isles. He sighed. They want to meet in a dungeon of all places. Chapter 1567. I don't think I need to describe the risk my sister is taking. She believes in the best of people. I had thought after losing you, she'd be a bit world, wearier, but then you returned. And I fear she's only grown more determined to see the world as inherently good. Sorry to inspire you, sister, with false hope, I responded, only with a little sarcasm. He snorted. I suppose it was only inevitable with her. I have a bad feeling regarding this summit. Something feels wrong. What do you mean? The attacks on the coast? I don't believe it is piracy. The attacks are too perfect. There is never a survivor. Furthermore, some entire coastal towns have gone silent. It's like Chom and Alareth all over again. Do I need to send forces? I asked. He shook his head. The Tybalts and the others with a trade interest are enough to protect the East. As for the Ost Republic, if we even tried to send aid, it'd be seen as an attack. That's why I want to send you down there. Your relationship with Eliana is well known, and no one would be able to argue about your presence. Furthermore, you're diverse. Ahem. Party is nearly as powerful as an army. My girls. Right. I coughed. I don't think I'll be bringing them with me on his trip. They've all been through a lot these last few months, and I want to give them time to heal a bit more. Every girl had experienced some degree of trauma in their way. Besides, they were all busy with their work. I am sure none of them wanted to see me dote my attention on Eliana anyway. She was pregnant with my child, and the last time I had seen her, we were this close to getting married. Naturally, there was a lot for us to catch up on. It also seemed to be a lot of force is pushing me toward Tearfall Isles. Carmen was sent there. And now the Peace Summit was going to be there. I had to admit that dungeons always made me curious. Every one of them had a story to tell. I am sure Tearfall had something more complicated than a hero looking for the strongest. After all, it was called Tearfall. Didn't that just scream a traumatic and sad story? If things went south, I could summon all of the girls in an instant. Stolen content warning: this content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. With that in mind, I agreed to head down to the Ost Republic to protect Eliana and make sure the peace talks went peacefully. It wasn't a difficult task. My map, which could detect hostility, would make ferreting out enemies too easy. Of course, I wouldn't say I was down there to protect her. Eliana would immediately reject my assistance if she knew. We both agreed on that. However, why wouldn't a loving father want to check on the developing pregnancy of his woman? She'd be showing clearly by now. Ah! Just one more thing before I go. What's that? He asked. I dropped a bag of coins in Prince Edward's hand. You know the local orphanages? I want to buy them. All of them. He poked an eye into the bag and then nodded. I'll make them an offer they can't refuse, but I must tell you the orphanages cost a fair much. I don't mind. He smirked. You are not a bad match for my sister, I think. I shrugged and then glanced over at Cece. What was the name of your orphanage? The maid jumped at suddenly being addressed. West Capitol. And the lord that tried to buy Uel, Lord Dredamos. Is he a particularly influential or important lord? I asked the prince. Not really. He's just a baron. I nodded. Put the West Capitol Orphanage under new management. Someone trustworthy. As for Baron Dridomos, strip him of his position, his power, and his wealth. I want him living on the street by the end of the week. Prince Edward's eyes widened. It's not like I won't do what you asked. But what happened? I shook my head. I am just clearing out the trash. You can thank me later. I am sure once you raid his place, you'll find more than enough questionable content to justify it. If you don't mind, I'll be heading out, Master. Will you be leaving us? Cece asked. And Chance suddenly looked ready to jump on me if I left without them. I reached out and patted Cece's head, causing her to close her eyes and push her head against my hand. I guess I'll need the pair of you to travel with me a while longer. Chapter 1568. I stepped out of the portal with the two girls at my side. The last time I was in this city, I had died. At that moment, my hand glowed, and Form appeared next to me. Alesia took a deep breath and smiled. Home! I raised an eyebrow. You've been rather quiet lately. Master hasn't been needing me lately. So I've kept myself busy tending to your soul world. You haven't bothered to fix it since it was destroyed. You do remember that place is my home, right? Ah, that's right. When Elysia wasn't in her sword form, she used to reside in a dark place free of senses. However, once I formed a soul world, she had seemingly relocated there. Yet, I had destroyed my soul world when fighting King Roth and the lionesses. The world was a dried-up husk of the beauty it could be. I started allowing some mana to leak into the world. Now that I was providing it energy, it was slowly coming back to life. Elysia had built a small shack that was far shabbier than the building I had already created, and a small garden that had nothing alive in it. She wasn't a farmer or an architect, that was for sure. It was a pretty pitiful sight. Looks good. I smiled, practicing the art of white lies. Thankfully, Elysia wasn't focused on me and was instead looking around her former city. She had never really got to say goodbye to her home when we left before. As turbulent as the city was, she was born here and had grown up here. She was a princess and would have ended up with a life married to some noble had I not shown up. Instead, she ended up becoming a sentient soul weapon, and her entire people and their way of life were resettled near Cham. Unauthorized usage. This tale is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. The two younger women managed to keep their cool despite a woman suddenly appearing next to them. I supposed with aunties like Celeste, Astria, and Xiao, who could seemingly appear from anywhere. The thing that stood out most from Elysia was her height and her wild red hair. I reached out and took her arm, and the pair of us headed toward the castle she had once called her home. Elysia, is that you? It's Elysia. You should have told us you were coming. As we approached the former Austerian headquarters, I was surprised to see a couple of Austerians walking out. I had been told that not all of the Austerians had up and left the Ostrepublic with that first group. Others stayed behind to help settle things in the Ostrepublic, and a few trickled in every week. Still, there were some either too old or too involved with the Ostrepublic to just up and leave. So, while a significant chunk of Austerians were in Cham now, that didn't mean they weren't still people here. These were women that I appeared to remember. They were part of Elysia's prior party, Titan Fall. Faith, Morris. What are you doing here? Elysia called back, running up to the other girls and giving them hugs. It seemed like I wasn't the only one who would be having a reunion. Chapter 1569. I'm. Are you eating that? Eliana asked while she had food in both hands. Number. Ah. I wasn't prepared for her lunging across the table and grabbing my plate. She's scary, Chance whispered. MM. Cece nodded. Eliana overheard the two girls standing nearby and stopped a moment, her mouth still filled with food. Sorry. I've just been so hungry since the baby has started showing. Eliana had always been a bit of a foodie, even being thrown to fits of ecstasy over a good meal. But since I was alive and her captivity ended, Eliana had taken every opportunity to eat. Although the baby was showing now, it wasn't the only thing showing. She had plumped significantly, her once slim body replaced with a pudgy girl. Her butt was bigger, as were her breasts. She also had pudgy love handles, and her cheeks were puffier as well. She wasn't as fat as I had once been, and her chubbiness sort of made her cute. But I'd be lying if I didn't worry that it'd keep going in this direction and become a problem. After all, she still had half of her pregnancy left to go. There was a problem, though. How would a man tell the pregnant mother of his child she was getting a bit fat? I was completely unprepared for such a conversation. That's something my deadbeat father definitely should have taught me. After arriving at the Austrian keep where I knew Eliana was staying thanks to our bond, Alicia went off with her friends in a nearby room to catch up. Meanwhile, I was escorted to the dining room where Eliana was having her midday meal, which looked like enough food for 3 people. "Deke? You came!" she cried out happily with a stuffed mouth before running up and hugging me. "I am so happy!" Love this story. Find the genuine version on the author's preferred platform and support their work. She then started crying. After she wept for a while, she insisted I join her for lunch, even though I wasn't hungry. At first, I thought she had guests I just hadn't met yet, but apparently it was all for her. She had the cook make another portion just for me. Their cook was Austrian, so eating that much didn't seem to faze them. Thus, I had no choice but to wait as she finished off enough food for 3. Well, she was eating for 2. But that still meant there was an extra person worth of food. At that moment, her hand knocked an empty goblet off the tablet. Oops! She bent down in her chair to pick it up. Rip! A large tearing sounded as her dress broke. She sat back up, her cheeks turning red. "Your dress." I noticed the tear running up from her backside to her shoulders. "This is the 3rd time this has happened this week." She broke into tears again. "3rd time." My surprised comment only made her cry harder. "I am just under a lot of stress," she cried. "I have to keep the Ostrepublik from falling into civil war or being taken over by some bandit or warlords. That would cause a lot of trouble for Oberries. I know." I got up and tried to soothe her. "I appreciate everything you are doing." And then, "I get sick every morning and throw up. And then I want to eat and I can't stop eating. I'm getting fat, aren't I? I am fat. Admit it." I looked at her with a straight face. "You are not fat at all." The dress was just faulty. Really?" She looked up at me tearfully. "Really?" "Monster Tamer has increased to level 56. I didn't even want to ask. I was going to ignore that. Suffice it to say, Eliana's pregnancy was continuing just fine. Chapter 1570. Thankfully, my white mage job came equipped with moderate repair, and a spell later was able to stem those seams back together. Did Eliana real need to keep trying to wear the same dresses she wore 30 pounds ago? Though the seams were truly under constant wear, and something was going to give. After her dress was fixed and her food was gone, Eliana had managed to recover from her previous breakdown. "Are you sure you are up to doing this peace talk right now?" I talked first. She made a face. "Brother sent you down here because he thinks I can't handle it." "And not at all." I waved my hands. "I came completely because of my love for Eliana. It's because you're beautiful." She wasn't buying the flattery this time. She snorted and lifted her nose. "There is no one else to run this thing. Everyone in the country has an invested interest in it except for me. Some have even accused me of trying to take advantage of the situation. Okay, I am not going to back down. I have to do this because no one else is willing to. Deke, you need to understand that millions will die." "Huh. Okay." She had jumped into a speech trying to convince me she was right, but I had already accepted it. I gave a smile. "I believe in you, Eliana. I trust you. I am not here to talk you out of it. If you feel this is the right action, then I will help in any way I can." She blushed, pushing her fingers together. "Even if you flatter me, you are still here because you feel I need to be protected, right? You have my baby inside you," I reminded her, causing her red face to grow even darker. "If I didn't want to protect you, I'd be irresponsible." "When did you suddenly start to become so charming?" she asked quietly. "I've been through a lot," I responded. "And I understand the need for unity. There is something coming. I haven't had much time since I've been back to focus on it. But I suppose, weirdly, things have been heading that direction anyway. If you come across this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it." "Something?" She blinked. "Not another demon lord. No. Not that." I shook my head, but then stopped for a second. "Although they may be related somehow." She blinked. "What is it?" I sat her down and then filled her in on my experiences since I left. The big thing I wanted to get across was the threat of Twilight. Twilight was coming. And the only way we were going to survive is if we put behind our differences and worked together. I wasn't just talking about the 5 nations, but Shigiskar and the Imperial Cloud Method too. Eliana asked questions when she needed clarification and gasped when she heard something surprising. She took everything in, using the maturity and the sophistication that only a noble raised with the best tutors could possess. This is something the church should be informed about. Have you told Archbishop Mary? I nodded. Mary said that she had never heard of any of this. A lot of the church's lore was destroyed years ago, before the break, and none of her records have anything. She told me to try to the Church of the Daughter to see if they have information Mary does not. We can try sending emissaries to the Imperial Cloud Meadow, but they will likely be ignored. They have no respect for the 5 southern nations at all." Eliana sighed. "As for Shizeskar, No one has returned from that land as long as I remember. Whether you try to pass through the impassable mountains, the uncrossable river, or the abyss, there is just no way in. They don't want you getting into Shijeskar. I shook my head. Even so, we have to try. She reached out and grabbed my hand, which I didn't even know I was tightening. Don't worry, we'll start here. Chapter 1571. The peace talks will officially begin in 1 week. But many have already began to gathering on the safe island of the Tearfall Isles. They built a city on what would normally be considered Floor 1, as there are no enemies on it, Eliana explained. That wasn't surprising. I had seen so many different kinds of dungeons. Bandit's Respite had been constructed similarly. The first floor was technically the base of operations and didn't have any mobs. Well, technically, the bandits were the mobs. But they weren't necessarily aggressive if they thought you were on their side. So, is there a traveling guild that we must use to get there? I asked. Eliana immediately shook her head. No. There isn't any way to teleport into or out of the dungeon. I heard that people could be resurrected, though. Yes. The dungeon doesn't obscure resurrections, but they can only occur within the dungeon. It's extremely expensive. The priests there don't belong to any of the churches officially, and they extort adventurers out of their hard-earned gold. I understood now. There were no floors for the dungeon, and perhaps the miasma wasn't very thick. So anyone could be resurrected to the city on the first floor. Technically, when someone died, they could be resurrected in a dungeon. The reason that most people acted like death in a dungeon was permanent came in 3 reasons. The first was that the priest had to be physically in the dungeon to even attempt it. The second was that every floor the priest was from the soul made it that much more difficult. Miasma and the walls themselves blocked the summoning mana that tried to call the soul to the priest. Furthermore, once the soul left the body, there was no guarantee it'd even remain where the person died. Thus, even if they went to the same point the person died, that soul could have wandered away by the time they got there. The narrative has been taken without permission. Report any sightings. The third reason was that the miasma quickly broke down the soul. So every moment made it harder and harder to resurrect the person, even if they were resurrected successfully. Parts of their lore would have degraded. It'd be like someone who had a traumatic brain injury. They might not be the same person as they were before. Their personalities could change. And they might have large patches of memory loss, rather than go through such trouble. People mostly just considered any dungeon death to be a permanent death. If we can't teleport there, how do we get there naturally? We must go by boat, she declared. That's how we ended up taking a teleportation to an Ost-Republic harbor city. It turned out that the girls from Titanfall were there waiting for us by the time we reached the docks. You girls are coming too? I asked in surprise. I hired them as my bodyguards, Eliana explained as I helped her down from the carriage we had taken to the docks. See, I can be careful as well. I am surprised you guys haven't come. Well, you know, it felt kind of embarrassing telling the girls they should be following me in Chom with the rest of the Osterians. They aren't like most Osterians, Alicia's voice explained. They're more like me. We're adventurers. One of the girls nodded in agreement. We go where adventure awaits? Morris? That's lame. Aye. How was that lame? I thought I sounded cool. Definitely lame. Another girl spoke up. You two, Faith, I thought her words meant something. As I saw a ship pull into the harbor, I also felt a pull for adventure. I just hoped things remained reasonable. I was traveling with a pregnant woman, after all. Chapter 1572. I had never actually ridden on a ship before. Well, there was that one time. But I didn't really ride on it, as it was mostly stationary. I also wouldn't consider that mithril boat that I had finally managed to relocate into my soul world to be the same thing. While I did know how to swim, I was no good with large bodies of water. They were deep and made me extremely nervous. I even suggested that I carry Eliana to Tearfall Isles to avoid this boat trip. But that would have to involve me jumping and flying for a few hours, and I wasn't sure that would be safe for a pregnant woman. I could also go on without her and then make a portal, but Eliana put that option down too. She needed to be seen going to the island. It wasn't just a matter of whatever was quickest. We were ambassadors now, and we had to make an impression. If we arrived in a special manner that no one else did, it would immediately raise suspicion and could even cause the talks to fall apart. Well, I wasn't a politician, so I just took Eliana's word for it. I even considered summoning Alea for advice, but she wasn't well liked among the Ost Republic. Not only was she a dungeon creature dripping with miasma, but she had once fought and killed a lot of humans during the war. The Osterians weren't the only ones who followed Demon King Oberys, and many of them had long memories. It was only a bit over 20 years ago, after all. Therefore, I could only watch with a sigh as the shore disappeared on the horizon. The dock we had teleported to wasn't even in the south. Those docks were controlled by the local factions. It turned out the South of Ost Republic was similar to the wilderness with a dash of Daoshin. An assortment of smaller tribes had gathered there, and they were only considered part of the Ost Republic in name. Thus, we had to sail along the coast for half the distance of the Ost Republic before crossing the channel leading to the Tearfall Isles. This story has been unlawfully obtained without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. There was one other reason that Eliana wanted to do this. She wanted to see the damage along the coast, just like Aberys. The Ost Republic was also being bombarded by recent piracy, but they didn't have an army to send to protect it. It was because of such attacks that Aberys didn't help with Daoshin. It was partially my fault that this country wasn't able to protect itself. At the very least, I owed it to them to see the damage that was done. The ship suddenly lurched, leaning to the right. This was a much smaller ship than that other one, and at the time I hadn't been focusing on the motion of the sea. Did ships always bob and rock like that? Feeling a bit green, I decided I might go below and rest until I gained my sea legs. As I headed into the ship, a small woman emerged from within the hold. As soon as her eyes landed on me and she threw out her finger, "It's you, the blasphemer. You are on this ship too?" I blinked. Of all people, it was Mary's sister, the leader of the Church of the Daughter. Chapter 1573. Men. "Arrest him immediately," she cried out. Why I responded as a group of men who appeared to be paladins came filing out and surrounding me. Was it just me? Or did all of the paladins for the Church of the Daughter seem to be slightly overweight, had greasy hair, and give creepy vibes like you weren't sure you'd be comfortable touching their hands? Before I experienced stranger danger from the surrounding paladins, Eliana had appeared and called out, "What is going on here?" And she demanded. "He started it," the girl accused. What did I do? He shows with a bunch of big-breasted women and flaunts them around. It's well established that Deke Deekson is a boob lover. I already said it's because I am pregnant they got bigger. Eliana broke into tears, causing the other woman's anger to slip and for panic to set it. The woman named and held up her hands, desperately trying to soothe the crying woman. "It's okay. It's okay. You are bringing another daughter into this world. You are doing God's work. Some women must make this sacrifice so the rest of us may stay small, chested, and pure. It could be a son." I muttered. See. He's still blaspheming. He wrecked 2 holy weddings I was proceeding over. And all of the problems in the Ostrepublik can be laid at his feet. One of those weddings was my own. Wah. Eliana started crying some more, causing the other woman to panic some more. Yes, it's true. You almost were forced to marry a man you didn't love, but now you are with the man you want. Isn't that better? The smaller woman looked like she was about to break into tears too. This story has been unlawfully obtained without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. As for me, I was wondering if when I found Raisa, if she'd be like this too. Raisa never cried or expressed any discomfort. She would suffer anything while looking up eagerly and wagging her tail. I really wish I knew where she had run off to. It still pained me that she was missing, as was our child. I didn't even have a trace to follow her with, which meant that she was probably in a dungeon. I had gotten the hang of using the remnant of the slave bond to get a general direction to follow. But it wasn't strong enough to work if they were in a dungeon, which was seemingly separated from the mana of this world. That was also the same reason I didn't know exactly where Cilicia or Carmen was. At least I was currently on my way to Carmen. "Master, I have finished making your room." Cece appeared from the same doorway that Anne and the others emerged from. "I also checked for bad guys. Master will be safe with me on the prowl," Chance added. What is this?" Anne frowned. "This is my bodyguard and my maid. I guess you can call them my party for the moment. I introduced them casually. I wasn't even sure why I was bringing them along. Cece was supposed to be cleaning the Capitol mansion, and Chance wasn't a bodyguard at all. I supposed I had just gotten used to having an unintrusive entourage around. I told myself I was seasoning them. We could dive in the dungeon, I could level them a bit, and then when they returned, they'd grow into their positions. Anne's eyes widened as she looked at the two little girls. Then her eyes dropped to their chests. A small smile formed on her lips. I see. Perhaps there is still hope for your soul yet. Blessed be. Chapter 1574. I have no interest in having sex with them, I hissed at Anne. Anne's eyes grew big. Was that even a question? You've let too much of the Church of the Mother sully your mind? We don't ascribe to such improper fornication. Men. Tell him our motto. Yes, lowly, no touch. The men cried out in unison. The two little girls looked around in confusion, and I was glad to see that they had no clue what she was talking about. Who would have guessed that the Church of the Daughter was a Puritan church? The Church of the Mother seemed pretty sex-positive. I supposed that sex created more mothers, and pregnant women's breasts grew, so sexualization was a good thing. However, for the counter-church, women with small breasts were revered, but they were also rather chaste about it. As she said earlier, women were allowed to get pregnant and have babies to make daughters, but it was seen as a sacrifice rather than a privilege. That said, some of the paladins were leering at the two children I brought along creepily. I decided after that it would be best that I took them to the cabin and we remained separated. They may have said the words, but I had a concern that they wouldn't honor them if they got one of the girls alone. Thankfully, they seemed to have no interest in Eliana, who was too robust for their tastes, and seemed to revere Anne. Thus, I had filed the girls in our room, and we waited out the journey. That might have ended up being a mistake. The peace talks would begin in a week, and the journey down to Tearfall Isles would take 3 days. That meant that there were 3 days I needed to survive on this rocking boat. Perhaps I should have constructed my own. I could go to Earth and buy a proper boat, or even build one here's out of mithril and other ores. I could probably develop some ironclad steamboat or something if I wanted it bad enough. You might be reading a pirated copy. Look for the official release to support the author. It wasn't like it was bad enough that I was getting sick. It was Chance who turned out to be unable to handle the sea. Shortly after she was certain I was safe, she started turning green. And then she ended up with her head out the window vomiting. Hearing her gurgling stomach and the sound of her yakking did not help me by much. I was sure if I had brought the other girls along, they would have kept my mind off the boat so much that I wouldn't have even noticed. Eliana didn't seem to have any trouble at all. Of course, she was sicking up every morning, which only caused Chance to get sick as well. But after her morning routine, she was fine for the rest of the day. I thought about grabbing her and having fun with her to keep my mind off the rocking with another form of rocking. However, she shut it down by saying that it might hurt the baby. I was pretty sure that wasn't true, but I didn't push it anyway. I was only a little serious. With the two little girls, we'd need to do something like slip into my soul world. And Elysia had only revealed very recently that when I was having sex in my soul world, my real body had an erection and a perverted look on my face the entire time. I didn't want to subject them to that. Besides, with Ann on board, she was looking for a reason to condemn me, and I didn't want to add fornication to her list of sins. As a result, the first day passed by very slowly. I barely even managed to get any sleep that night. However, the morning of the second day finally brought something to take my mind off the bleak ride. "Pirates!" a voice shouted from the deck. Now, this could get interesting. Chapter 1575. After a rather uncomfortable day on the ship, I was eager for a distraction. And if that distraction just happened to be the pirates, that was also a problem that needed addressing. Howzie! Perhaps I would get lucky and be able to take care of the pirate situation on the coast in one go. If I could capture the leader of this pirate ship, then we could find out who is behind the attacks. Given my soulsmith job, I was confident that I would be able to force the information out of anyone I captured. Unless the person or people behind it were flawless, there had to be some hints hidden in their lore that would tell us more. I could then pass that information on to the Tybolts, and perhaps they could resolve the issue before we even got back from the peace talks. I liked when things were convenient, so I made my decision immediately. I looked out into the distance, pulling some binoculars from my soul world to look at a ship that was sailing toward us. It had black sails. The flag at the top appeared to be an image of a cat. Well, it's not like I would have known any pirate signs anyway. I looked over to the man who was piloting the ship, a local Republic captain of no particular notable repute. "Do you recognize the flag?" I asked curiously. He shook his head. The Republic was very good about keeping back piracy up until the Osterians left. There aren't any known pirate captains along these parts. I heard that Aberys and the Imperial Cloud Metho have problems. They seem to be exporting their problems down south. He spat to his side as he said that, only blushing when he saw the princess coming out. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. It appeared he had confused me for an Osterian. After all, I was rather tall, and I was friendly with the other Osterians on board from Titan Fall. However, he knew the princess came from Oberys and didn't want to insult her, so he quickly made himself scarce, just behind Eliana. The unpleasant face of the church leader appeared. "Are we going to flee?" she demanded out loud, expecting someone to just answer her. "Number, we're not." I responded in a voice clear enough that it informed the entire crew. "We're going to capture it." I had just wanted to capture the leader, but couldn't I just drop the boat in my soul world? I seemed to remember from Lydia's survey that there were some rivers in the wilderness, and they would not just go all the way south into Diashin, but reach the ocean. If I could set up my dock, we could start a ship trade. The pirate boat was small and light, aimed at being able to escape. So it probably would work in a river. That also meant that it could probably catch up to us. Anne sniffed, crossing her arms. It's not like I was suggesting we run away. My soldiers can take on the threat, and if anyone dies, I'll just resurrect them. We will for you. I want to be resurrected by Anne. Watch me as I protect you, my sweet. It seemed like her entourage was perfectly happy to fall in battle. If the Church of the Daughter had one thing going for it, the paladins gave off energy as if they would gladly die for their law. I mean for the church head. Chapter 1576. Are you sure it's a good idea to encounter them directly? Princess, the captain asked nervously as they drew closer. I left specifically from a distant port because I was hoping to encounter the pirates, Eliana explained. You admit it's a more distant port, I cried out. She blushed. Yes. I guided us to the northernmost port city of the Ostrepublic. I wasted to survey the entire coastline. And what's an extra day of travel? Remembering the last day, an extra day of travel was the worst. However, I understood the need, so I remained quiet. The captain turned white. I am a transport captain. This ship isn't built for battle. I'd prefer to never meet a pirate. Eliana gently touched his arm and gave a disarming smile. I am sorry to put you in this situation, Captain. However, don't worry so much. It may not look it. But this is a heavily guarded ship. Titanfall is an S-class adventuring team. And the paladins under Prelatan are all skilled fighters as well. He let out a breath of relief, even shooting the woman an appreciative look. I noticed that she deliberately left me out of that equation. Perhaps she didn't want me to feel pressured to get involved. Or maybe she was just making a point about the fact that I came there to protect her, as if to imply that I wasn't needed. Either way, they were right. S-Class wasn't as strong as a person got, but it was strong enough to handle most threats. The only ways to exceed the limitations of an S-Class were to either form a god soul or become a dungeon master. And if you didn't form a god soul before becoming a dungeon master, there was just as much a chance that the dungeon would take control of you as the other way around. There was a reason Demon Lord Aberes wasn't able to pull on his various dungeons. Like me when I created my dungeon originally, he was never the master of them. Creating a dungeon and being the master of a dungeon were two very different things. This story originates from a different website. Ensure the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. Boom! Just as I was getting comfortable waiting on their approach, there was a sudden loud noise. And immediately to the right of the ship, there was a giant splash of water. This seemed to alarm several of the people on board, and I immediately pulled my binoculars to get a close look at the ship again. It was only now that it was much closer than I was able to see what I didn't notice before. "This ship has cannons!" I cried out. "What's a cannon?" Eliana asked. It's boom. There was another burst, and another ball came flying out. Since I was paying closer attention, I was able to see its movement as it narrowly missed the hull by an inch and then splashed into the water on the other side. Whatever it is, we need to stop it, Anne declared. If I knew we'd be versing something long range, I would have brought some mages. I didn't expect to run into cannons because this was a world with magic. Prelatan was capable of using protective shield magic, so Eliana hadn't been worried about that. However, unlike me, she couldn't block physical attacks. It looked like I'd be useful too. Chapter 1577. There was once a time when white mages were common. During the war against the Fae, the white mage had become the bane of their existence. The Fae couldn't be resurrected, and so they were slowly wiped out while the invaders seemed to be able to reincarnate. It had to feel a bit like a zombie invasion, or so I imagined. To turn the tides, Fae managed to somehow wipe out the white mage lore, making it increasingly difficult for new white mages to be created. Had I not chosen it as my job before coming to this world, that lore might have been lost forever. Without the ability to resurrect, there was a standstill between the Fae and the humans. The standstill was brought to an end when humans began to depend on faith. With faith, they could create priests. And priests were able to lean resurrection at a far lower level than what was required for a white mage. The result was that the Fae was eventually thrown from the land, where they ended up on another continent on the other side of the planet. White mages and priests have as many similarities as they have differences. Priests had mastery over the soul. They could heal just about anything, but healing was a relatively slow process for them, sometimes taking days to repair the significant damage. One could see their healing like increasing Regan up extremely high and then promoting proper healing. They could also protect against ghosts and other spirits. White Mage was more of a combat class. Other than being super effective against the undead, they also had defensive spells that could create shields and block physical damage. They also could cause almost instantaneous healing, which usually came at the expense of the soul. That last part I hadn't known about until fairly recently. Priest healing was slower, but it healed the body and soul, while White Mage healed the body extremely quickly. But damage to the soul would accumulate over time and potentially cause issues. Why did we never experience issues? That was because we were all also drinking the waters of life, which continually healed and renewed our souls. This narrative has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. If you see it on Amazon, please report it. As for where I learned all of this information, it was seemingly absorbed from King Roth's dungeon. He didn't have a ton of information, but there were enough fragments of lore that I was able to take what I already knew and piece together what sounded about right based on my own experiences. There was still a lot of information to digest. Most of it was about the inner workings of Daoshin. If the Animalkin knew how much I knew about their country and its secrets, they'd likely be sweating right about now. What all of that meant was that while priests could block magic attacks and ghosts, they were unable to block physical damage. So the enemy pirates were using a woman Eliana didn't even know existed. Other than Burniss's gun. I also hadn't known that black powder had been discovered in this world. Did this technology come from the Imperial Cloud Metho? I had heard they considered our country undeveloped savages. But if it was because they were already in the Industrial Age while we're stuck in the Middle Ages, I'd understand. The ship fired again, but this time I used the skill shield and erected a barrier. The ball struck the barrier and fell back to the ground. Now, it was my turn to attack. Chapter 1578. I wasn't just a white mage, but I was also an intermediate magician too. I hadn't used a lot of my magic lately. I preferred to focus on swordsmen and other skills focused on fighting and soul manipulation. However, just a general use of mana had slowly brought the level up to 18. I couldn't pull off powerful directed attacks like Elia, or area of effect spells like Astria, but I could use enough magic to catch anyone but a master off guard, at least in Aboris. The last Grandmaster in Oberes I had ever faced had died at the hands of Cilicia, who had been under the control of a woman named Calypso. I didn't know about the Ostrepublik, but considering Asterians weren't known for their powerful mage users, I didn't think they had anyone of that level. I raised my hand and summoned several strikes of lightning down. I still wanted to capture the ship. My wind magic wasn't so slick that I could make effective wind blades that lasted such a lengthy distance. And I didn't have so much control of water that I could stop the boat. I figured fire would cause it to catch fire. So lightning was the best option I had with both the distance and damage. Several bolts shot out from my fingertips and flew at the ship. I was expecting it to hit the cannons, possibly taking them out of commission, which was why I was surprised when my lightning hit a barrier. "They have a spellcaster!" One of the girls cried out. Love this story, find the genuine version on the author's preferred platform and support their work. As if to affirm that several spells came out way. I wasn't able to erect a barrier in time, but the spells were still blocked just the same. I looked over to see a smug, looking and I supposed I deserved that for looking down at her lack of a physical defense earlier. The pirate ship continued to grow closer, all while shooting spells and cannons at us. Between the two of us, all of it was deflected. But we were only losing ground until they reached us. "Let them come! I'll tear them apart!" a younger voice cried out. I turned to see Chance waiting there, looking ready to fight even though she didn't have a weapon. "What are you doing here?" I glared. "You should be down below with Cece." "I am not down below, Master." A voice came from behind me. I spun to Cece out as well, clutching a broom nervously and shaking. Clearly terrified to be on the deck where powerful attacks were being exchanged. "What are you doing here?" I demanded. "Blocking another volley of fire." Mistress Phanes in some maid must put her life on the line for her master? She responded. Phana is a high-level hero, I responded. You need to both be down below where it is safe. I absolutely won't. Cece responded defiantly. It's my job to protect my lord. Therefore, I'll fight the pirates myself. I felt like crying. I thought little girls would be easier to handle, but they seemed to listen to my orders even less than the adults. Chapter 1579. Fine. Stay up here, I growled, glancing over to the paladins. I'm leaving these girls under your care. If you let one hair, we will protect these little girls with our lives. The paladins cried out, tears in their eyes, as if they were excited about the opportunity. And you too. What? What me I don't want children. Wait, what are you doing? I didn't answer her. Instead of going over to the edge and looking over the water, I measured the distance between our ship and theirs. If I didn't want the fight to end up on the girls' doorstep, then I was going to have to bring the fight to the enemy. I just wished that the ships weren't moving with the distance changing with each second. Faith, look. He's about to do something cool. Adik's doing something. I want to do something. I ignored Titanfall too. I wouldn't be able to bring anyone with me in this jump. With everything moving like this, I wasn't even certain I could get myself over. Plus, I was going to do one more thing. After all, I didn't want to be struck by magic on the way over. I brought out my hand, sending out several hot waves of fire into the water. I kept shooting, each shot causing a splash and then a rise of steam. The water vapor started to build up until a massive screen of it came out from the side of the ship and in front of the other ship. With the water vapor in the air, their visibility had been blocked, and so the firing had ceased. This narrative has been purloined without the author's approval. Report any appearances on Amazon. Oh? Look, Faith. He's making it so they can't see. Stop poking me. I see it. I took several steps back, trying to gauge distance. I also didn't want to shatter the wooden deck when I pushed off, so that only made it trickier. I waited for the right moment. And then, with a cry, I ran and leaped off the ship. Planting a step with magic, I pushed off of it, the force causing me to fly out. I couldn't use all of my strength because they were far too close. And that made it even more difficult. As I flew through the air, I did my best to use the wind to make sure I wasn't off course. As I became more certain of where I was going to land, I pulled out Elysia. She instantly appeared in my hand. Ah, it's Elysia! She is a sword. I want to be a sword. Sorry, Master. My friends can be a little. Elysia sounded a bit embarrassed as her friends watched them leap to the enemy ship. It's fine. We're going for the cannon first. As soon as I landed on the deck of the enemy ship, I headed for the cannons. At this point, the vapor was passing the ship by, and while half the ship was covered in mist, some of it had started to clear. As I did a swipe with the sword, causing the front-facing cannons to fall to pieces, Someone had finally noticed me and let out a cry of alert. It was time to capture the ship on my own. Chapter 1580. A group of 5 pirates attacked at once. I had feared that they would be difficult. So I was a bit surprised when a single swipe had caused all of them to collapse to the ground. They weren't dead. Elysia had done a soul strike. That wasn't to say she killed their soul. Instead, she did an attack that shocked their soul and caused them to fall unconscious. Elysia was learning more and more tricks the longer she was a sword. "These guys are pretty simple," I said in a slightly surprised voice, "given how boldly they attacked us. And also how much trouble they had given us with blocking my spells and sending out their own." I had been expecting a far more powerful enemy. "Master, I've been meaning to ask this. But are you not aware of how powerful you are at this point? I know that we've been encountering powerful enemies of late, but few people are as strong as a demon lord, the soul of a planet, or even a hero and dungeon master at the height of his power." Elysia explained. I coughed lightly. "Ah, it's not that I am unaware. It's just that I thought pirates would be stronger for some reason. When you played a game, monsters were supposed to get progressively stronger. I had found myself versing increasingly more powerful enemies. Yet these guys were probably at the same level as the bandits my group had defeated back when we were making out the first trip to the capital." "Don't get too comfortable. Just because the majority of the crew is weak doesn't mean that the captain isn't more powerful." As Elysia was saying this, several more pirates attacked, and they were dispatched as easily as the first batch. As I was fighting them, I was also starting to notice something that was off about them. "This story has been unlawfully obtained without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. Elysia." "Are they all women?" "Yes, Master." "Is that common?" "Not particularly. There are female pirates as much as there are female bandits. I've not heard of any all female crews, though." I nodded. It was strange to keep encountering women only. Some of them even looked genuinely offended to see a man on board. Even though I was overpowering them with ease, none of the women hesitated to attack me. They seemed to move with an almost fanatical devotion. "How dare you sully this ship with your presence?" one woman cried as she lunged at me with a dagger, even though she had seen me just knock out 3 other women. Who could have been dead for all she knew? I decided to capture the woman. With the flick of my wrist, I sent her dagger flying and I pulled her into my grasp. "Where is your captain?" I asked. "You dare lay your hands upon me?" she shrieked. "You filthy man! Let go of me!" I was about to ask her again when I felt a surge of power. I managed to just dodge aside before a wave of magic attack. I instantly could tell that it was darkness magic. I had to grab the woman and jump to the side, or both of us might have been struck. She continued to struggle, apparently unconcerned that she almost died until I had Elysia knock her unconscious. I then stood up. Looking to the source of the attack, a woman was standing there that I recognized immediately. Well, we meet again. Calypso raised an eyebrow. Chapter 1581. Of all the people I had thought I might run into, Calypso was probably low on the list. Then again, wasn't Calypso's tower near a harbor city, as someone who regularly ran with bandits? And had even been the bandit queen who had nearly united the West? Was it so hard to believe that she'd be responsible for the pirates and the recent attacks on the East? Oh, my. You've grown since we've last met. She quirked an eyebrow. The last time we had met was immediately before I joined back together. After that, my appearance had changed a bit. She had taken off while I was busy fighting the demon lord, even though she had a desire for vengeance. She hadn't done particularly much to help. She had given up the Malachrum dagger. But I had come to find that soul weapons weren't nearly as much the sure kill method I had thought they would be. Demon Lord Aberys had been able to shake them off completely. Well, it wasn't like having a god soul made you immune to Malachrum or Silvthril. These were still weapons that could damage the soul, possibly to the point where you couldn't be resurrected. However, they wouldn't act like a poison that would kill someone with just a nick like they were for most beings of the opposite alignment. I should have known it was you, I responded, raising my sword menacingly. Who's this woman? She looks familiar. Elysia asked. Remember Calypso's tower? I asked, gesturing to her. This is Calypso. She's an old sorceress who has managed to extend her life long past the point she should have died. Much like King Roth hoped to do. Stolen content alert. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. Old. She made a face. Tiesk. You were cuter as Dee Dee? What are you doing here? Calypso, I destroyed Demon Lord Aberys. You have no reason to be here. Since Calypso had made her appearance and the steam cloak I had created had dissipated completes so that everyone could see, the remaining pirates were waiting at the side, ready to pounce at Calypso's order. I was prepared to get to Calypso before she tried to slip away again. Twice, she had escaped from me. I wasn't going to let her get away a third time. Since she was leading this pirate attack against the eastern shores of Aberys and the Ost Republic and increasing tensions, I was doubly determined to capture her. Yes, I am aware you succeeded in destroying him, both halves even. When I saw him attempting to make himself a god's soul, I became worried that he might have split his soul in two. If you recall, I had believed he was in the south and was caught unaware when he showed up in the north, too. I defeated that one, too, I responded. She gave a nonchalant shrug as if it was no consequence. I also heard you killed the King of Osteria. He was also Demon Lord Aberys. Are we certain there isn't a third version of him? People like Aberys are very hard to kill. Even if there was a surviving part of him in some dungeon somewhere, it doesn't have anything to do with ransacking the shores. I declared, Surrender now, or I will make you surrender. She gave a melodic laugh and then held up her hands. Various wristbands and bracelets jingling as they fell down the length of her arms. Very well, I surrender. Chapter 1582. I watched Calypso suspiciously since she claimed she surrendered while making no move. "What are you playing at?" "Playing," she blinked. "The last time we fought, I was barely able to escape. That was with the power of a dungeon. I currently lack a dungeon to pull power from. Furthermore, you've grown much more powerful. Even defeating the demon lord who plagued my dreams. I don't have a blue mage like CT or a world-ending distraction. I have no means of escaping, so I surrender." Her words sounded as logical and well, though out as always. When I shot a look to the pirate women, likely all lesbians and her harem of lovers, if I guessed correctly, ready to race at me with their weapons drawn, Calypso shook her head. And every one of them dropped their weapon and got on their knees. Even then, I kept them all under my eye and had the women tie each other up. I waved my ship over, bringing the reinforcements. "Oh, my... Sodiq does know how I like it." Calypso purred teasingly as I made two of her servants hold her down while a third tied her. I checked the restraints, and they had done the job as ordered. By the time everyone was restrained, the other ship had come around and moved alongside this one. Titanfall and the Paladins all leaped on board and then started to take all of them into custody. I could have built another prison in my soul world, like I had done with King Roth's harem, but with only Elysia to watch them. I felt it was too much risk to my soul. I definitely wouldn't allow Calypso in there, and since she could control other people, I couldn't let anyone she controlled in there either. Reading on this site, this novel is published elsewhere. Support the author by seeking out the original. I didn't know if these women were under her control or not. I had checked their souls when I was checking their restraints, and they showed no signs I could tell of being in a mind-crotalized state like she had done with Siti. She was charismatic and beautiful. So I supposed it wasn't that hard to believe that she could amass a group of young women and lead them astray. The Paladins slowly brought bound pirate after bound pirate into our hold, which they had turned into a temporary cell. I quickly noticed that they were only grabbing the flat-chested women, though, leaving the more robust ones for Titanfall to handle. CC. Chance, yes. Master, I breathed out in relief when I saw them near Anne. That's when I realized how much I had been worrying about them. I didn't understand why. I supposed I had brought them on this journey on a whim, so they were my responsibility in a way. At least, they made it through the battle unmolested, and by that, I was talking about the Paladins. I only let them be because I trusted Anne to protect them. This woman is filled with darkness. She should be eliminated. And suddenly snapped as Calypso was being brought on board by one of the Titanfall girls. Calypso looked an up and down and then sneered. "I am not into children." "Why, you! Guards, kill her immediately." Chapter 1583. You won't touch her, as the nearby paladins reached for their swords. And the clueless Austerian stood there holding a bound Calypso. I reached out without thinking, ripped her from the girl's arms, and then pulled her against me while brandishing Elysia defensively. reacting to my words, Cece and Chance jumped in front of me, which in turn caused the paladins who were ready to charge on Anne's order to hesitate. They would happily cut me down. But with those two in the way, they could no longer decide. You may still have a chance for your soul. But this woman's soul is shrouded in darkness, and declared, she should be destroyed immediately. I had almost forgotten that the church had a strong reaction against miasmic creatures. Destroying dungeons was considered their top priority, although that priority was filled with hypocrisy. First off, their entire order formed because they were invaders that came from a dungeon, and they exploited their ability to resurrect to push back the original inhabitants. Secondly, they constantly made exceptions, such as Dye Ridge Labyrinth, the Mirror Labyrinth, and even this King's Selection dungeon in the castle. I was pretty certain that Calypso wasn't a miasmic creature, though. She wasn't a god soul either. Instead, she was someone who once had a mana soul, but had spent so much time using miasmic magic and living in dungeons that her soul had become completely dark. In most people, this would have caused a person to lose their free will and become little more than a monster controlled by a dungeon. But Calypso had managed to remain sane. That last part was a bit questionable. What is the meaning of this? Eliana had heard the commotion and came out on the upper deck. This woman should be destroyed, and declared to Eliana, sounding at least slightly like a petulant child tattling to a parent. This story is posted elsewhere by the author. Help them out by reading the authentic version. She was the bandit queen who had gathered the bandits on the west and gave a berries so much trouble, I explained. I find it likely she's also the pirate who has been causing trouble on the east. All the more reason to end her. We need her for information, I responded. If she dies, it'll just mean someone else is in charge. She can give us their locations, their numbers, and their goals. She's too valuable alive. Oh, Deke. I didn't know you cared, Calypso smirked, looking up at me with pursed lips. Eliana frowned while looking at Calypso, who, after I had grabbed her, had pressed her body against me, seeming to have no issue acting extremely comfortable snugly against my chest. Deke is right. If she has information, then we need to get it from her, Eliana announced. But... Anne lifted a finger angrily. No buts, Eliana responded in a voice filled with authority. I admitted that even I was surprised by her ability to take charge. Could it be that Eliana was a pretty decent princess? At least I was smart enough to know if I ever voiced such words, it would only bring me pain. Don't worry, I'll personally watch over Calypso, I declared. Anne looked between Eliana and me, and after a moment gave a sniff, which was as much acceptance as she would give. At least the paladins were happy putting their weapons away. Deke, my love, perhaps I could get used to this. Calypso lifted a long, lacquered fingernail and then stroked it down my chest. Aren't you supposed to have your hands tied? I frowned. Oops! She put her hand back down, and when she lifted them again, The restraints were still in place. Oh, this was going to go just fine. Chapter 1584. Are you just going to glower at me until we get to the Tearfall Isles? I'd prefer a guard who beats and molests me. At least then, things would be interesting. Calypso stated where she sat tied to a chair. I never said we were going to Tearfall, I responded, glowering at her further. Oh, you didn't, she quirked an eyebrow. We were in one of the rooms down in the hold. Other than 2 chairs, I had all of the other furniture removed from it and the door locked up. That essentially made it a cell. The other girls were tied up and under watch as well, but I wanted Calypso apart from them. I also took Calypso's ship, and it was in my soul world. A lot of those on board were alarmed when I touched the ship and made it disappear like that. It used a lot of magic to move it into my inventory. A normal person, even if they had a soul world, might struggle to do that. I hadn't to spare, though. My soul world was connected to my dungeon, and my dungeon was connected to the god Spring. In other words, I could access a limitless supply of waters of life. I found that out when I went to make a lake in my soul world to put the ship. I felt strange dropping it on land like it might tip over and break. As a result, I had a water of life lake much like the Miasma Lake in my boss room, and sitting in it was the stolen ship. Calypso reached up and scratched her nose, and then put her hands back behind her. I had checked them several times, and I knew if I looked, they'd still be bound. She was using magic to do it. These weren't magical shackles, though. I had a few magical restraints I could use if I needed to, but I'd rather pull them out when I had to. The less Calypso knew, the better. Unfortunately, she already seemed to know far too much. The narrative has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the infringement. I knew Calypso was someone who absolutely couldn't be trusted. The second I turned my head, she would likely escape again. Then again, sitting there staring at her and making sure she didn't do anything suspicious wasn't doing me any favors either. It felt very exhausting. However, I didn't trust the paladins to keep watch on her. Her breasts were too large for their tastes, so they'd likely ignore her. Any magic I tried to use to restrain her, I was sure she'd also find a way to wiggle out of. Much like those restraints, if you are so bored, why don't you tell me how you ended up becoming a pirate captain? I asked. It's not a very intriguing story, she responded. I went east, hearing hints that a part of my son's soul managed to survive. I then continued east. Before I was a bandit king, I was a ship captain. You mean a pirate? I dabbled in many things. That's how I met the bandit hero, I'll have you know. He was looking for a ride north, and I obliged. And took everything he had, leading to the death of his entire village. She jerked, a bit surprised. You know, I've seen parts of your lore in Lord Aboris's dungeon, and the dungeon formed by the bandit hero's death. She leaned closer, suddenly becoming more interested. Oh, well, that's interesting. Lore becomes exaggerated and half-remembered. An Austerian becomes a giant, and a man becomes a monster. Dungeons make interesting stories, but it's hard to tell the truth. Well, Deke, do you want to hear my story? Do you want to know the truth? Chapter 1585. Would you tell me the truth? Even if I asked? That's an interesting question. What exactly is truth anyway? She pondered, tilting her head. Truth is what happened, I responded. She let out a little laugh like I had made a joke. You can only know what is happening when it happens. And even then, you're only observing it through your tinted goggles. I am aware of things like biases, I responded flatly. Yes, I am sure you are, but if every observation is tainted, then how could you even come to a truth consensus? Isn't that just mob rule then? What if it is split half and half? Is the country with the most strength, right? After all. Don't both sides of any war think they are in the right? Most people don't see themselves as the villain, but others might. You see yourself as a villain? I accused. Ha ha! Maybe I have had to do some dark things, but then again, haven't you as well? I am sure there is someone out there that sees you as a villain. Admitting I am a villain only makes me more honest. She got me thinking about it for a second. Was there anyone I had ever wronged who had done nothing wrong to me I didn't think so? The likes of Voberys and King Roth had gone after me. I had done everything I could to protect and preserve life. Even in most dungeons, I usually tried to save the dungeon master. I had made mistakes, but I didn't have any enemies that I was aware of. I realized at that moment her entire talk had been aimed at distracting me. If you spot this tale on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. I shook my head and my glare returned. Don't try to turn this around and excuse your actions and avoid the subject. You attacked this very ship. You are a pirate. And you've been attacking the coastlines of Aberys and the Ost Republic. At first, I might have thought you were trying to instigate the war between the two countries, hoping to gain an opportunity to kill Aberys. But he is dead, and it sounds like you never even knew who he was in the first place. Why is your pirate fleet attacking the coast, Deke? She shook her head and sighed. Why do you think it was me? I blinked, not expecting her to lie so blatantly. You attacked us? You came on a ship and started firing. Yes, we were very low on supplies, and it wasn't like I had the money to pay for it. I frowned slightly. That was one thing that had been bothering me. Their hold was empty. If they had been out ransacking ships and villages, then shouldn't she have had tons of stuff? At the very least, they would have had food, but they were out, leading to her words being very possible. That doesn't explain the other attacks, I replied. She gave a little smile. Now, whoever said I was responsible for any of the other attacks, then who else would be responsible, I wonder? She responded flippantly. Calypso. If I had to guess, it'd be the ones who had attacked me. Chapter 1586. Can she be trusted? Eliana asked. Of course not, I responded. I had taken a break from speaking to Calypso and was now on the deck of the ship. Elysia was now in the hold watching her. Giving my mind some time to rest. Talking to that woman gave me a headache. Every word that came out of her mouth felt like an attempt to manipulate me. I had told Eliana everything the other woman had told me, which admittedly wasn't much, but still enough that it caused me to worry. According to Calypso, she had attempted to gather the pirates and was planning on organizing them. But then a large and organized attack sent the pirates running in every direction. Ever since Calypso claimed she had been on the run from these opponents, and that was why they were in desperate need of supplies and decided to attack the wrong ship. Was she able to tell you anything about these enemies? She said that their ships were very large. They didn't have cannons, but they used magic heavily, I explained, my mouth twisting. She also said she didn't get a good look at them. According to her, right before they attacked, a fog moved and provided them cover as they launched their attacks. That sounds difficult to believe, Eliana responded. I nodded. Yeah, I've thought about bringing Celeste over. She can tell if someone is lying. However, I have a feeling that even if Calypso was lying, she'd be able to hide it. Unauthorized reproduction. This story has been taken without approval. Report sightings. Ultimately, Eliana questioned her as well. Calypso was a bit more flirtatious with her until she left the room red-faced. She also flirted with Elysia, but she managed to keep her cool longer. Like that, Elysia and I kept exchanging shifts as we kept watch of her. I kept an away from her, considering she wanted to exorcise the other woman. Instead, she interrogated the other pirates, and they seemed to collaborate on her story. We'll just have to take her with us to the Tearfall Isles, Eliana declared. We'll leave it to them to decide if she's guilty or not. You are wasting time, Anne responded unhappily. You might as well let me get rid of her. They'll just rule to have her killed anyway, even if she's not the Pirate King. She's still a pirate captain, and if even half the things you've said about her are true, then she deserves death. This didn't settle very well with me. I wanted her to pay for her crimes. And considering her predominant crime was attacking the Ost Republic, then a gathering of the leaders there would be a perfect time for her to fast justice. However, something about her words regarding villains had gotten to me. Did she have some story in her past that explained all of the things she had done? Would it matter if I knew that story at least? It was enough to keep my mind off of the rocking of the boat, and 2 days later we finally arrived at Tearfall Isles. Chapter 1587. I waited out on the deck as we grew closer and closer to a particularly large island. I could see a string of smaller islands wrapping off into the distance, numbering 7 in all, just as I had been told. From the look of it, they were rather tropical. There was a stretch of sandy beach, waves, and even tropical trees. Compared to the day at the beach I had taken with the girls on the coast of Aberys near Kingsport, this was a far nicer place. No wonder it was popular despite being a dungeon. Now that I thought about it, the more south we went, the hotter and more humid the weather had become. I didn't know the exact dimensions of the planet. But perhaps we were just north of the equator, as I pondered irrelevant questions. I was soon joined by Cece and an ill-looking Chance, under the guise of scratching her behind the ear. Something I had found that she liked in particular. I used some spells to help alleviate her nausea temporarily. I didn't know if it was an animalkin thing, but I found that they each liked to be touched in a very specific way. When it came to Lydia, she didn't like her ears being touched. I mean, I touched them anyway. But it seemed to be a weak spot that made her squirm. She preferred to be scratched right above her tail. Such a touch got her purring. Of course, the claws came out shortly after that, but with White Mage, I usually could manage. Meanwhile, when it came to Miki, she didn't like her tail being touched. I wondered if it had something to do with the spirit tails. Either way, she liked it when I traced a finger along the edge of her ears. She became very affectionate and even nipped me a few times. Then there was Raisa, who seemed to live for head pats. Even the word head pat could cause her tail to start wagging. Enjoying the story? Show your support by reading it on the official site. I heard a low whining noise. I turned to CCC, watching me scratch Chance behind the ears. Chance had her eyes closed and a small smile on her face as she pushed her head against my hand. Cece had a frown and looked like she needed attention too. After living with a harem of women, I could tell when one girl was feeling left out. It was even more obvious when it came to children. I adjusted my position so I was in between the two girls, and then I began to pat Cece's head while scratching Chance's ear. Soon, her eyes were closed and she was smiling happily too. Maybe this was a girl thing that had nothing to do with Anna Malkin at all. I heard another whining noise behind me. I looked back to see Anne standing there with nearly an identical look to Cece's from early. "Go scratch yourself!" I snapped at her and put my back to her. "Tisk! I can't rebuke you for honoring the daughter properly. But isn't the best daughter before you? It's like eating ground beef when a steak is right in front of you." I decided it was better for my sanity to ignore her. Chapter 1588. It's coming soon. Eliana warned as we started to approach the dock. "What?" I asked, but no sooner did I ask than I felt a familiar feeling. But it was the text that told me what happened clearly. "You have entered the dungeon, Champion's Gauntlet. Destroy the lore to break the curse, or complete the lore for extra dungeon points and a blessing." "What was that?" Chance asked. My chest skipped a beat, Cece added. I knew they said that the islands were a dungeon, but I had never met a dungeon that didn't have some kind of distinct entrance. In my mind, I had imagined us sailing through some kind of ravine and entering into some watery crater surrounded by impassable mountains. Although the maps I had seen didn't represent such a scene. Instead, the distant landscape blended with the appearance inside seamlessly. There was no block or portal, like entry. When it came to Car's dungeon and even Mina's dungeon, They had expelled out miasma that affected the external terrain and started to make it look a bit like inside the dungeon. But that terrain still wasn't technically the dungeon until you went through the entrance. I had never encountered a dungeon before that was just part of the landscape like this. As we passed the unseen barrier, other than a slight shift in the mana as we entered a miasmic region, nothing else could be detected. Had I not had the text warning, I'd never even guessed we were in a dungeon. As we sailed around the island, we came upon a massive cove, and in that cove was a modest-sized city complete with docks. Many boats seemed to be sailing in and out of the city. Some were heading to the mainland. These were usually larger. Others were heading straight to the other islands, likely for adventurers looking to train in this so-called Champion's Gauntlet. The naming of the dungeons never seemed to have any steadfast rule. Some were named after the person or persons that instigated it, while others were named after their function or their story. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. I wonder why it's called the Tearfall Isles instead of the Champion's Gauntlet. Oh, you know the name of the dungeon. One of Alicia's friends overheard me and spoke up. Most people don't know the true name unless they take part in the gauntlet. They all just call it Tearfall instead. The name Tearfall comes from the shape of the islands. If you look at a map, they resemble teardrops falling from the Ost-Republic. They were named before the formation of the dungeon. It turned out that every question didn't necessarily need to have a complex answer about the lore that stemmed back hundreds of years. Hearing such a simple explanation was relaxing in a way. That's when I heard the last part of her statement. The islands came before the dungeon? I asked in surprise. Is it so surprising? Eliana asked. After everything you've seen, I supposed it wasn't. In most cases, dungeons were like cancer, carving themselves out of the land in their little separate bubble of miasma. However, soul dungeons could exist bound to an object and took up no space. Why should I be surprised now by a dungeon that was indistinguishable from the world around it? Chapter 1589. The boat had to wait a bit before a place to dock became open. It wasn't that the docks were small, but there was so much traffic coming in and out of it. And since my mana was able to reach the shore, I was half tempted to just create a portal and leave for the city yet. But that would go against Eliana's policy of needing to be seen entering. Officially, portals couldn't be used within dungeons. So if I started using them, it might cause some alarm. Then again, the miasma here was so light that I was sure even a normal blue mage could open a portal. Even if he couldn't necessarily open one to the mainland like I could. Now that I had visited the Tearfall Isles, nothing short of a massive rearrangement of the mana and miasma in the surrounding area would prevent me from being able to return whenever I wanted. Most rules that people seem to know to be truth seem to be simple mana math anyway. You could project mana from your body. The more things that were in the way of the mana, the more obstructed the draw distance would be. Depending on the spell, the distance varied substantially. A portal, which required cutting through space, used a lot of mana. Slave communication, which was more like a phone call, was much easier. Dungeons, as the miasmic obstructions that they were, disrupted this flow of mana. For someone with weak mana and low levels, these obstructions were absolute. No barrier was more absolute than the separation between a dungeon and the world outside it, which were completely separated environments. To the typical commoner and even soldiers, breaking through these barriers could not be done. This was why portals and resurrections were considered impossible from dungeons. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. When I had unlocked the blessings, they boosted those powers by using the lore and mana reserves from a dungeon. Without realizing it, the strength of my portal had been boosted, as did the strength of my slave bonds. Although the system had explained them as being absolute, I had come to learn there was nothing absolute in this world. I had learned that when I had dimensionally traveled and ended up on the wrong side of the planet, I didn't have the necessary mana to create a portal home and had to depend on extreme measures to make the trip. Although I was only half of myself back then, I had killed and consumed quite a bit of people. I was very angry back then, and perhaps a bit desperate to see those that I cared about again. This dungeon was another one of these anomalies. The miasma was paper thin, so resurrections could be performed by those who were a lower level. The dungeon miasma didn't block the soul summoning that was necessary with any resurrection. I imagined portals would also be easier to do. I knew my map skill could reach the entire island. This is why I knew that Carmen was currently not on the main Cephaland. "Where are you?" "You better be safe," I muttered to myself as the ship jerked to a stop. "We've arrived," the captain announced. Welcome to the Tearfall Isles. Chapter 1590, as we got off the dock. I had the distinct feeling we were being watched by many eyes. I saw a couple people looking our way before whispering in their ears and sending someone running or writing a message, or casting some other communication spell. I found myself much more comfortable being in a dungeon. I was in a dungeon, but I usually didn't feel this exposed. It's okay, Deke. This is just politics. Eliana seemed to see me stiffening slightly. I forced myself to relax slightly. Then again, if an assassin was after Eliana's life, then it would be all too easy to access her on these docks. One of the girls from Titanfall suddenly spoke up. All of my relaxation became tense feelings once again. "Faith, you are not helping," her friends chided her. Ah! This Tearfall Isles. What a familiar place. I looked back to see Elysia dragging Calypso from the hold underground. Despite having been chained to a chair for days, she didn't look that much worse than right before going in. She wore an easy smile like she wasn't a prisoner at all, but someone who owned the place. Titanfall. "Can you watch Calypso from here?" I asked. Since Calypso was now in this dungeon, she wouldn't be able to use some portal to get away quickly. I had already marked Calypso. I had several jobs now that had means of marking a specific person on the map. As long as she was on this island, I would know exactly where she was and could be next to her in moments, saying that she was about as covered as I could manage. Besides, Alicia trusted Titanfall, so I had to lean on them as well. Deke, you are leaving? Eliana was a bit surprised. What for? I gave an innocent laugh, relying on Mimic to obscure any weaknesses in my fucka day. I just have a few errands I need to run. It's nothing important. You could be reading stolen content. Head to the original site for the genuine story. Eliana frowned. I thought you were going to protect me. I raised an innocent eyebrow. Didn't you say that you were perfectly protected on your own and didn't need me? Her face flushed red. I did say that. I am safe. It's just... The weather is nice. And I thought we could. You know. She started to touch her fingers together, a slightly shy expression appearing on her face. Oh, well, we can go out tonight for sure. It won't take very long. I promise. I just want to pick up a few things I heard were for sale here. I did my best to lie. Eliana of Auberys, a voice cut in at the perfect time. I am a delegate here to lead you to the quarters you'll be staying at while here. A stuffy looking man wearing more clothing than the hot weather should have permitted approached us. Eliana couldn't fret about me anymore. She put on her best face and gave a greeting befitting a politician. I didn't have much of a taste for this kind of thing, so as they walked off, I stayed behind, keeping myself busy with the map. As Calypso passed by, I made sure once again that I had a mark on her. I used several methods to achieve this, including ones I hoped she wouldn't be able to throw off by doing something like giving her karma to someone else. Yeah. I had learned a few tricks since the last time I had to interact with her. I was surprised she didn't appear as a red icon. That meant that she didn't desire to harm me, and my magic didn't see her as hostile. Master is a terrible liar. What are we doing? Alicia had stayed behind as Titanfall took Calypso and followed Eliana. I frowned slightly and then spread out the map. While Calypso didn't create a red icon, several others did. I wasn't lying. I planned to take care of a few errands, like dealing with some threats prematurely. Chapter 1591. It wasn't that complicated, really. The peace talks were a sensitive time, and I didn't want anything causing them any trouble. That's why I looked for anyone in the city that had red marks. Just about every city had a few bad apples. Even in the capital of Aberys, I could find various red dots, although they were small and often hard to pick up in the crowd. This place didn't quite have that population, and besides, I was very invested in making sure things went safely and smoothly, preferably in a way that didn't upset Eliana and potentially hurt the baby. I was just starting my fatherly duties early. That was all. I quickly located about 10 red marks. These were people who gave off bad auras. They were either up to dark things or intended to do dark things. See, my mana saw them as enemies. Then it made sense to take care of them before they could potentially cause trouble. It was like none of them had anything to do with the peace talks at all. But even a Magur accidentally robbing the wrong dignitary could cause issues, so it was best to just get rid of them. It wasn't like I was going to kill them permanently. I was just going to remove them from the equation for a while. We'd cut out their souls and throw them in my dungeon. I could create various spectral guards created from the undead harem of King Roth. They'd keep the souls locked up properly. I also wouldn't let the dungeon eat away at them, so they could be safely resurrected at a later date of my choice unless I forgot. After lining up all of the enemies and targeting their mana signature, I used phase shift to quickly disappear through the crowds at the dock and into a side alley. Once I was there, I began to move at an extremely quick rate, leaping up onto a roof and crossing the city at an extremely fast pace. I also used the skill hide presence, silent feet, and the 25-point skill avoid perception. In other words, no one even noticed me leaping from rooftop to rooftop. I sort of felt like a ninja. Well, I was still over 6 feet tall. So I was a big ninja. Did you know this text is from a different site? Read the official version to support the creator. I landed in an alleyway, nearly right on top of the first red mark. I fell right behind the man. He was facing away from me and didn't even hear when I landed thanks to silent feet. He was wearing a large coat and was bent over, whispering to himself as he stared out into the street. He was specifically watching a pair of two women who happened to be obliviously walking toward the alley. He came off as suspicious. However, I still felt a bit strange just cutting him down without cause, so I hesitate a bit. The women came closer, and I tensed as I prepared for whatever foul deed he was about to conduct. Just as they walked by, the man leaped out. I looked for a knife or any weapon, but I didn't see one. At that moment, he ripped open his coat, and there was absolutely nothing on underneath. Ah! Pervert! The two women let out screams as they were suddenly exposed to him. He laughed, jumping up and down as he displayed everything to the horrified women. They turned and ran away. He finally turned back into the alley, laughing merrily. I guess I can't just depend on the map, I muttered as I went to turn around. He was just a pervert. He probably had the same job unlocked that I did. In some ways, we were kindred spirits. At that moment, I felt my arm tug, causing me to spin back around. My sword had suddenly moved in a direction counter to my movements. Elysia could move, even in her sword form, to an extent. When done right, I could add her strength to mine in a powerful blow. In this case, it was like yanking my arm back. What is Master saying? We must destroy this enemy, Elysia cried out. Isn't he just a pervert? He's an enemy to all women. Before I could stop her, the sword swept down and he was cut to pieces. All perverts should just die. I stood there for a while in a cold sweat. At least she didn't recall I also had the pervert job. Chapter 1592. 5 of the 10 men we ended up neutralizing were flashers. I felt like I was committing genocide against my people. Actually, why were there so many flashers in this tropical paradise? Was it just because the weather was nice enough you could get by in nothing but an overcoat? The other 5 were pickpockets, thieves, and at least one man who had snatched a woman and was trying to have her way with her. He wasn't like the others and deserved death. I probably should stop sympathizing with the enemies. We didn't run into any dangerous plots, but then again, it was still several days before the peace talks began. If there was some plot, then they could show up at any time. I'd remain vigilant for the appearance of any red in the city. Along with that, there was one more thing that I had to do. This time, I left the city properly. The island wasn't massive, but it wasn't that small either. There was a tall volcano, like mountain in the center, and all along it was various routes. Hot springs, villages, and training areas. I avoided all of them, specifically looking for an area of low population. This ended up being a hard-to-reach cove on the opposite side of the island from the city and the dock. Once I was sure there was no one remotely close, I reached into my soul world and pulled out an assortment of items. There was some water of life, some mithril, a bit of orichalcum, a few weapons and swords, and so on. I looked out into the water and then lowered my head. Great Dungeon Master of the Champion's Gauntlet, I know you can hear me. I apologize for giving you a start by entering your dungeon without warning. I have no desire to take over your dungeon or relieve you of your control. I am only here to visit. I'd like to learn a bit about your story, meet with a friend, and be involved with these peace talks. I will only remain for a few weeks and then I will return home. T, I hope you can take these gifts as compensation for the inconvenience I've given you. If you encounter this tale on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. I finished my words, but I heard no response. There were just the sounds of water hitting the rocky shore and a few distant birds. This was something I had come to realize I had to do whenever I entered a dungeon that I wasn't planning on invading. Dungeon masters could detect each other, and the second I entered this dungeon, it would have been like an alarm for him. It'd be considered rude, and may even cause a hostile response if I just started trouncing around like I owned the place. That's why I prepared a gift and a short speech. I introduced myself, let them know my intentions, and hopefully I wouldn't have any issues like I did when I entered Graham's passage. The silence lingered on, and I considered saying more. However, at that moment, black miasma started to float up from the ground. It immediately started to wrap around the items I had put out. One thing after another, the items started to dissolve, like they were being eaten away and turned to dust before me. Anything left out in a dungeon could eventually be eaten away in this matter. But the miasma was solo here that probably wouldn't have happened, and certainly not that quickly. I waited until it had all disappeared, and then let out a breath of relief. If he had taken the offering, then that was as much of an affirmation as I needed. Thank you. I bowed and left the beach, heading back to the city and Eliana. Chapter 1593. What do you mean the dwarves don't want to sit by the Osterians? It makes them feel short. They are Osterians. Everyone feels short. Using my map, I had quickly located the mansion that Eliana and her party were taken to. It would be their so-called embassy for the remainder of the peace talks, although it looked more like a vacation resort. Upon walking in, I found an extremely exasperated and busy Eliana, who was discussing with a group of delegates. It sounded like a pain in the butt, and I didn't want to get involved in it. Since I had taken care of all of the red marks in the city, I had freed up my schedule. I quickly found myself with nothing to do. Which was actually why I had left Chom in the first place. It seemed like I could never just find busy work to keep myself occupied. As I was trying to avoid getting pulled into Eliana's unfortunate situation, I walked around the corner and right into Titanfall. Oh, hey Deke! Can Alizia come out and play ga? One of the girls spoke up, only to be elbowed in the gut by another. What was that for Alizia isn't a child? Yeah, but we have to get permission to hang out. Don't we? Hang out what's going on with Calypso, I asked. We were relieved of our duties shortly after getting here. They said the tribunal will take care of it. One of the women sounded angry. The tribunal? It's the government on this island. Just a group of 3 rich people who use their wealth to control the dungeon and everything that happens on it. Really? Not only did this strange dungeon have a thriving community, but they even had a leading government. It did worry me that they took Calypso. But I was still able to track her, and she appeared to be on the island. So maybe I was thinking too much? Did you know this story is from Royal Road? Read the official version for free and support the author? So, the girls all looked at me expectantly. Oh, Alizia can always go if she wants. I scratched my head awkwardly. Do you want to go? That last question was aimed at Alizia, who hadn't mentioned anything. And it was possible she wasn't paying attention. There was a flash, and a moment later Alicia appeared right next to me. I guess I can whip you girls into shape, Alizia declared. I whip us into shape. What does that mean? It's been a long time since we've trained together. Alizia frowned. I thought you wanted to do some training. Training? One of the girls sputtered. We were talking about going out drinking or something. Nonsense. You have to train diligently every day. Since I've been gone, I bet you guys haven't done a single training session. Yeah. You are here to protect the Princess of Auberys and forge a new government for the Ost Republic moving forward. You represent the pride of the Titanfall here, so you can't afford to play around. Don't worry. I'll whip you all back into shape. Oh, that's right. I forgot Alizia was a complete taskmistress who has no fun. That's right. I missed her so much. I forgot how much she made us work. Let's get going. It's been months and I only have a week. So we'll have to work extra hard, Elysia declared. Isn't that just death? I regret everything. Save us, Deke. I scratched my chin, looking away from the begging girls. Do your best. Perhaps having nothing to do wasn't so bad after all. Chapter 1594. Since we're going, Deke should come as well. One of the girls made a last-ditch effort. Just as I was about to get away. Huh? Elysia asked. Because... Deke? He... needs to show us how it's done. After all, didn't he best you? Besides, can't you give us better pointers by remaining on the side and watching from an objective point of view? Yes. We definitely need Deke. One of the other girls jumped in. It wouldn't be a bad thing. Elysia responded, tapping her lip and looking in my direction. It seemed like if they were going down, they were taking me with them. Although I had attempted the path of least resistance, I still somehow ended up joining the Titan Fall girls. We ended up going to the town's adventuring guild. It was odd that an adventuring guild was located inside a dungeon. But it made a lot of sense, too. It seemed to be the primary place for people to go to make plans to head through the Champions Trials. Anyone who registered with the guild could pay a fee, so if they didn't come back in so many days, they would be resurrected. It was extremely safe and allowed people to test their might without risking their lives. Even fighting in Dyridge's great dungeon was a risky business where someone could die, even in the most controlled circumstances. There could be a monster surge, or a boss might somehow end up on the wrong level. Although dungeons did tend to have certain rules, those rules only seemed to exist to be broken at the most inopportune times. The reason that I was interested in the Adventuring Guild was that I was hoping Carmen I had registered with it. I would have gone in that direction anyway, so I was fine following the girls. We had docked in the early morning. And it was only about midday now, so there was still a lot of time. You could be reading stolen content. Head to the original site for the genuine story. This particular adventuring guild was much larger than the one from Chom. I probably shouldn't use Chom as a measure for other places. But it did get me thinking that perhaps we should build a new hall for them as a way to attract more adventurers to my town. Not only did I have my dungeon, which would benefit from the patronage of adventurers, but there was also the entire wilderness. I am sure there would be a need for many requests shortly. As for this one, the main room was 2 stories, with an upper floor filled with tables. It seemed to be a place for entertainment and relaxation as much as taking on missions from the mission board. Alcohol was served there, which wasn't unusual for an adventuring guild. The really interesting thing, though, was the training rooms, various rooms people could rent out to train. The lists appeared to include strength training, endurance, and an arena. It was the arena that the Titan Fall was looking to rent. The girls seemed to enter the place with some familiarity. And without asking, I was pretty sure that this wasn't the first time Elysia had dragged them to this island for training. However, I still couldn't help but ask. "Did you ever try to complete the Champion's Gauntlet?" I asked Elysia. 18 times? One of the girls cried out as she rented a training room. "Faith!" Elysia cried out, an embarrassed look on her face. It was as I thought. Elysia was just as big of a battle junkie as her mother Shin. Chapter 1595. We entered a small arena. It actually seemed rather familiar to me. "Is this?" I frowned. Looking around the room. Yes. I believe that the arena inside the Sword Delusory realm was based on these rooms, Elysia explained. The place looked exactly like the rooms where Elysia and I had to battle clones of her, which we had to kill over and over again, while experiencing the pain of said death. It was a brutal place, but it was also the place where Elysia and I started to grow close. It had only been a few months, but it felt like we had been together forever. I couldn't even imagine fighting without her. And in the moments that I couldn't use her, like when I was sent into Twilight's territory, it felt like I had a hand tied behind my back. Then again, repetition shouldn't be that surprising. Dungeons were based on real stories, and those stories used real locations. If the actual location still existed, why wouldn't a dungeon replicate it? It was far easier to borrow a concept that already existed, rather than create something new. And when it came to dungeons, all they did was borrow old lore. Their entire existence was to eat away the lore of the world, coopting it in an attempt to complete their unfinished story. Of course, that meant that this guild, or at least this arena, was extremely old, and had been around during the same time as that sword hero had been traveling with his corrupted sword. Perhaps he had come to this very island to battle in the Champion's Gauntlet. I do recall something in that lore about him trying to get stronger. And what better place would someone go to challenge themselves than such a place? I wished I had known about the place before. Although it wasn't particularly accessible from the Aberrus. You had to sail through Ost Republic waters to reach it. And until very recently, the two countries were not peaceful. This book's true home is on another platform. Check it out there for the real experience. As I was marveling over dungeons for the umpteenth time, I looked through the racks of wooden weapons on the side. None of them were great swords like Elysia. So I settled on the largest sword I could find, which was a massive Asterian broadsword. It still felt very light in my grip. That got me thinking that maybe training like this wasn't such a bad idea. I had been separated from Elysia once before. I couldn't always depend on the extra boost of strength that she gave me. I should train to fight without her in hand. There might even be an instance where it'd be preferable she remained in her Asterian form to battle an enemy, rather than remain as a sword. As I picked out my weapon, the girls were also picking out their weapons. They didn't all use the sword. One girl appeared to use a spear like Lydia now used, and another appeared to be more of a bare-knuckle brawler. The third girl seemed to use a chain with a spiked ball on it. At least, she was whipping it around. Wait a second. None of them were picking out wood weapons. All right. All of you against Deke, Alesia declared. Ready? Ready? I'll take him out. Let's do it. Ha! I blinked. Attack! Alesia dropped her hand. Chapter 1596. Ah, where did he go? He's over there. Get him. With just a wooden sword, I was dodging the girls wielding real weapons the best I could. I managed to narrowly escape their first attack by using a phase shift. Yet I didn't have any time to de-escalate as they were already leaping at me again. He's fast? I dodged their onslaught of weapons once again, using the wood blade to block one of the strikes, and taking the tip right off in the process. Master, if you keep playing around, you might get hurt. You shouldn't take them so casually, Alesia stated out loud. How was I taking them casually? I was trying to avoid fighting altogether. Worse? The girls heard Alesia state that, and took it as a personal insult. They suddenly redoubled their efforts to attack me, determined to show me that I shouldn't make light of them. I used a blinding light from White Mage before creating a duplicate with Mimic, using a quick attack. I just managed to strike one of their hands, causing her to drop her weapon. He hit me, one of the girls whined. You shouldn't hit ladies. Let's show him. They grew angry when I tried to avoid attacking them, and now they were angry when I inadvertently attacked them. Why did I feel like there was no winning in this battle I couldn't afford to lose either? I could see the sharpness of those blades. There was no way I was going to allow any of them to hit me. The girl I disarmed managed to pull another weapon from her storage ring, and all three women surged at me again. The fight continued like this for some time. I did my best to avoid hit after hit, while the girls desperately tried to take me out. I only hit them when I had to, but there were a few close calls. I even ended up hit twice, and I had to heal or risk being weakened. As I was dodging for my life, Alesia was giving them hints. Stolen from Royal Road, this story should be reported if encountered on Amazon. Aim for his left side. He's right, handed so he often overcompensates on his right. You should have used a skill right there. He wouldn't have been able to block it. Work together? You are not going to be able to defeat him if you keep fighting by yourselves. I wanted to shout at her for selling me out. But it was all I could do, just keep avoiding them. Of course, I couldn't keep that up forever. As I started to feel weaker and realized I wouldn't be able to keep it up forever, I decided my best option would be to end it all quickly. With a roar, I burned some of the mana from my dungeon skills, causing them to glow. This was enough to frighten the girls, stopping their attacks and putting them into a defensive stance. I launched a series of attacks. Each time I attacked out, the blade shattered a bit more. But I only responded by fighting even more furiously. I struck each girl in turn with a flurry of attacks. When it was finally done, only a few seconds had passed, but the sword had been reduced to just the handle, and the splinters were still raining to the ground. Each of the girls from Titanfall collapsed to the ground while I gasped for breath. Deke, you didn't have to take the battle so seriously, Alesia suddenly declared. What? Deke's a bully. One of the girls on the floor cried. Definitely a bully. Her friend responded. You. I was being given accusatory looks by all of the women. Even though they weren't that hurt, or they wouldn't be shooting me looks after just being knocked down. Deke has to buy the first round, one finally declared. And the second? Alesia looked away, avoiding my gaze. It is only fair. Was that their game from the beginning? It seemed like I had walked right into it. Chapter 1597. Deke has gotten very strong. He definitely wasn't that strong the last time we versed him on the beach. One of the girls was saying while taking a drink we had retreated from the training room to the main tavern, where I had ended up buying them all drinks so they stopped calling me a bully. I felt like I had been taken for a ride here. But I only had myself to blame. Had I acted more assertive from the beginning, I wouldn't have let them push me into that situation in the first place. As for the girls, they were all fine. They didn't even need a light heal in the end, which showed just how much they had been hurt. To think he was once that newling we met in Mirror's Labyrinth? Another spoke up. I wasn't that weak in Mirror's Labyrinth either. I just didn't want to have to explain things, I responded. Still, you've gotten a lot stronger. Alesia, too. I didn't even fight, Alesia cried out. But how do I explain it? One of the girls tapped her lips. You just give off a feeling that you are stronger than you once were. It's how you hold yourself. You guys could have used practice weapons, I muttered. Deke, if we had used practice weapons, we wouldn't have even had a chance. In the end, you were still able to overpower all three of us. We're not even on the same level anymore. That's why all of you need to keep practicing, Alesia tried to admonish them. The three girls each looked at each other, and then shook their heads. It's not that we've given up. However, we can't even hope to keep up with you anymore. Why isn't it obvious? The girls all glanced my way. Me, I blinked. I bet the other girls around you are a lot stronger too, aren't they? One of them said. Deke makes you stronger, Alesia. It's nothing to be ashamed about. From the moment he took you away from the wedding, we knew that we'd never be getting you back. The tail has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. The girl next to her continued. For those women by Deke's side, they grow strong quickly. The bonds between you make you stronger and make you grow. We'd never be able to keep up with that. Girls. Alesia looked at each of her former teammates, tears forming in her eyes. Don't be sad, Alesia. One of the girls reached out and touched her cheek. We still love you. We always knew you were never fit for being an Austerian princess. You always seemed out of place, even when we were fighting in dungeons. However, by Deke's side, it seems like you are where you are supposed to be. Are really now. Alesia took a drink from her mug to hide her expression. I finally started to understand what this was all about. I had whisked her away without really speaking to her friends. Titanfall had been together for years, and I had seemingly taken away their leader without consulting them. I had only focused on Alesia and her feelings and hadn't considered the feelings of those around her. Admittedly, there hadn't been much time to talk back then. But it was clear the girls still had lingering feelings regarding my sudden kidnapping of Alesia. The girls were just letting Alesia know that it was okay in their own words. Titanfall was still together, and Alesia was still the woman they respected most. It was a worry so deep that even Alesia probably didn't realize she had it. Of course, I knew that she held many worries deep inside her. After all, our souls were closely linked. However, I hadn't known how to resolve them. Yet, even though these girls hadn't been around Alesia in months, they knew, and as her friends, they made sure to show her that they were doing all right too. Thank you. I lowered my head with a respectful nod. What are you smiling about? Perhaps we should do another round. I'll stab him this time. I stiffened a bit. I guess it was better if I just kept my mouth shut for this one. Chapter 1598. I didn't really like being drunk, so I kept my immunity to alcohol active as everyone else drank. I also got to watch as my coins slowly dwindled. Since they couldn't punish me physically, it seemed like my penance for taking Alesia away would be my wallet. It was fine. It was nice to see them unwinding. Especially Alesia. There were so few times where she could really relax and just be herself. So I ordered round after round and let them go wild. Wuras dwek, ein goem gro wrestle him. Yoi shoals we sul him nakwad. Of course, as they got drunk, I also made sure to hide in a corner of the room and remain out of sight. I tried to ignore their words while remaining low. They attacked me with weapons when they were sober. I couldn't imagine what they'd want to do while drunk. Thankfully, the guild was extremely busy in the evening. People either setting out or returning from the Champions Gauntlet were regaling tales of what they experienced or planned to experience. It was quite a noisy place. The 4 drunk women in armor had the notice of everyone, but no man was brave enough to approach him. A few were probably wondering who was the Deke person that they kept talking about. It was sometimes hard to tell if I was a lover or a mortal enemy, the way they kept talking about me. That's why I remained silent and used my hide skill. Meanwhile, I kept drinking to the point where I would have passed out if my dungeon point poison immunity wasn't selected. Stolen from Royal Road. This story should be reported if encountered on Amazon. I was never the type who liked to be the center of attention, so it felt rather nice to be in a noisy bar and just watch the others. The sky was just starting to darken as the sun set when the door suddenly burst open. A group walked in who appeared to be frantic. The boisterous environment quickly turned serious, as the men were covered in various wounds. Even drunk, these were adventurers, and they knew when they needed to get serious. The wounded men were carrying others who appeared to be unconscious and in much worse states. They were all covered in dirt and mud, and it was clear that they had just been through a violent attack. Someone? Get a priest here immediately. One of the receptionists called out. Don't they look a bit familiar? I recognize them from somewhere. One of the Austerian girls spoke up, her voice coming out less slurred than a moment before. It's Demon's Head. They're a rank S adventuring team. Someone cried out. I had also thought I recognized them from somewhere, and when they mentioned it, I realized that this was one of the dungeon divers I had met in the Mirror's Labyrinth. However, back then, they had only been ranked A. I seemed to recall they were fighting to reach rank S. It looked like they had finally made it. You guys didn't try to take on a boss by yourselves, did you? You are supposed to make an announcement when you attempt a boss run. It's not a boss. The leader grunted as he put the wounded down. We were attacked by another group. Chapter 1599. As much as I wanted to remain in hiding. I couldn't reasonably stand back while there were wounded people there. I appeared next to the girls, kneeling to the closest unconscious man with my white mage already equipped as a job. I immediately began healing. A priest's healing could still do some good, but when it came to fixing the body, I was the best. Ah, Deke, there you went, Elysia cried out. As the drunk Titan girls acknowledged me, I concentrated on healing each of the men in turn. I recognize you from somewhere. The leader scratched his chin as he looked at me. It's Deke. You met him in Mirror's Labyrinth once, Elysia explained. Oh! Titanfall, you are here as well. Wait, Deke, do you mean that effricated party? Wasn't that guy just a little runt? He's come a long way, Elysia responded defensively. Wait for a second. I seem to recall you having a crush on him. Is that what happened? Did he and you? Is that what happens when a guy sleeps with an Austerian? Shut up! Don't be an idiot! The other girls immediately jumped down the leader of Demon's Head, whose logic went in a strange direction. It had been a while since I had met anyone who didn't know about my physical transformation. Although I guess it could still be surprising for some. The last time I had seen them had been what felt like forever ago. To think that it was the first time that I had met Elysia. Too much had happened since then, that the time before and after my physical change felt worlds apart. A case of content theft, this narrative is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. You were saying that some other party attacked you, I asked? Trying to bring the conversation back on track, even while I continued to heal everyone in the party. As I was healing the party, I began to realize that it wasn't just Demon's Head. It looked like they had rescued another group. Where most of the most damaged were, after making sure the most wounded got healed, I focused a group heals on everyone. At that point, the Demon's Head members started to finally lose some of the tension in their eyes. Yes, we heard this party shouting for help, and we went to investigate. We saw these men cut up and tied up. They were gagged, hanging from ropes, and tied to trees. We didn't realize until it was too late that it was a trap. We were besieged on all sides by a mysterious force. We did everything we could just to free their party and escape. Thankfully, one of my men had a one-use return item. We broke it and returned here. I hope these guys we rescued won't mind if we charge them for it. It sounded like the demon's head were as harsh as ever. They might have saved the other party, but they wouldn't do it without their reward. Did you see who the ones attacking were? Elysia asked. After a second of thought, the man shook his head. They used a lot of magic and kept their distance. Plus, there was a lot of fog out, and so it was difficult to see into the forest. I frowned as he said that. It sounded somewhat familiar to pirate attacks that Calypso had been talking about. I decided to refresh the one from the captured party who seemed the less beaten up and then used Awaken. I wanted to get to the bottom of this. Chapter 1600. What party do you come from? I asked as I woke the boy up and helped him sit up. I snapped some fingers and was a bit surprised when one of the girls responded and brought me a drink. I helped the man take a drink, and once his breathing steadied, I asked him again. My party. We're called Gold Ring. C-rank? C-rank Humph? You shouldn't have been on the 4th island then. Demon's head scoffed, crossing his arms. Fourth island. The man's eyes widened. We are on 2nd island. I swear! We were just trying it out to see if we were ready when we were suddenly... Well, there was this fog. The next thing I know, I am tied up. The island's ranking closely matches the rankings of adventurers. Elysia spoke to me through our soul connection, as she often did when she thought I didn't know something. The first island is 4C rank, then B, A, S, SS, and SS. There isn't an island 4 to through F nonsense. We found you on the S-Recaned island, the demon's head leader declared. So, you also didn't see the enemy I cut in. The man opened his mouth and then closed it again. No, I didn't get a good look at them. We had two parties attacked, and neither of them was able to get a look at the assailant. They might also have some attachment to the pirates that have been affecting the coast. I had thought that once we left the coastline, we wouldn't be dealing with them anymore. That was part of the reason I hadn't hesitated to drag Calypso along. I reckoned the farther I got her away from the pirates, the better off things would be. Then again, if she was telling the truth. Then how was this all connected? Are you going to pay me for that return item we used that was 50 gold? Demon's Head's leader pushed forward. 50 gold! We don't make that much in a year. The tale has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. Then you are just going to have to increase ranks and take more risks, aren't you? That's what we were trying to do. Just before we were captured, we decided we weren't strong enough to keep going. How's that my problem, you owe me? Hey, why don't you leave them alone? One of the Titan Fall girls cut in. If you were strong enough to save them, you wouldn't have needed to use a last-ditch item in the first place. Why, you I could have just allowed them to die. Couldn't I, if you feel you went above and beyond? Why don't you just log in with the Adventuring Guild? They'll offer compensation for rescues. Not 50 gold worth. The demon's head guide continued to argue, but he was quickly earning the ire of many of the other adventurers, and his words were losing strength. I was mostly ignoring their complaining as I considered the situation. It was suspicious. Elysia was also lost in deep thought. Someone captured a C-rank team and used them to lure an S-rank team. Elysia frowned. Her voice was heard by everyone, and the conversation seemed to die down a bit. Even though she was my sword most of the time and typically kept going as a passive observer, she still had the force and authority to command a room when she wanted to. The demon's head leader cleared his throat awkwardly. Well, the truth is that we wouldn't have been able to get out the returned item and escape if we hadn't had a little help. I frowned. A little help, they call them the Shiny Knight. It's an adventuring team of one. But they can fight at the level of an S-class party all on their own. They answered the cries the same time we did. They managed to keep the enemy at bay while we escaped. He spoke in a somewhat embarrassed voice. A Shiny Knight. My eyes widened as I realized who they were talking about. Carmen? Chapter 16. 01. The Shiny Knight is a paladin from the church. They don't say much and keep to themselves. They're very strong and can take a lot of damage. They've saved a lot of adventurers. They have a penchant for showing up just when someone needs them. But they're also always begging people for compensation. You'd think an S-class adventurer wouldn't be so poor. One of the adventurers started musing. I'd imagine. Just that fancy suit of armor, which they keep spotless, must cost an arm and a leg to maintain. A paladin with an expensive taste in armor. There is no doubt. Elysia spoke up. Where on the 4th island is she? I demanded. My voice came out louder and harsher than I intended, cutting into all the casual talking and bringing all of the eyes onto me. The trap was on the western side. The demon's head leader spoke, but you don't need to worry too much. If anyone could escape that mess, it'd probably be the Shiny Knight. At least, none of us would be able to change much. Don't bet on it. I stood up and started heading for the door. The priest had already arrived, and no one was in jeopardy of dying anyway. However, if Carmen was on that island, then I wanted to head there. The sun was starting to set and it was getting dark. As I reached the door, I heard someone yell out, "That island is filled with S-class enemies, and if these people can make a trap, they are likely even greater than S-class." "That's why I am going," I responded. "Even if you arrive, it will be too late." The ferry doesn't run after sunset. I have other ways of getting there. I didn't argue anymore as I left the room. Love this story. Find the genuine version on the author's preferred platform and support their work. Who does that guy think he is? One adventurer muttered. When did that small fry get such a big head? the demon's head leader scoffed. It's been great. But I need to go, Elysia explained to the Titanfall girls. She quickly bid her farewell with them and made sure to get out of their sight before turning into a beam of light and returning to my soul world. Master, are you sure we're not being a little hasty? Elysia cautioned. Do you think I should stay? I asked. Elysia remained silent, and I gave a nod. I immediately jumped up onto one of the rooftops and then quickly picked up speed. I quickly left the city, aiming for a large rock outcropping. I needed a safe area to push off from or I'd end up causing damage to the city. Plus, I wanted to get the area I was heading in view. From this main island, there were 6 other islands in all, forming a teardrop pattern that shrank with each drop. I could only see the island known as First Island or the Sea-Rained Island. From here, with a shove, I pushed off, flying up into the air. I created a platform and then pushed off of it, heading straight to the first island. I didn't land on the island for long before pushing off and heading to the second island. As I landed on the third island, I realized that I couldn't see the fourth island at all. That was because the entire island was shrouded in fog. In the distance, I could just seem like a mysteriously low, hanging island. You are going to jump into that? Elysia asked worriedly. Here goes nothing. I crouched down and then leaped forward, disappearing into the mist. Chapter 16. 02. As I entered the mist, my visibility was quickly reduced to almost nothing. The fog was extremely thick, and even when I attempted to use some wind magic to clear it, it wasn't enough to increase my visibility by much. Perhaps Celeste could have dealt with it better, but none of my skills gave me the ability to deal with it. The only reason I even knew I was landing on the island and not the middle of the ocean was that I pulled my map up. I realized that the fog blocked my mana, but thankfully I had already seen a map and copied the islands to my map. If it just came to my relative position within the islands, I could figure that out. That said, the map wasn't so thorough that I could identify every tree and bush. As a result, I ended up landing in a group of trees and had a pretty rough landing. I managed to heal myself up pretty quickly, though. At that point, I spread out my mana, trying to cut through the fog, since it was smaller than the main island. I was hoping to at least get more than my relative position. However, I couldn't see any dots that indicated life on the map. Since life didn't have nearly the distance of mapping, but I still hoped I could see at least some monsters. We were in a dungeon, after all, so there had to be a ton of them. This fog is even worse than miasma, I muttered to myself. I could feel the mana flowing through this fog. It was working exactly like a very thick amount of miasma. Enough miasma would interfere with any mana. If you sent out a spell, it would quickly lose strength the farther it got. If you tried to use mana sense at a distance, it was like trying to hear through soup. The only difference here was that miasma typically ate light, which gave dungeons their oppressive atmosphere. While this fog was somewhat bright, nearly to the point of being blinding. Also, I had an affinity for miasma. so my mana could reach through it a bit better than a typical person. When it came to this fog, though, it must feel like what an adventurer feels like. Unauthorized usage. This narrative is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. That's why I barely had time to jump as a red dot appeared literally behind me, leaping in my direction. A massive creature that looked like a cross between a bear and a wolf had attempted to ambush me. I pulled Elysium out, and then charged the monster before I lost sight of it in the fog. After locking onto it with my mana, even if it left the range of my limited sense life, I'd still be able to follow it. You are still alive. I was a bit surprised, as I was used to beasts falling after I cut them. However, even Elysium, who could cut through seemingly anything, met significant resistance when she struck the creature. It let out a cry. Only a little bit of blood dripping from the side. This is an S-class level in a dungeon, Master, Elysia explained. Its rare master goes against enemies this strong. She was right. It had been some time since I had pitted my ability up against the mobs of a dungeon alone. This dungeon wasn't just old, but it had been designed specifically to put the participants through a gauntlet of increasingly more powerful enemies. I had estimated this once before, and I suspected I was at a level of around SS. Although Aboris's adventuring guild did not have the SS rank. As for the final island, SS, I only had that ability when I pulled on the strength of my dungeon. Unless I was going to go to war with this dungeon, it wasn't one I could defeat on my own. Chapter 16:03. It only took a few minutes to defeat the S-class monster. It couldn't heal like me, and so after getting a few dozen wounds, it finally was to slow, and I was able to give it a good wake. Sending it on to its deal, it dropped a fur hide. It had felt like forever since I had done something so innocent as farm for materials in a dungeon. I casually picked them up and tossed them into my soul world. I didn't even know if it was useful yet. But if I processed the fur in my dungeon, then I could extract the lore and be able to make it an award for my dungeon. I also learned the species it came from was known as a Ursidus canine, although if I wanted to create one of them in my dungeon, I'd need to capture a live one and let my dungeon digest it. If Master has any questions, I am familiar with this island. The closest we ever made to the center was the 8th ring. Even Master might come to some difficulty if we have to get that close. Rings, I blinked and then thought about it for a moment. So, let me guess. Each island consists of 20 distinct enemy species. As you enter closer to the center of the island, you run into more and more of the most difficult species. I'd say I landed in about the 2nd ring, so this was probably one of the easier S-class monsters. "Oh, has Master been here before?" she asked in surprise. I shook my head. No, but dungeons usually have a pattern. Each island seems to be the equivalent of about 10 levels. I am betting that every island has a free, roaming mini-boss and 10 rings. Right? Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on the original website. That's like the vertical dungeons. Elysia realized it immediately. As varied as dungeons appeared, they did follow a few rules. The 5-10 rule, as I had started to call it, basically meant that dungeon levels were divided into groups of 5 or 10. Every 10th level denoted a boss and an increase in difficulty, while the 5th level was a free, roaming abnormally difficult mob. When it came to typical dungeons, they stacked down with each level being a level deeper underground. Other dungeons spread out horizontal, and their levels were a little less definitive and more like rings of a tree. It appeared that the Tierfall Island took after the horizontal model, except that every 10 levels ended with a new island or tier of the island. This also meant that the dungeon was 70 floors in all. It wasn't large enough to declare itself a great dungeon like Deerage or the Mirror Labyrinth. But it was still a larger dungeon than I had ever handled before. In a perfect world, it would have been around 70 years old. As dungeons typically grew at one level a year. However, I had come to learn that this was optional. Just as some trees grew taller than others, there were more factors at play than purely age. "We'll stay around the edge first before making our way to the center," I responded. "I don't think whoever set up that trap would want to do so while fighting off mobs." Chapter 16, 04. I had hoped that I'd be able to quickly run into Carmen and rescue her from the battle. But an hour had passed since I had reached the island, and I was still walking through the misty soup. I had encountered various enemies, but they were merely S-class monsters that decided a single person was worth chomping down. I eventually started using sneak, but that still meant I stumbled upon several enemies since I couldn't see them until I was nearly on top of them. I had finished the outer 2 rings of the western side and started to move to the 3rd ring. That was when I started hearing something big moving through the forest. The soup also seemed to reduce noise as well. But the sound I was hearing was the noise of trees crashing down. I started moving toward the noise, hoping it was indicative of the battle I was searching for. However, that's when I came into a clearing, and a massive red dot appeared on my map. Being large didn't necessarily mean it was a big creature. Since life did as the name suggested, so the things that appeared the largest and brightest were the things that contained the most life. That meant that this thing was assured a powerful creature, and it was hostile. Crap! I tried to back away, especially since I saw no indication that this would lead me to the fight with Carmen. Stolen content warning: this content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. While chasing the noises, I had inadvertently passed out of the 3rd ring. And I supposed I was close enough to the 5th ring that I'd encounter the mini-boss. Where was my luck? It was completely absent, because a moment later a beast came charging at me full tilt. It was about 8 feet tall and covered in hair. Rampaging Sasquatch. I used Monster Identify to quickly figure out what I was dealing with. I realized as soon as I saw it that this was going to be a troublesome fight. Besides having a ton of vitality, it was also an intelligent creature. It had picked up a stone and thrown it at me. As I dodged to get out of the way, a second stone I hadn't even seen slammed me in the back, knocking me down and forcing me to roll back to my feet. It reached down and picked up a massive stick, holding it like a bat as it closed the distance. If I was dealing with a dumb enemy, I could take it out with Monster Tamor. If it was a ghost, I could handle it with White Mage. I had a variety of tricks to deal with monsters, but if there was any type I was weakest against, it was a pure battle type. They were strong, fast, and didn't leave me time to work out a strategy. It had only been seconds since the battle began, and he had already reached me and was swinging the stick, which I now realized was the trunk to a smaller tree. I just wanted to find Carmen. Why could this stuff never be easy? Chapter 16:05. The rampaging Sasquatch didn't seem to be the type to gain respect for pervertedness. Plus, the only woman I had with me was Alicia, and she was a bit busy acting as my sword at the moment. My only choice was to go all out and fight the Sasquatch. As long as I could build up some hits on it, I believed that I could eventually bring it down. I would need to depend on my healing to get me through this battle. The Sasquatch threw numerous long and wide swings with the trunk it was holding, and I kept jumping back as it knocked down tree after tree. Thankfully, its violent nature meant that most of the other monsters had already fled the area, so I didn't need to worry about being jumped. I used several successive quick attacks, depending on Alicia's sharpness to cut through the iron-like hide that he had. Every time I struck him, he would howl with rage and become even more violent. My only option was to jump away and flee, and that still left me getting hit a few times. At least the Sasquatch earned its name. I imagined this was what fighting a barbarian with the rage ability felt like. The more I damaged him, the harder it became to get the next strike on him. Soon, I was on pure defense. The rampaging Sasquatch let out a roar, leaping up into the air. Realizing my chance, I leaped up as well, not allowing it a chance to do an attack from above. As I met the rampaging Sasquatch in the air, it seemed surprised to see me. I used Created Step as support and then launched an attack. The rampaging Sasquatch blocked it. But the attack was intended to harm it, but knock it higher into the air. I pushed off from the step, following the rampaging Sasquatch. The Sasquatch had intended to use his momentum and the power of gravity to cause more damage. But as soon as he launched himself in the air, he ended up in my domain. I had long perfected the ability to create steps and launch myself off of them, allowing me to all but fly. I did that now, striking the Sasquatch with one hit after another. He was useless in the air. Once his momentum was broken, he could no longer put any power into his strikes. As for me, while my sword strikes were also weaker, it was ultimately Alicia's sharpness that made the difference. Stolen story. Please report. Blade slash, blade strike, blade hit. There were a lot of sword skills that just happened to be the word blade followed by some variation of the word hit. A more skilled swordsman might have known exactly what each skill meant and how to use them to their greatest advantage in every situation. That was the power of having a teacher and learning the sword compared to accepting the lore and reasoning it out. Unfortunately, I didn't have any such training. I was just spamming them to keep the Sasquatch in the air and ping-ponging about the forest below. This flurry of attacks couldn't last forever, though, and I finally allowed the Sasquatch to fall back to the floor. He crashed into a nearby clearing, and I landed on the opposite side. As the smoke and dust cleared, the rampaging Sasquatch was standing on his feet. He let out an ear-splitting roar. Compared to King Roth's lion's roar, it lacked much punch, but it was still loud. "This guy is tough," Elysia cried out. I lifted her, ready to launch another attack. At that moment, his body broke away, turning into the miasma. He died standing, before I could let out a sigh. I noticed something else. The fog has disappeared. Chapter 16:06. While I was fighting the Sasquatch, whatever spell was clouding the island was suddenly lifted. In an instant, my map was updated to the current appearance of the island. It wouldn't differ much from the map I had already copied, but it was at least more detailed, since life was presumably working as well. But there were no enemies within range at the moment. The fight had caused any monsters to scatter. "Master, if the fog is gone, then the ambush is over," I finished, making an irritated noise as I began to move through the island. I was able to move much faster. With sense life, I could quickly determine where enemies were and avoid them. It took another half hour, but I finally found the clearing that the trap was set in. At the very least, I could see the cutropes, and there appeared to be some struggle. As for Carmen, she wasn't present, nor was anyone else. I didn't have a hunting job, so it wasn't like I was one of those people who could construct a scene. However, I had to give it a try. After searching the place thoroughly, I accidentally stumbled over a piece of metal embedded in the ground. When I pulled it out, I found a small piece that had been broken off the front plate of armor. It appeared to be the typical bright and shiny armor that Carmen would have been wearing. To be struck hard enough that a chunk of it broke off, it didn't speak well. I immediately tried a resurrection. But that didn't come either. I used the track skill, and that also didn't work. The fog that dampened mana also prevented a mana trail from being formed. They kidnapped her, I concluded, throwing the broken armor into my soul world. This book was originally published on Royal Road. Check it out there for the real experience. The question is, "Who are they?" Elysia asked. I didn't have an answer to that. I started to understand Calypso's vague story. Whoever they were, they did cover their tracks. Furthermore, they've arrived and had some interest in this dungeon. We'll have to find out. I reorientated myself on the map and then started heading in a certain direction. "What do you have in mind? There may be one person who knows who is here. I just hope I can get them to talk to me." "You don't mean—" I nodded. I just need to give him a wake-up call and hope he's not too offended. My plan wasn't that complicated. Dungeons were giant recorders. Anything that happened within them was incorporated into the lore, even with their fog. These mysterious people wouldn't be able to enter the dungeon without being seen. As long as I could talk to the dungeon master, I was hoping to get them to show me who they were and where they were. Just like Maddie had done to help me find Miki. Ideally, I would go to the 7th island and fight my way to the final boss room of the dungeon. But that was an SS floor, and I was already having difficulty dealing with just the Esseland on my own. Thus, I intended to confront the boss of this floor and to use them to get a hold of the dungeon master. There were a couple of methods that I could think of to get him to expose himself. It still was risky, though. This was the 5th island, which meant that this boss would be the equivalent of a level 50 dungeon boss. In reality, I had never fought a boss this powerful, and I was going to confront them solo. Chapter 16, 07. When you were in an open-concept dungeon. It was far easier to avoid enemies than when you were moving through the closed-off corridors of the typical dungeon. Occasionally, you could pick one path over another path to encounter less enemies, but avoiding enemies was unavoidable. That didn't mean that an open dungeon couldn't make it very hard to avoid enemies. In some ways, it was more difficult. Because during a difficult battle, you could end up drawing lots of enemies who investigate the noise, and then quickly become overwhelmed. This was ultimately why I felt the Esricaned Island was about my limit. On a one-on-one, maybe I could compete with an SS creature, but if I was overwhelmed by Esricate creatures, I'd die as quickly as anyone else. Without Terra's ability to erect barriers or Celeste's ability to crowd control, I couldn't hope to fight even a small group of S-class creatures, and as I went closer and closer to the center of the island, they were in groups more often than not. It took all of my skill and stretching my sense life to the max to make sure that I avoided them all. I finally came before a large building with a shrine-like appearance. I recognized this building as well. It resembled the shrines I had once visited in Twilight's dungeon. Don't tell me that the Twilight dungeon borrowed those safe rooms from this dungeon's boss room. Just what was with this dungeon, the more I saw from the more mysterious it seemed to be. Making sure that I hadn't attracted any unwanted attention, I continued toward the entrance to the shrine. Using a light spell, I entered into a fairly familiar room. This was a safe room that preceded the dungeon. It had the typical transportation array that allowed someone to move throughout the dungeon. The general theme matched the Twilight dungeon rather closely. It felt a bit like a bad video game that was reusing assets to save money. The room wasn't necessarily identical, but it wasn't different enough either. If you find this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the infringement. As I looked around, I ran into the mural as well. Even this dungeon that had seemingly been around longer than most contained some kind of story. The image seemed to be showing some kind of great battle. The battle seemed to be between these dark creatures emerging from the dungeons and a people with light blue skin. In the past, this mural might have confused me, but I had learned a great deal since then. I knew that the light blue-skinned people weren't just a strange stylistic choice. The light blue was a reflection of their mana, which is what dungeons understood the best. These people were likely the natives of this continent. They were the Fae. As for the dark, miasmic creatures rising from the depth of dungeons, I was almost certain that they were humans and the other races that spawned from dungeons. That is to say that this dungeon has some connection between the Fae and the Great War from long ago. I didn't linger on the mural for too long. I wasn't looking to solve the dungeon. I was going to pass the array up to. In a normal dungeon, transportation arrays were the only trustworthy form of travel. However, I could create a portal into just about any dungeon. And unless the dungeon was dedicating a lot of resources specifically to block my mana, I could move throughout it pretty freely thanks to my blessings. That's when I remembered the fog which I couldn't portal through, and decided I might still depend on such an array. After registering, I found the stairway leading down to the boss room. However, as I took the first step down, the light glow around me touched the stone door. It was closed. That only meant one thing. Someone has recently fought and killed this floor's boss. Chapter 16. Oh wait, dungeons had a variety of strange rules. One such rule was that they had to be passable. A dungeon couldn't just seal off the entrances or the exits and make it impossible for someone to continue onward. This rule could sometimes be broken in certain ways. For example, the dungeon could be blocked by water levels, which were as effective as a barrier if you didn't have the proper magic to pass it. In some of the reading I had done in my spare time, I had read about levels of dungeons that were clad in fire, or that involved having to fly over a bottomless abyss. Most of them were rumors of rumors. The kind of tales told by drunks in adventuring guilds, but I had a feeling that they were likely true. However, not every dungeon could use every trick. You had to possess lore that knew how to open such exotic floors. As the dungeon grew and swallowed lore, it could figure out new and different ways to make dungeons. Since I was a dungeon master, I could also bring back lore that could make my dungeon more difficult and more unique. Yet, no matter how interesting a dungeon could be, it still had to allow someone to beat it. The boss door closed when someone went to the boss. The only exception was the dungeon's final boss, who was usually the dungeon's master, and usually had the power of the dungeon behind them. As long as someone had entered their safe room, they could return to the boss fight whenever they wanted to. Something that might be necessary if the boss was powerful enough and dangerous enough. By the way, I did ask that if someone ever got into my dungeon and made it to the boss room, did I have to fight them as I did with Roth? I had needed to fight with Roth, but I didn't want to have to battle to the death of some random person who made it down to the bottom. I was told that the dungeon boss could select an avatar to fight for them. It was something or someone that was bonded to them. Any of my slaves could fight in my place. Although the bond between me and the tamed monsters wasn't sufficient, and I'd need to do something called contracting if I wanted them to serve as my dungeon's boss. You could be reading stolen content. Head to Royal Road for the genuine story. If the boss failed and was defeated, I did have to give up the dungeon core to the victor. At that point, they'd have the ability to smash it or leave it be. If they smashed it, the dungeon would fall, and I'd take a grave wound to my soul. It was hard to say whether I'd live through it. If they left it alone, the avatar would be automatically resurrected, although they'd have some significant damage to their soul. Death in that manner was a serious thing. It'd be the equivalent of someone having a stroke. Sometimes, they might walk out of it unchanged. Other times, the damage would cause their personality and character to change drastically. It was hard to say exactly how long it took for the resurrection to occur, but once it did, the dungeon reopened and continued. This same rule existed for every boss. Once the monster was dead, it'd be resurrected in a few hours. The door opened. And then the next person could try again. However, 6 hours later, "The door is still shut," I muttered. Either the person fighting the boss was still in there, or there was something very suspicious going on. Chapter 16. 09. As time wore on and day turned to night, the dungeon boss room was still closed, with no signs of opening anytime soon. I couldn't hear any combat through the door, but that wasn't particularly surprising. Was this a situation like with the King of Oberies, where he had intentionally remained in the dungeon and kept the door locked? Or was this some other trick I couldn't help but connect it to the mist, and by extension, whoever had kidnapped Carmen? Had I decided that she was kidnapped, I hadn't seen anything except some of her energy. Of course, with the mist gone. I had tried to resurrect her and track her to no avail either. I attempted to use the bond to feel her direction. And it was like if you put a magnet next to a compass. The direction led me nowhere. Feeling bored, I reopened the slave communication. "Deke, where are you? I need you back here immediately." "It's an emergency," I heard Eliana's voice nearly immediately. "What's wrong? Come here quickly." That was the only response I received. I took one last look at the closed door to the boss room. I could try it again in the morning. Couldn't I, making an irritated noise? I left the safe room and then used the map to quickly orientate myself. As soon as I was sure which direction was the right direction, I lowered myself and pushed off. This time, I didn't bother to protect the ground, so a small crater formed. The dungeon master would just have to forgive me for that. It would likely fix in a little bit anyway. As I rose over the forest of this island I had scoured across 4 hours, my eyes landed on the main island. Now that it was dark, it was really easy to see because torches and light stones were illuminating it. It was the only island that gave off light in the otherwise dark place. Support creative writers by reading their stories on Royal Road, not stolen versions. Master, look! As I created a platform to jump off of, I heard Elysia give me a warning. My eyes had glanced over it as I rose. But I hadn't noticed until Elysia pointed it out. There was another island, and it was completely covered in fog. That's the SS Island, I muttered. The fog has moved to that island. Elysia's voice sounded worried. What does that mean? Should we go investigate? My sudden burst up into the sky hadn't gone unnoticed. I heard the cries of countless beasts down in the forest. They were letting out screeches of anger or fright. It may be dark, but to these beasts' eyes, I probably could be seen fairly easily. The magic I was using to create Step probably was like a star beaming overhead for these miasma creatures. If I was on the ground, they'd all be running to me to try to make quick work of me. And if that many beasts attacked me at once, I couldn't guarantee I'd survive. I need to go to the main island first, I declared. This was only the Esracaned island, too. I could only shiver as I thought about how much more difficult the SS island would be. Either way, Eliana had been calling for me. And so I pushed off into the night. Master? You could have just portaled directly to her from the safe room, right? All right. Sometimes I forgot simple things when I was in a hurry. I landed onto the Class Island and then made a portal directly to Eliana. Chapter 1610. I didn't know why Eliana was in trouble. Did Calypso escape? Was it an assassination attempt? She had convinced me that she had everything covered. So I thought a day really wouldn't matter, especially after I cleared out all of the red enemies. With my eyes on the map, I had leaped through the portal ready for anything. As soon as I jumped through, I was attacked. I hadn't been ready. The attack came through, and I felt teeth clamp down on my arm. They were sharp teeth, too. I stopped as the portal closed behind me, and then lifted my arm. A small form was dangling off of it. What is going on here? I asked, staring down at the cat girl who had a grip on the back of my arm with enough force that she had become an attachment to my arm. You left us? I felt my shin get kicked, and I looked to Cece standing there in a maid outfit. Her hands on her hips and an angry expression on her young face. You just took off? We didn't know where you were. You didn't tell anyone. Aren't you supposed to be protecting me, not attacking me? I asked Chance, who was still dangling from my arm. She shot me a glare and then bit down even harder before finally letting go, falling back onto the floor with a click. I am your bodyguard. We were following Eliana, and when we look back, you are gone. I had done my best to sneak away as soon as they had their heads turned. It wasn't like I meant anything bad. However, could I have gone to the Esricate Island if I was dragging them around? It would have been impossible. I didn't regret my decision. Support the creativity of authors by visiting Royal Road for this novel and more. I can understand why you are upset. I spoke to Chance before looking at Cece. But aren't you a maid? You are supposed to keep the house clean when I come home, not follow me everywhere. Cece shot me a hurt look. Jay, just because my job is to keep the house clean doesn't mean that I wouldn't worry about you. You do this to the headmistress all the time, too. You just take off and let everyone worry about you while telling them nothing. Isn't that what happened when you left, Shamja? Cece was a bit smarter than I gave her credit for. Ahem. I mean, I did tell them. I have a special communication I can use with the girls. Plus, they have access to a way to speak to me through the dungeon. Most of them also have portal, so they can visit me whenever. That wasn't exactly true. They had to know where I was to portal to me. I had never equipped any of them with the broken skill map, so they weren't able to hone in on me like I was able to do to them. Even now, I could look at the map and know exactly where each of them was in Chom. The only time I lost them was when they went into the dungeon, which was kind of funny because it was my dungeon. Unfortunately, I wasn't close enough to be able to tell more than vague things about the dungeon. And did you tell them when you left? She demanded. I told them. Eventually, when I knew I was going to be gone for a week or so. Either way. What is the emergency? I turned to Eliana, who had been standing there sheepishly. I am hungry. I am pregnant. Oh. Chapter 1611. On. Ah. The way it slides down my throat so smoothly. Cece! I am scared. The combination of sweet and salt is perfect. Ah. Master! Why is she making so many weird noises? Cece complained. Ha! Ha! This is the best. It's the best. Deke is filling me. Just ignore her. I sighed. Eliana had always been a foodie, and I recalled a time with Faina had cooked for her and had brought her to a height of satisfaction that even I couldn't bring a girl to. Since I was the cook here, wasn't I giving her this satisfaction as I watched her moan after every bite? I didn't feel much better about the thought. I was many levels higher as a cook than I had been back then. And even a higher level than Faina. There had been a bit of a competition between us, with Faina wanting to level up her cook ability, unwilling to accept I was better at cooking than she was. Although I had never put a great deal of time into my cooking. My time in the dungeons combined with my tendency to cook for myself and the people around me had caused my cook job to gradually rise despite my efforts. During this very meal, it had reached level 30, where I had gained a skill known as Detect Dietary Needs. I had never known that such a skill was a thing. It was a bit like Identify Item or Identify Monster. You could use the skill on someone and instantly know what they were lacking. It wasn't like this world had prenatal vitamins. So Eliana could only eat her best. However, I knew what deficiencies she was having, so I ultimately based my meal on that. I had ended up making a lentil soup, an egg quiche with spinach and ham, and some vegetable wraps. It was hardly the most exciting meal ever conceived. but Eliana had naturally taken to it with extreme enthusiasm. The author's narrative has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. That reminded me that I had bought some prenatal vitamins when I was back on Earth picking up Shao. I had forgotten about them. But I made sure to pull them out and give them to Eliana and explain what to do with them. I had already decided that at some point when I had a few weeks, I would take Eliana to Earth and let her meet with a doctor. I was a white mage, and in this world of magic I could allegedly heal just about any ailment. But that didn't mean that there weren't things to worry about. In particular, I had no way to make sure the baby was growing properly or to determine what sex the baby was. What if there was some genetic abnormality I had never encountered anyone in this world where that was a problem? But I felt that part of that might simply be because such tragic cases didn't live on in this world. I only wanted the best for my child and my child's mother. After I finished explaining roughly how to take the vitamins and what they did, Eliana finished her meal. Wiping her lips delicately as if the pregnant woman stuffing her mouth a bit earlier was a lie. Very well. Now that the meal is over, perhaps you should tell me the situation. Eliana may have her quirks. But I couldn't forget that she was also a clever and observant politician. Chapter 16:12. How could you tell? I asked innocently. When you suddenly go away? There is always a situation, Eliana responded. Plus, I can see the worry on your face. Thursday, there is a problem? Chance asked. Don't speak with your mouth full. After the meal? I had put out a bowl of candies for the girls which I had brought from my world. The two younger girls had quickly shoved them down their throat, and Chance had a mouthful of candies when she spoke. She quickly swallowed it down with a blush. Sorry, my lord. After cooking something tasty for the girls. Both of them had seemed to settle down quite a bit. I should remember that feeding them had good results when I did something that would anger them. I should bring back candies before I get bit next time. Even Eliana was eyeing the candy dish with longing. But she seemed to be resisting after her meal. Did she realize she had been gaining a bit of pudge that wasn't accounted for by the pregnancy? Well, I wasn't going to mention it either way. All right, it started at the Adventuring Guild. Since Eliana could already tell something was up, I didn't see any reason to hold back from her. I told her about the trap, Carmen's disappearance, and the fog that seemed to be impenetrable to mana. I finished by mentioning the boss room was seeming on a continuous lockdown and how the fog had seemingly moved to the next island. When I finished, Eliana was watching me carefully, her entire focus on my words. So, even the Esricaned island is having problems. Eliana gave a small sigh. What do you mean? I asked. It's important with the peace talks coming up that I get a good sense of the state of the island, Eliana explained. I sent out several people to feel for rumors and information. What I've gathered is that this fog has seemingly been moving from island to island. Once it clears, the boss rooms are closed and do not open up. I've confirmed that the C copy and Arcane dungeons are all locked as well. With the S rank locked, it seems to me like someone is moving their way up the dungeon. The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Hearing about her information gathering, I recalled that half the reason I had brought Cece and Chance along was that I had thoughts of building my information network. However, I hadn't used them at all, and had instead gone off on my own again. Meanwhile, I had remained clueless to such things. I could have had Chance spend the day in the adventuring guild listening for rumors instead of going myself. And I probably would have known all of this. I clenched my fist under the table. I still had a long way to go. I knew that I had become a lord, and with talk of the king's selection, alliances, and the growing of my territory, I was starting to feel the pressure of needing to become a leader. I knew that I wasn't someone who was a natural leader. I tended to go off and do things on my own, often without telling anyone. I still had this mentality where didn't want to be a bother to other people, no matter how strong I got. It was hard to shake off a lifetime of keeping your head low. I needed to do better. I needed to grow and become a person worthy of the title of a lord. Someone is doing the gauntlet? I spoke the obvious conclusion as the silence lingered. Eliana gave a small nod. It would seem that way. The real question is who and why. Before we could say anything else, a guard opened the door. Eliana looked in their direction. "My lady?" "What is it?" Eliana asked in her most diplomatic voice. "It's... the prisoner. She's requesting to speak with Lord Deek Dakeson." Chapter 1613. When it came to Calypso. I had very little trust in her. Eliana and I shared a glance. I had no clue why that woman would want to talk to me now. "I will go speak to her." I stood up. "Chance, with me! Cece, go prepare my bed chambers for tonight." It was already really late. And I knew I wouldn't be heading out to the Assessulan today. I still hadn't even decided if I should go there. Was Carmen on that island? How were they blocking the boss rooms? What was with that fog? Were they related to the attacks? Did Carmen's trap even have to do with the fog? They could have just been happenstance. There were just too many questions, and some of the answers I wasn't even sure that I wanted to hear. However, there was the answer that I was going to receive. Both girls gave nods, and Chance came to my side while Cece took off to complete her chore as a maid. Eliana joined me as I created a portal to the building Calypso was in. The guard jumped a bit when the portal suddenly was created, but they followed us through. We appeared in front of a large building. I didn't know what it was. I just knew that Calypso was inside. "This is the council building. The peace talks are going to be held here." Eliana filled me in as I stared up at the building questioningly. "The prison lockup is located under the council building." The guard explained. "The entrance is on the side." It appeared that the dungeon didn't connect with the council building, which was probably a good idea. Eliana, chance, and I followed the guard as they led us to a thick metal door. He had to knock and explain his presence before a heavy lock was undone and we were allowed inside. This brought us into a guard room where the guard explained our presence. As he was doing so, another man who didn't appear to be a guard walked up to us, glaring at Eliana, stolen from its rightful author. This tale is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. Princess, I already sent word that we would handle this issue. The man responded tightly, giving the guard that escorted us a sharp look. We have taken custody of this prisoner. She is a pirate who has several bounties on her head. You don't need to concern yourself. I am aware, councilman, and I said that all matters regarding the prisoner are to be reported to me immediately, Eliana responded. Deek's son is the one she asked to meet. We have our best inquisitor in there with her right now. The man declared snobbishly. We have informed her that we will pass along any messages to the relevant parties, as long as she confesses all of her transgressions. I am sure you would, Eliana spoke dryly. I could feel the tension between the pair. This man appeared to be one of the rulers of the island, and he didn't seem to like Eliana very much. The feeling seemed to be on both sides. Yes. Well, they are busy at the moment. Perhaps you can come back in the morning and... As he was speaking, I used my mana to reach out. The door was just barred, so I could see the other side and down the hallway to the door that Calypso was in. I lifted a hand and summoned another portal. As it opened, I could see the other side appear in the hallway. The man who was still speaking honeyed words stopped, his eyes widening. I'll be talking to her now. I stepped through the portal, passing the gateway that was blocking me. It probably wasn't very diplomatic of me. I had a long way to go toward being a proper leader, but I did know I was never going to be a politician like that slimy guy. Chapter 16:14. After stepping through the portal with Eliana and Chance following close behind. The councilman could only stare through the bars in shock. The guards appeared to be lost on what to do. With the wave of my hand, I closed the portal and then approached the door that Calypso was locked behind. Thankfully, this door was locked with a deadbolt on the outside, and I was able to easily undo it and open the large wooden doors. I stepped into the room and my eyes immediately landed on a strange trough filled with water. There was a person in a robe standing next to the trough, and I could hear a strange gurgling sound. That was when my eyes followed down the woman's arm and came to a tuft of hair that she was gripping. There was a second woman who was on her knees, and the robed woman was pushing her face first in the water, which was where the bubbling was coming from. What do you think you are doing? I shouted, taking a step forward. The cloaked person looked up in surprise, apparently to focus on their activity to notice when I had first entered the room. I said I was not to be disturbed, they said angrily. When I am done, I will knock on the door to be let out. I ignored their words, shoving the person aside and immediately pulling Calypso out of the water. As soon as her face rose above the surface, She let out a gasp of air. Her wet hair fell back as she leaned on my arm, looking up at me, rather than appearing angry, scared, or even flustered. She had a somewhat amused expression on her face, like this was all a game she was enjoying. "Oh my, I didn't know you cared about me so much." She spoke playfully as soon as she regained her breath. "The story has been taken without consent. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. You've ruined hours of work." The robed person crossed their arms angrily. When I had pushed them, the hood of their robe had fallen back, revealing a small but somewhat pretty girl with purple hair and purple eyes. She looked to be about my age, or maybe a bit younger. She was far too young to be torturing people. "I am so sorry, Inquisitor." I wasn't able to stop him. Behind me, the councilman had finally managed to get the guards to unlock the gate so that he could run here and apologize while standing in the doorway. "Who are you, anyway?" the Inquisitor demanded snootily. "I am Lord Deekson," I shot back. "And this woman is under my protection. I didn't capture her so you could drown her." "I wasn't drowning her. I am a professional." She wouldn't have died. The Inquisitor seemed to grow flustered for a moment. "Wait, Deekson. I've been warned about you." I ignored her, instead of using my mana to check on Calypso and make sure she was all right. Although she physically didn't show any problems, I realized that her soul had taken damage. This woman's techniques didn't just hurt the body, but the soul as well, rescuing me like this. "If you keep acting so boldly, a girl might fall in love." Calypso spoke playfully. "You said you had something to tell me." "Oh. Is that all you wanted from little old me? What did you want to tell me?" I demanded. She grinned, leaning toward me until her lips nearly touched my cheek. "I just wanted to let you know that you are all going to die real soon." Chapter 16:15. After some various arguing back and forth, Eliana had stepped in and used diplomacy to unruffle the feathers of the councilman and to get the Inquisitor to back off for a bit. I didn't want the Inquisitor to be left along with Calypso again. If she was just going to drown the other woman, what was the point? Calypso couldn't even talk when her head was underwater. So what did such a torture even do eventually? Calypso, whose hands and feet were still shackled, was given a seat, a blanket, and something to eat. She wouldn't say any more other than her ominous words until such things had been provided. The Inquisitor had declared that giving in to her demands was counterproductive towards seeking the truth. I had already decided I didn't like this girl at all, so I ignored her glowers, glares, and advice as much as possible. Chance seemed to pick up on my dislike and responded in kind, growling at her whenever they made eye contact. Chance seemed to put the woman off guard, so I wasn't complaining. "All right, you've had what you requested. Now tell me what you meant. If all of this had just been a trick so that Calypso could get some warmth and free food, I would look like a fool and be irritated, so I hoped that she had something relevant to say. You've seen the fog? Haven't you? Yes, it's on the islands. I admitted the truth, not seeing any reason to hold it back from her. You told me that you didn't know who was behind the fog. I didn't, she responded, shrugging as she put a piece of bread in her mouth. Now, I do. Support the author by searching for the original publication of this novel. Then, who is it? I asked. She shot the inquisitor a side look. I am not sure if I should speak so frankly in front of the present company. What is that supposed to mean? The inquisitor cried out. She's staying, I responded. Besides, I thought you liked girls. Humph. I like women, she snorted. Not flat-chested church fanatics. Her eyes went to the inquisitor's chest, causing the other woman to flush and turn away, covering her chest. My chest is glory to the daughter, you blasphemer. She's part of the church? I asked. She came here with an, Eliana explained. She stayed in the cabin the entire time. So you might not have noticed. The inquisitor was the inquisitor of the church. I supposed I couldn't be surprised by that. She gave off the same vibe as Anne. The church head had it out from Calypso from the beginning. Why wouldn't she send her inquisitor to try to question the woman? All right, fine, but she's still staying. Just tell me what you wanted to tell me, or I'll leave you here with the inquisitor, I declared. I had no intention of doing that. As soon as I left, I would make sure that Calypso wasn't assaulted again by Anne or anyone else. I didn't know why I was protecting her. She was undeniably a bad person, but she had also done me a favor once or twice. And I just couldn't bring myself to torture her. Very well, if you insist. Calypso leaned forward. The people that are attacking are the Fae,